Chapter 6. Caesar's first invasion of Britain. Before Caesar could venture to undertake so difficult an enterprise as the invasion of Britain, it was necessary for him to secure the country in his rear. His first two campaigns had been directed against enemies who were as dangerous to Gaul as to Rome. Cavalry levied from friendly Gallic tribes fought side by side with the Roman legions against the Helvetii and against Ariovistus. After the defeat of the Helvetii, envoys came from all the tribes of central and eastern Gaul to congratulate the victor. And after the defeat of Ariovistus, the legions took up their quarters for the winter in Gallic territory without resistance. There was probably not a single tribe in which Caesar had not opponents. But the prestige of Rome and of his own victories, the factious spirit and the intertribal jealousies of the Gauls, and above all the sagacity with which he played off party against party, and selected the chiefs who, for their own purposes, were able and willing to serve him, prevented open opposition. Thus, although the seeds of future troubles were even then germinating, he could safely use Celtic and Gaul as his base of operations when he crossed the Marne in the following year to encounter the Belgae. The series of victories, which he gained in this campaign, intimidated his opponents for the time and increased his renown, but had little effect upon the remote maritime tribe of the Morini, on whose coast was the harbor from which he must sail. Caesar's first mention of Britain occurs in the chapter that follows his narrative of the operations by which he destroyed the invading hordes of the Usipetes and Tencteri, crossed the Rhine, and chastised the tribe which had given an asylum to their fugitives. Only a small part of the summer remained. And in these parts, the whole of Gaul having a northerly trend, winter sets in early. Nevertheless, Caesar made active preparations for an expedition to Britain. For he knew that in almost all the operations in Gaul our enemies had been reinforced from that country. But even if we had not Strabo's explicit statement, it would be unnecessary to argue that Caesar could not have undertaken so momentous an enterprise upon the spur of the moment. Strabo says that the Veneti, who in 56 BC formed a coalition of the maritime tribes of northwestern and northern Gaul against Caesar, made war upon him because they were determined to prevent him from invading Britain, the trade with which was in their hands. The statement is intrinsically probable and is supported by facts for which we have the authority of Caesar himself. The alliance which the Veneti headed included almost all the maritime tribes between the Loire and the Rhine, and auxiliaries actually came from Britain to join them. It is not credible that the Britons would have crossed the widest part of the Channel, or that the Morini, whose country lay between the Somme and the Scheldt, and the Menapii, whose seaboard reached the Rhine, would have supported the remote Veneti, if they had not had reason to believe that their own interests were imperiled. Moreover, Caesar tells us that among the ships which he assembled for the invasion of Britain were galleys which he had used in the naval action with the Veneti. This action took place off the coast of the Morbihan, the nearest harbor to which was in the estuary of the Loire, and it is needless to argue that the galleys were not there when Caesar sent for them. If only a small part of the summer remained when he began to prepare for the invasion, there was no time for his messengers to travel from the neighborhood of Koblenz, where he had crossed and recrossed the Rhine, to the mouth of the Loire, or for the galleys to make the voyage of 600 miles from the Loire to the northeastern coast of Gaul. When Caesar's messengers set out, the galleys must have been within a short distance of the port from which he set sail, probably in the mouth. Side note: campaign against the Veneti necessary in order to secure command of the Channel. Of the Seine, or of the Somme, the war which he waged against the Veneti was a necessary prelude to the invasion of Britain, for he could not safely embark his army unless he had command of the Channel, and at the time when he planned the invasion, the masters of the Channel were the Veneti. They had a powerful fleet of large vessels, the model of which had, we may suppose, been originally borrowed from that of the merchantmen of the Carthaginians, whose commerce in the Atlantic and in British waters they had inherited. This fleet enabled them to close the ports not only of their own territory in western Brittany, but also of the western seaboard, at least of northern Gaul, and no one was permitted to use those ports except on condition of paying them toll. But Caesar attempted to gain his object without fighting. After his campaign against the Belgae, he sent the 7th Legion under Publius Crassus, the younger son of the wealthy triumvir, to winter in the valley of the lower Loire, and all the tribes of Brittany submitted to him and gave him hostages. It was probably about this time that Crassus made his celebrated voyage to the tin-producing districts of Cornwall, and it seems not unreasonable to conjecture that it was the news of his mission which gave the alarm to the Veneti. They arrested 2 officers whom he had sent to make a requisition of corn. The other maritime tribes of Brittany and Normandy threw in their lot with them, and an embassy was sent to Crassus to demand the restoration of the hostages. Messengers were promptly dispatched to inform Caesar, who had gone to Illyricum. He sent orders to Crassus to have a fleet of war galleys built in the estuary of the Loire, to summon oarsmen from the Roman province of southern Gaul, and to impress seamen and pilots. Meanwhile, the Veneti were engaging fresh allies, and reinforcements were hastening from Britain to join them. The allied fleet was speedily assembled on the coast of the Morbihan. Caesar hurried back to join his army, and on his arrival made all the necessary dispositions for preventing the spread of the insurrectionary movement. Crassus was dispatched southward into the country of the Aquitani, from whom, it is true, little danger was to be expected. Another general, Titurius Sabinus, was sent northward into the peninsula of the Cotentin to prevent the tribes of northern Brittany and western Normandy from joining the Veneti. And Labienus, Caesar's most capable lieutenant, marched eastward through the heart of Gaul to the neighborhood of Treves, with orders to watch the Belgae and repel the German tribes, who were believed to be in communication with the Gauls, in case they attempted to cross the Rhine. Labienus appears to have had little trouble, but Crassus and Sabinus encountered and defeated their respective enemies. Caesar himself invaded Venetia and entrusted Decimus Brutus with the command of his fleet. During a great part of the summer, Brutus was detained in the mouth of the Loire by stormy weather, and Caesar spent the time in endeavoring to reduce the strongholds on the Venetian coast. These operations were fruitless, but on the first fine day, the struggle was brought to an issue. The decisive battle was fought in Quiberon Bay. The Allied fleet numbered 220 sail, while the Roman galleys were reinforced by ships lent by friendly tribes who inhabited the maritime districts south of the Loire. The ships of the Veneti and their allies were so heavy and so stoutly built that it would have been useless for the galleys to attempt to ram them, and they stood so high out of the water that the legionaries were unable to throw missiles with effect. But the Roman engineers came to the rescue as they had done in the First Punic War. Long poles had been prepared, armed at one end with sharp-edged hooks. The galleys swifter and more mobile than the Gallic ships, which had no oars. When the fleets approached each other, 2 or more galleys ran alongside one of the enemy's ships, and the halyards were seized by the hooks. Instantly the rowers pulled away, the halyards snapped, and yards and sails fell down, leaving the helpless hulk to be boarded by the legionaries. Thenceforward, wrote Caesar, the fight turned upon valor, in which our soldiers easily had the advantage. When several ships had been captured, the Veneti abandoned the fight and made haste to escape. But their ships had hardly been put before the wind when they were becalmed, and the galleys, running swiftly in and out among them, captured them one after another, all but a few which contrived to reach land when darkness fell. The Veneti surrendered unconditionally. Caesar was determined to teach the Gauls that the rights of envoys must be respected in future. The Venetian Senate were put to death, and all the tribesmen who failed to escape were sold into slavery. It remained only to subdue the Morini, who had never yet acknowledged the supremacy of Rome. Caesar marched against them, but the season was too far advanced, and he found it impossible to strike a decisive blow. The Morini would not risk a battle and took refuge in their forests. Caesar allowed himself to be surprised on the outskirts and lost a few men, though he succeeded in punishing his assailants. And after the legions had spent some days in cutting down trees, capturing baggage, and driving off cattle, stormy weather set in, and rain fell so heavily and continuously that they could no longer live safely in tents, and were forced to abandon the campaign. Owing to this failure, which Caesar hardly atoned for by ravaging the cultivated lands as he retreated, the base of operations for the expedition which was to take place in the following year was still insecure. On the other hand, the maritime tribes between the Somme and the Pyrenees were effectually subdued, and Caesar was absolute master of the sea. Side note, 55 BC Caesar determines to sail from the Portus Itius, Boulogne. When the campaign of the following year against the Germans was over, Caesar marched westward into the country of the Morini, because, as he tells us, the shortest passage to Britain was from their coast. Probably he had already ascertained what was the best port to sail from, but any competent cavalry officer could have procured the information in a couple of days. Between the Scheldt and the Somme, there was only one harbor which would satisfy all his requirements. Calais did not then exist. Sangatte, on the east of Cape Blanknez, was at best a mere roadstead, and the sandy waste between Cape Blanknez and Cape Grisnez, from which the village of Wissant derives its name, though it possessed two tiny creeks formed by rivulets, offered no shelter for a fleet and no facilities for building or repairing ships or for provisioning an army. The Canche, the Authie, and the Somme, if at that time they were used as harbors, were too far from Britain. But the estuary of the Lion, on whose right bank stood Jesoriecum, the village whose site is now covered by Boulogne, combined every advantage. Caesar, Latinizing its Celtic name the port of Ict, or the Channel harbor called it the Portus Itius. Gallic merchants sailed from it to the ports of Kent. From the time of Augustus, it was the Roman port of embarkation for Britain, and at a later period the naval station of the Roman Channel fleet. The estuary, longer, wider, and deeper than it is now, was protected from every gale by the bold bluff of land, which on the west throws out the promontory of Alprech, and which then projected northward considerably beyond its present limit. Vessels of light draught could enter the harbor at low tide. Shipyards lined its banks. Roads connected it with the interior, and timber in abundance could be floated down the river from the forest of Boulogne. The heights that look down from the east upon the harbor, about half a mile south of the column, which commemorates the assemblage of Napoleon's Grand Army, offered an excellent site for the encampment of the force that was destined to protect the communications, and perhaps a detachment may have been posted on the opposite bank of the river. If the distance in a straight line to Britain was a little longer than from the creeks of Wissant, the passage, owing to the set of the tidal streams and the prevalence of southwesterly winds, was more convenient. Caesar therefore gave orders that vessels should be collected from the adjacent coasts and assemble, along with the galleys which had been docked after the war with the Veneti, in the Portus Itius. Side note, he attempts to obtain information about Britain from Gallic traders. The summer was now far advanced, and Caesar saw his first expedition must be a mere reconnaissance. But, as he tells us, he thought that it would be well worth his while merely to visit the island, see what the people were like, and make himself acquainted with the features of the country, the harbors, and the landing places. Though on a clear day he could see beyond the straits those astonishing masses of cliff, which haunted the imagination of Cicero, he was about to venture into an unknown land. The Italians of that time knew hardly anything of the island which they vaguely regarded as the end of the inhabited world, except that it produced tin, some of which found its way to the markets of the Mediterranean. Perhaps Cicero and other cultivated men had read extracts from the journal of Pythias, but Pythias was a discredited writer. And, after all, his description of the Britons who lived in the time of Alexander the Great would have been little more useful to Caesar than Bernier's account of the empire of Aurangzeb would be to a traveler who intended to spend a winter in India. Caesar sent for traders from all parts of northeastern Gaul and questioned them about the island. How large was it? What tribes inhabited it? What were their methods of fighting, their manners and customs? What ports were capable of accommodating a large fleet? He failed to obtain the information which he required. Many commentators have insisted that the traders could have told him all that he wanted to know. And certainly, it seems difficult to understand how they could have professed ignorance of the harbors without manifest contumacy. But at least as regards the other questions, the reason which Caesar assigns for their silence is sufficient. Even they know nothing of Britain except the coast and the parts opposite the various regions of Gaul. Moreover, it must be remembered that Caesar asked them what harbors could shelter a large fleet, and as they were only acquainted with the harbors of Kent, none of which would fulfill this requirement, it is quite intelligible that even on this point they should have been unable to enlighten him. Still, they could have given valuable information about the Kentish coast, and the passage in which Strabo accounts for the hostility of the Veneti suggests that they kept silence from interested motives. They could not foresee that Caesar's expeditions would powerfully stimulate British trade. Thrown back upon his own resources, Caesar sent a military tribune named Gaius Volusenus in a galley to reconnoiter the opposite coast. Volusenus had distinguished himself in a campaign, conducted by one of Caesar's generals, against the mountaineers of the Upper Rhone. He possessed, as his later history proved, not merely a keen eye for the features of a country, but daring of that kind which characterized the sons of Zeruiah. And how highly Caesar thought of him is evident from the fact that he was the only military tribune whose name is mentioned with honor in the commentaries. Side note, envoys from British tribes sent to Caesar to promise submission. All this time trade was going on as usual between Gaul and Britain, and Gallic merchants had informed their clients in Kent that the long-expected invasion was about to take place. While Volusenus was cruising in the Straits of Dover, a ship with envoys from various British tribes on board sailed into the Lion. Presenting themselves in Caesar's camp, they announced that their principals were prepared to submit to the Roman people and to give hostages. Caesar received them courteously, exhorted them to adhere to their resolve, and dismissed them. But they were not to return alone. 2 years before, during the campaign against the Belgae, Caesar had gained over Camillus, whose connection with Britain he had perhaps already ascertained, and in accordance with the policy which he often followed, had established him as king over the Atrebates. He had doubtless learned much from him about British politics, and had concluded that, just as in Gaul he had taken advantage of tribal disputes, and had found it politic to support the Aedui and the Remi against their rivals, so in Britain his best course would be to side with the Trinovantes against the aggressive Caduvillani. He had formed a high opinion of the energy and judgment of Camillus, and believed him. Side note. He commissions Camillus to return with them and gain over tribes, to be thoroughly loyal. Accordingly, he charged him to approach all the British chieftains with whom he had any influence, engage them on the side of Rome, and give them notice that he himself would shortly visit the island. Camillus took with him a troop of cavalry, composed of 30 of his retainers. Meanwhile, Volusenus had been carrying out Caesar's instructions. His galley, manned by trained oarsmen, not only made him comparatively independent of wind and tide, but, owing to her superior speed, would enable him to keep clear of any ships which Gauls or Britons might send against him. We do not know what part of the coast he reconnoitred first, but it is probable that his coasting voyage did not extend beyond Lympne, or, at the furthest, Rye on one side and the North Foreland on the other. For within those limits the port and the alternative landing place of which he was in search were to be found. The port was indeed too small for such a vast armada as would be required to transport the grand army with which Caesar purposed eventually to invade Britain, but not for the comparatively small fleet that had been collected for the preliminary expedition. If Volusenus had sailed westward in quest of the great harbor, which he could not have found until he had reached the coast of Sussex, he would have turned back when he saw the inhospitable forest of the Weald or the Fairlight Down. And, moreover, he knew that Caesar intended to cross the Channel in its narrowest part. While he was still some miles from the British coast, he could see the low but precipitous chalk cliffs, backed by a commanding range of heights, that hem in the rock-strewn shore of Eastware Bay. The inlet of Folkestone was plainly too small to accommodate the Roman fleet, and the first sight of the hills that guarded the coast from Folkestone to Hythe, and of the wooded uplands that overlooked the tide-washed flat which is now Romney Marsh, must have warned him not to advise the great captain whom he served to land beneath them. It was a maxim of ancient warfare, never disregarded without urgent necessity, to avoid engaging an enemy who had the advantage of higher ground. And there was not a foot of land in the whole extent of coast between Shakespeare's Cliff and Lympne, which a Roman soldier would not have described as a most unfavorable position. The hills behind Hythe were, indeed, pierced by 3 valleys, but it was evident that they ascended to high, broken, and wooded ground, where cavalry would be useless, and an invading army would be encompassed by manifold perils. And for such disadvantages, the narrow pool harbor which extended opposite Hythe, between the hills and the long bank of shingle, through a gap in which it might be entered at high tide, promised no compensation. Eastward of Shakespeare's Cliff, Volusenus saw that he must look for the place of disembarkation. There, sheltered in the valley between the cliffs, was Old Dover Harbor, in which we may suppose that Gallic merchants used to discharge their freight. But even this haven would be useless if the landing were to be opposed, and it was necessary to look for some broad expanse of open beach which would give easy access to the interior. None such was yet visible. The galley ran on under the castle cliff, round the foreland, and past the combe within which lies St. Margaret's Bay, past the cliffs, still precipitous but diminishing in height, which end at Kingstown. About 800 yards further on the ground was seen rising again, and the Tribune observed a low rampart of cliff extending and gradually sinking towards the north till it finally terminated just south of the spot where Walmer Castle rises amid embowering trees. Stretching northward for several miles from this spot, he saw the open beach for which he had been looking. Not a sign of high ground was visible. Once the legions had succeeded in forcing their way on to dry land, they would find no difficulty in following up their advantage, and the cavalry would be able to ride down the beaten enemy. The slope upon which Walmer Church now stands would afford a suitable site for the camp. But it was, of course, impossible to see far inland, and, as Volusenus could not venture to disembark and run the risk of falling into the hands of the natives, he was unable to find out all that he wished to know. The nature of the inner country, the comparative density of the population, the water supply of all these things he remained ignorant. But Caesar had chosen him because he was the fittest man that he could find, and we may assume that he did not neglect precautions which any competent officer would have taken, and that he did not overlook what no observant man could have failed to perceive. He spent 3 entire days in British waters, and his time must have been fully occupied. We may be sure that he bore in mind that the beach was of shingle, that he took soundings all along the coast between Walmer and Deal as close inshore as he could venture to go, and tested the character of the anchorage, and that he noted the phenomena which twice daily obtruded themselves upon his attention: the rise and fall of the tide, and the movement up and down the channel of the tidal stream. Perhaps indeed he went as far north as Sandwich, and concluded that a landing might still more advantageously be effected between that point and Sandown, where, even in those days, the beach must have shelved more gently than at Walmer or Deal. One other feature, if it then existed, cannot have escaped his scrutiny: the Goodwin Sands, perhaps only half-formed, or the long low bank of London clay, which, as some geologists believe, may then have occupied their place. On the 4th day following that of his departure, he returned to the Portus Itius, and presented his report to Caesar. The Kentish men, on their part, knew what they had to expect. The Roman galley had of course been watched, and though Caesar was coming professedly to receive them under the protection of Rome, his visit would portend the loss of their independence. If they chose to resist, they would not be embarrassed by having a long line of coast to defend. The movements of the galley indicated where the fleet of which she was the forerunner would probably arrive, and, moreover, those who lived by the sea were aware that the invaders could not attempt to land except at a few points within a strictly limited range. War chariots would be helpful in checking them when they attempted to advance through the surf. Accordingly, the horses were exercised on the beach until they became accustomed to enter the waves. The Portus Itius was thronged with shipping, and the preparations for the expedition were nearly complete, but the base of operations was still insecure. The Morini had hardly felt the weight of Caesar's hand, and might give trouble to the garrison which he intended to leave for the protection of his communications. But the end of August was approaching. He was anxious to set sail, and he had no time to reduce the tribe to submission. Fortune, however, as usual, befriended him. The various communities of the Morini were accustomed to act independently. Envoys from some of them appeared in Caesar's camp and excused themselves for having resisted the Romans in the 2 previous years. He, of course, accepted their excuses and ordered them to give him a large number of hostages, who were promptly brought to the camp. And now all was ready. The expeditionary force consisted of 2 legions, the 10th, which had gained renown on many fields and was regarded by Caesar with special favor, and the 7th, which had played a conspicuous part in the famous battle with the Nervii, besides about 500 cavalry, raised from various tribes of Gaul, slingers from the Balearic Isles, and Numidian and Cretan archers. The entire army numbered about 10,000 men. A small squadron of galleys and about 80 transports were assembled in the harbor, and on the 25th of August the legionaries embarked on the transports, while the galleys were assigned to the archers, slingers, and artillerymen. The catapults which they carried would be worked, in case they were required, under the protection of movable turrets, which could be erected, at short notice, on their decks. Caesar omitted to mention the class of long ships to which they belonged, but his narrative shows that they were shallow, and it may be doubted whether any of them had more than one bank of oars. The transports had of course been carefully selected and were all excellent seaboats, but they had not been designed for disembarking troops on an enemy's coast, and in case it should prove necessary to land on an open beach, the troops whom they carried would find themselves, on entering the water, almost out of their depth. They were probably sailed by their native crews, and the galleys, which were severally placed under the command of the quaestor, the two generals who commanded the legions, and the auxiliary officers, were doubtless handled by the seamen and provincial oarsmen who had manned them in the preceding year. The fleet included some small, fast-sailing vessels of light draught, which were commonly used for reconnoitering, and would now be called scouts. 18 other transports were lying in the little harbor of Ambleteuse, between 5 and 6 miles to the north, having been prevented by contrary winds from reaching the Lion. And, as the wind was now favorable for the voyage to Britain, and Caesar could not afford to wait, he sent his cavalry by road with orders to embark on these vessels and follow him. As the expedition was to be of such short duration, no heavy baggage was taken, and only sufficient supplies to last for a few days. A general named Sulpicius Rufus remained with an adequate force to guard the camp and the harbor. Side note: Sabinus and Cotta sent to punish the recalcitrant Morini and the Menapii, while Titurius Sabinus, who had commanded a division in the war of the previous year, and Aurunculeius Cotta, who had served with distinction in the campaign against the Belgae, were directed to march with the remaining legions against those clans of the Morini which had not submitted, and their neighbors, the Menapii. It was just 5 days before the full moon, and high tide that evening was about 6 o'clock. About midnight the moon set, and we may suppose that, like the ships of William when he sailed to encounter Harold, each vessel carried a lantern. Soon afterwards the signal was given to weigh anchor, and the ship stood out to sea and steered against the ebb tide, which, however, was moving at less than 1 knot an hour, for Dover harbor. As they passed Ambleteuse, there was no sign that the cavalry transports had yet got under way. About half an hour before sunrise, the stream turned eastward, and by that time Cape Grisnez had been left behind. But at some period of the voyage the wind must have shifted to an unfavorable quarter, for it was not until the 4th hour of the day, or about 9 o'clock in the morning, that the galleys approached the Dover cliffs, and at that time the transports, which were slower sailors and had no oars, were far behind. Above the white precipices, ranged on the undulating downs behind, Caesar descried an armed host of the enemy. The formation of the ground, he observed, was peculiar, the sea being so closely walled in by abrupt heights that it was possible to throw a missile from the ground above on to the shore. To attempt a landing in the harbor or below the cliffs on either side of it was of course out of the question, and Caesar determined to remain at anchor until the rest of the fleet should arrive. The reader who is familiar with the commentaries, and can comprehend their implied meaning, will perceive that the vessels must have been grouped in the bay somewhere between the Castle Cliff and the South Foreland, the one on the extreme right being about a mile westward of the latter. Caesar summoned his generals and tribunes to come on board, communicated to them the substance of the report which he had received from Volusenus, and instructed them how to handle their ships and troops when the landing place should be reached, warning them above all to bear in mind that rapid and irregular movements were of the essence of seamanship, and to be prepared to obey orders on the instant. When he was satisfied that all understood what was required of them, he sent them back to their ships. Between 3 and 4 in the afternoon the infantry transports arrived, and although Caesar does not expressly say so, it seems reasonable to assume that he communicated with their officers as well. Between 4 and 5 the stream, which, for about 6 hours, had been running down the channel, turned towards the east, and, as the wind was now blowing from a favorable quarter, Caesar gave the signal to weigh anchor. A few minutes later galleys, transports, and smaller craft with all sail set were running in an extended line past the foreland, while the British chariots and cavalry, followed by their infantry, were hurrying across country to intercept them. In about an hour the armada was off the coast between Walmer and Deal, heading straight for the shore, and while the galleys were held ready for emergencies, the transports were run aground. Caesar now saw crowding upon him the troubles that were due to his lack of preparation. All along the beach, a multitude of painted warriors, with long mustaches and hair streaming over their shoulders, were drawn up ready for action. The transports were immovable in water so deep that the men, crowding in the bows, shrank from plunging in, And when some of them overcame their hesitation, they found themselves staggering and slipping, overweighted by their armor and encumbered by the shields on their left arms and the javelins which they grasped in their right hands. While the Britons, standing securely on the beach, and the charioteers, driving their trained horses into the sea, harassed them with missiles to which they could not reply. Old soldiers as they were, they felt unnerved by difficulties which they had never encountered before. Caesar promptly sent the galleys to the rescue. Driven through the water at their utmost speed, they were ranged on the right flank of the enemy, who, alarmed by the long, low, rakish hulls, the like of which they had never seen, and distracted by the measured stroke of the oars, suddenly found themselves assailed by slingers and archers and enfiladed by strange artillery. Unable to use their shields unless they changed front, they ceased to press their attack, stood still, and presently began to give ground. But few of the legionaries had yet ventured to enter the water, and the rest still hesitated to take advantage of the respite. Then the standard-bearer of the 10th Legion, calling upon the gods for aid, turned to his comrades and cried, "Leap down, men, unless you wish to abandon the eagle to the enemy. I, at all events, shall have done my duty to my country and my general." Springing overboard, he advanced alone, holding the eagle above his head. The men plucked up courage, and calling upon one another not to bring the legion to shame, leaped all together from the bows. Encouraged by their example, the men in the nearest vessels followed, and the fight became general. But the advantage was still with the defenders. The galleys could not be everywhere at once. The Romans, though they could not get firm foothold, tried hard to keep their ranks and follow their respective standard-bearers, but they soon lost all formation. As men entered the sea from one ship or another, they attached themselves in bewilderment to any standard they came across. And the enemy on the shore, whenever they saw a few legionaries dropping one by one into the water, drove their horses in, and surrounded and attacked them before they could join their comrades, while others planted themselves on the exposed flank of a disordered, unsupported group, and showered missiles into their midst. Jarring with the shouts of the disciplined soldiers, resounded the harsh Celtic yell, the clangor of the Celtic trumpet, and invocations uttered in strange language to strange gods. Caesar now manned his scouts and the boats belonging to the galleys, and sent them in different directions to assist all who were overmatched. Gradually, the foremost bodies of legionaries fought their way on to the beach. The rest followed quickly. Side-note: Caesar's victory indecisive owing to want of cavalry. In support, and now closing their ranks and drawing their swords, they charged the enemy with exultant cries and put them to flight. Want of cavalry, however, made it impossible to complete the victory. It was now near sunset. The site which Volusenus had noted for the camp was close to the sea, and while fatigue parties were sent out to cut wood and the outposts took up their appointed places, the rest of the troops fell to work with pick and shovel along the lines which had been marked out for them. The galleys were hauled up on the beach, but the transports were necessarily left at anchor. Until the cavalry should arrive, it would not be prudent to venture into the interior, and we may suppose that a galley was sent back to the port of Ambleteuse to inform their captains about the landing place for which they were to steer. It would seem that the resistance which the Britons had opposed to the disembarkation was purely local, and that no defensive league had been organized. The men of East Kent were disheartened by failure, and on the next day sent envoys to sue for peace. Some days before, when Camillus had just landed and was formally communicating Caesar's mandate to the chiefs, he had been arrested and imprisoned. The envoys, who brought him with them, begged Caesar to pardon this outrage, for which they said the ignorant rabble were responsible. He replied that their countrymen had made an unprovoked attack upon his army, although they had spontaneously sent an embassy to Gaul to proffer submission, but he promised to accept their excuses on condition of their giving hostages. Part of the required number were handed over there, and then, the envoys promising that the rest, who would have to be fetched from considerable distances, should be brought within a few days. The Britons who had fought at Walmer were ordered by their leaders to return home, and within the next few days, tribal chiefs arrived from various districts and formally surrendered. On the morning of the 30th of August, the long-looked-for cavalry transports were descried in the offing. They had sailed from Ambleteuse with a light breeze, but as they were approaching the British coast, a sudden gale prevented them from keeping on their course. Some, wrote Caesar, were carried back to the point from which they had started, while the others were swept down in great peril to the lower and more westerly part of the island. They anchored notwithstanding, but as they were becoming waterlogged, they were forced to stand out to sea in the face of night and make for the continent. The brief sentences tell a tale which cannot be mistaken. The ships which were swept down past the Foreland and the Dover cliffs scudded before the northeasterly gale. And, although they were evidently in no danger of being driven ashore, they were in great peril because only the most watchful steering could prevent them from broaching to. If a heavy sea struck the stern, it might swing the vessel round, and in a moment she would be overset and founder. The ships which were carried back to the point from which they had started were, of course, handled differently. A sailing vessel, caught by a gale, must either run before the wind or lie to. With these vessels, the latter course was adopted. Carrying only just enough sail to keep them steady, they were laid to on the port tack. And once they had drifted past Cape Grisnez into comparatively sheltered water, they were able to stand in for the shore and make the port of Ambleteuse. Not one of the 18 vessels, not a single man among their crews, was lost. And this fact, which Caesar was careful to record, bears witness to the skillful seamanship of the Gauls. But on the shores of East Kent, the gale was still raging, and the moon that shone out that night through the fleeting clouds was at the full. Caesar's officers, and, it would seem, Caesar himself were ignorant of the connection between tide and moon. But if he had ever had leisure to study the writings of Pythias or of Posidonius, he would have known what he might expect. His Gallic pilots indeed could certainly have enlightened him, and there will always remain a doubt whether he did not know more than he chose to admit. It was high water about an hour before midnight, and the seas that came rushing over the shingle before the northeast wind rose as high as a spring tide. The galleys which had been hauled up, as Caesar supposed, above high water mark were swept by the waves. The transports were driven ashore. Soldiers and crews could only look helplessly on. Several vessels were totally wrecked, and the rest lost their anchors, cables, and other tackle. No provision had been made against the chance of such a disaster, and the tools and materials that were needed for repairs were on the other side of the channel. The whole army was seized with panic. Men asked one another how they were to subsist when they had no grain, and how they were to get back to Gaul when there were no ships to carry them. The British chiefs who were still in the camp saw their opportunity. The coincidence of the shipwreck with the full moon was a good omen. They knew that Caesar had no supplies, and although they did not know exactly the strength of his force, they saw that his camp was very small and concluded that his troops were correspondingly few. Besides, his want of cavalry would place him at a disadvantage. Accordingly, they determined to recall their tribesmen, to prevent the Romans from getting supplies, and to harass them by an irregular warfare, in the hope that they would be able to starve them out, or at any rate prevent them from re-embarking until wintry weather should have set in. One by one, they moved away from the camp without attracting observation. Meanwhile, Caesar was doing his best to retrieve the disaster, and although the chiefs managed to keep their plans secret, he suspected that they meant mischief. Moreover, the hostages who were still due did not arrive. The crops were ripe, and troops were detailed every day to get corn. A galley was sent back to Gaul to fetch everything that was required for repairing the ships. 12 of them were so badly damaged that it was impossible to patch them up even for one voyage, but their timbers and bronze were utilized for the repair of the rest. All the legionaries who had any knowledge of carpentry or metalworking were employed as shipwrights, and worked with such good will that within a few days the fleet had been made tolerably seaworthy. All this time natives were daily passing in and out of the camp, and no one in the Roman army suspected that trouble was brewing. At a considerable distance from Walmer there was a wood, close to which was a field of standing corn. Everywhere else the crops had been already cut, and to this spot the 7th Legion was dispatched. The officer who commanded it neglected to send out scouts, and the troops laid aside their arms and went to work securely with their reaping hooks. It is true that the only cavalry were Camillus's 30 retainers, but they might have done good service. It would seem that even the ordinary precaution of keeping some of the cohorts under arms was neglected. Suddenly, the enemy's chariots and cavalry emerged from the wood and swept down upon the unarmed and scattered reapers. The chariots careered at full gallop all over the field, the warriors who stood beside the drivers hurling javelins or slinging stones at the legionaries as they were running to seize their arms, and intimidating them, as Caesar said, by the mere terror inspired by their horses and the clatter of the wheels. Presently the drivers passed into the intervals between the troops of their supporting cavalry. Horsemen and charioteers charged together. And while the warriors leaped from their chariots and fought as infantry, the drivers moved off to a safe distance, ready to receive them in case they were hard-pressed. Meanwhile, 2 cohorts were on guard, as usual, outside the gates of the camp, and some of their number reported to Caesar that an unusual amount of dust was rising in the direction in which the 7th had gone. His suspicions were aroused, and ordering the 2 cohorts to accompany him, 2 others to take their places, and the remaining cohorts of the 10th Legion to leave their work arm and follow him immediately, he marched towards the cornfield. He had advanced some little distance before he came in sight of the legionaries, who were evidently unable to hold their own. Huddled together in a small space, with ranks disordered, they were surrounded by cavalry and charioteers, missiles flying into them from every side. Caesar was just in time. When the enemy saw reinforcements approaching, they suspended their attack, and the 7th recovered from their panic. But if the enemy had no mind to renew the combat, Caesar did not feel able, without cavalry and with only 2 legions, one of which had just been so roughly handled, to strike an effective blow. The moment, he afterwards explained, was not favorable for challenging the enemy and forcing on a battle. Accordingly, he contented himself with maintaining his ground, and, after a short interval, withdrew both legions into camp. The tribesmen who had not yet rejoined their chiefs were on the way, but during the next few days, stormy weather prevented the Romans from going out of camp and the enemy from attacking them. Such was Caesar's statement, and it is not difficult to fathom his meaning. He would not attack a mobile enemy whom it was difficult to bring to action, but preferred to wait until they should attack him on his own ground before his impregnable camp. On the other hand, the ground was so miry that for the time their chariots could not act. The Kentish chiefs, however, were not idle. Messengers scoured the country, assured all who still remained passive that the Roman army was contemptible, and urged them to seize the opportunity of plundering their camp and securing their own independence forever. A large body of horse and foot speedily assembled and advanced towards the coast. If they had been commanded by one skillful leader and had adhered to the simple plan of harassing the Romans when they were endeavoring to embark, they might have achieved something. But they were a mere aggregate of tribal levies under tribal chiefs, and greed and impatience worked their ruin. The one thought that troubled Caesar was that their speed would enable them to escape the consequences of defeat. Side note, the Britons, attempting to rush Caesar's camp, are defeated with heavy loss. Made a wild attack upon the camp, and the legions, which were drawn up outside, of course scattered them. Camillus's horse were of some slight service in the pursuit, and the legionaries, who exerted themselves to the utmost, killed many of the fugitives and burned all the buildings which they had time to reach. Side note, Caesar compelled by the approach of the equinox to return to Gaul. This success came just in time to enable Caesar to leave Britain with some show of credit. His departure could not be postponed. It was about the middle of September, the dreaded equinox was near, and, with his unsound ships, he would need a fine night for the voyage. He must therefore have been relieved when, on the very day of their defeat, the chiefs sent envoys to sue for peace. He ordered them to find twice as many hostages as he had demanded before, and, as he could not wait for them, the chiefs were to send them in their own or the merchants' vessels to Gaul. Before he embarked, he may have personally reconnoitred the coast north of Walmer. Anyhow, he decided that, when he returned in the following year, his best landing place would be the sandy flats between Sandown and Sandwich, where, as we have seen, the seaward slope was gentler than that of the Walmer shingle. But otherwise, the objects for which he had undertaken the expedition had not been attained. The time for preparation had been too short. Owing to the excessive draft of the transports, the disembarkation had entailed unnecessary loss. By neglecting to bring over supplies, Caesar had exposed the 7th Legion to the risk of a defeat which would have been calamitous, while the unfortunate absence of the cavalry had made it impossible to obtain any information about the nature of the country, and had weakened the effect of the final victory. The troops were embarked without opposition, and taking advantage of a fair breeze, Caesar set sail just after midnight. The side note, 2 transports failed to make the Portus Itius, the troops whom they carried attacked by the Morini. Fleet reached the opposite coast safely. but two of the transports, which perhaps were in worse condition than the rest, kept a little too far out to sea, and, failing to make the mouth of the Lion, drifted a few miles further down the coast and reached land somewhere north of the mouth of Canche. The soldiers who had disembarked from them, numbering about 300, were marching northward to join their comrades when they were intercepted and attacked by a band of the Morini, who belonged to one of the clans which had submitted a few weeks before. As the Romans were considerably outnumbered, they were obliged to form in a square, and, hearing the shouts of the combatants, large numbers flocked to join in the attack. The 300 defended themselves with vigor, and 4 hours later, when Caesar's cavalry came to the rescue, they were still unbeaten. The assailants speedily dispersed, but next day Labienus marched against them with the 2 legions which had just returned from Britain, and almost all were taken prisoners. Titurius and Cotta, with the other legions, had been punishing the Menapii. Finding that they had taken refuge in their forests, they mercilessly ravaged the open country, cutting the corn and burning the hamlets. Thus, when the legions went into winter quarters in the country of the Belgae, Caesar might feel that in the ensuing summer his base of operations would be secure. "Thither," he wrote dryly, 2 British tribes and no more sent hostages, the rest neglected to do so. When Caesar's dispatches reached the Senate, they ordered, sidenote, Thanksgiving service at Rome for Caesar's success. A Thanksgiving service of 20 days to be held in honor his exploits. No one who is versed in Roman literature and gifted with historical imagination will regard the decree as ironical. For Caesar's countrymen may well have felt that he had opened the way for the conquest of a new world. Chapter 7. Caesar's second invasion of Britain. Caesar had learned the lessons which failure had taught. Sidenote, Caesar builds a fleet for a second expedition. In the winter he was obliged, as usual, to go to Cisalpine Gaul, partly in order to discharge judicial and administrative business, partly to safeguard his own political interests in Italy. Before he left Belgium, he ordered his generals to employ the legions in repairing the old ships and building a new fleet for the second expedition. He drew up minute instructions for their guidance. 2,000 cavalry horses, besides transport cattle, were to be conveyed across the Channel. And, as the campaign would probably be protracted, it would be impossible to leave all the heavy baggage behind, and imprudent to trust again for supplies to the resources of the country. The ships were to be somewhat shallower than those which were commonly used in the Mediterranean in order to facilitate the work of loading and to enable them to be hauled up on the shore. On the other hand, to make room for troops and freight, they were to be rather broader in the beam. Their low freeboard would admit of their being constructed for rowing as well as sailing. And Caesar, who had noticed that the waves in the channel were comparatively small, thought that it would involve no danger. But this shallowness, combined with unusual breadth, entailed a disadvantage which he had perhaps not foreseen. It would cause the vessels, unless the wind were right aft or on the quarter, to make a great deal of leeway. It was of course impossible to build such a large flotilla in one port. Some of the ships were to be constructed in the mouth of the Seine, others doubtless in the Portus Itius itself, others probably in the Canche, the Authie, and the Somme, possibly even on the Marne, far from the seacoast. The legionaries were ill provided with appliances for shipbuilding, but they might be trusted to do their best, and the tackle necessary for rigging and equipping the fleet was to be imported from Spain. The cost of the expedition would be very heavy, but Caesar was amassing wealth for himself and his lieutenants by plundering Gaul, and he certainly hoped to do more in Britain than recover his expenses. News of these preparations must of course have flown swiftly across the Channel, but it is hardly surprising that the British chieftains did not take advantage of the time that was given them to mature a scheme of defense. Cassivellaunus was still intent on self-aggrandizement, and in the struggle with his neighbors, the Trinovantes, he slew. Sidenote, Mandubracius flees from Britain and takes refuge with Caesar. Their king, whose son, Mandubracius, contrived to escape, took ship for Gaul, and presented himself the first of a series of British exiles who invited Roman interference in Caesar's camp. The exact date of his flight cannot be given. It is sufficient to know that he was with Caesar when the time arrived for the Roman army to embark. Caesar did not start for Italy until the middle of November, and after he had fulfilled the civil duties which awaited him in Cisalpine Gaul, he was obliged to travel to the further shore of the Adriatic in order to punish a tribe which had been making devastating raids upon Illyricum. In the early spring, he was again in Cisalpine Gaul, clearing off arrears of work and preparing to recross the Alps. Cicero, for whom he had an unfeigned admiration, and whom he was always endeavoring to conciliate, was now upon the best of terms with him. And his correspondence throws a ray of light upon the hopes which had been awakened in Italy by the preparations for a fresh expedition to Britain. Caesar was of course beset with letters of recommendation written by public men on behalf of friends who hoped to acquire riches in Gaul or Britain, and Cicero wrote one, as he alone knew how to write, begging him to do something for a young lawyer named Trebatius, who was destined to achieve distinction as a jurist. Caesar, however pressed with business he might be, received all such applications, when they came from men whom he cared to conciliate, with good humor. "Just as I was speaking," wrote Cicero, "to our friend Balbus at my house, a letter from you was handed to me, at the end of which you say, 'Rufus, whom you recommend to me, I will make king of Gaul. Send me someone else to provide for. I therefore send you Trebatius.'" The confiding lawyer wanted to make a fortune without having to work for it, but Cicero banteringly told him to moderate his expectations. "I hear," he wrote, "there is no gold or silver in Britain. If so, I advise you to capture a war chariot and come back in it as soon as you can." He ended his letter by telling Trebatius that if he wished to cultivate Caesar's friendship, he must take the trouble to make himself useful. Caesar bestowed upon him the rank of tribune, exempting him from military duty, for which he was manifestly unfit. But after a short experience of camp life, he made up his mind that the expedition would involve more hardship than profit, and preferred to remain in Gaul. But Caesar had gained another adherent who turned out a real soldier. Quintus Cicero, the orator's younger brother, had consented to serve on his staff as a legatus, or general of division. And a few words from a letter in which this consent is alluded to illustrate the gracious tact which helped Caesar to gain adherents. "Caesar," writes Marcus Cicero to his brother, "has written to Balbus that the little bundle of letters in which mine and Balbus' were packed was so saturated with rain when it was delivered to him that he was not even aware that there was one from me." However, he had made out a few words of Balbus', to which he replied as follows: "I see you have written something about Cicero, which I have not deciphered, but as far as I could guess, it was of a kind that I might wish, but hardly hope to be true." On the 30th of April, Quintus was with Sidenote, Cicero's hopes and fears about the second British expedition. Caesar at Blandino, a small town near Placentia. Marcus knew of course that Quintus was to accompany the expedition to Britain, and he indulged the fancy that Caesar's exploits would furnish him with a theme for a heroic poem. "Only give me Britain," he wrote to Quintus, "to paint in colors supplied by you, but with my own brush." But he must have soon received discouraging news, for early in June he wrote to Atticus, "The result of the British expedition is a source of anxiety, for it is notorious that the approaches to the island are ramparted by astonishing masses of cliff, and besides, it is now known that there isn't a pennyweight of silver in the island, nor any hope of loot except from slaves, and I don't suppose you expect any of them to be a scholar or a musician." By this time, Caesar and his new lieutenant, having posted across Gaul at the rate of 50 miles a day or more, must have reached the country of the Belgae. And there is no more conclusive proof of the hold which he had already obtained upon the Gallic tribes than the fact that he was able to count, as securely as in Italy, upon finding horses ready for each successive stage. He immediately proceeded to inspect the various shipyards, near which the troops were encamped, and was well satisfied with the manner in which his instructions had been executed. "Thanks," he wrote, "to the extraordinary energy of the troops, and in spite of the extreme deficiency of resources, about 600 vessels of the class specified and 28 ships of war had been built, and would probably be ready for launching in a few days." Caesar, who knew the stimulating power of discriminative praise, bestowed hearty commendation upon officers and men, and gave orders that the ships, as soon as they were ready for sea, should all assemble in the Portus Itius. For this purpose, he detached an adequate number of troops. Meanwhile, his presence was urgently required in the country of the Treveri, a powerful tribe who inhabited parts of Luxembourg and Rhenish Prussia, and whose name survives in that of the modern Treves. A squadron of cavalry furnished by this people had served on his side in the battle with the Nervii, and had deserted in a body at a moment when it seemed that he was doomed to defeat. Since that day, the Treveri had refused to send representatives to attend the councils of Gallic magnates which he periodically convened, and he was now informed that they were making overtures to the Germans. Unless he recalled them to obedience, it was more than probable that while he was absent in Britain, Gauls and Germans would raise a rebellion in his rear. Accordingly, he marched against the malcontents with 4 lightly equipped legions and 800 cavalry. Fortunately for him, the Treveri were not unanimous. 2 rival leaders, Indutiomarus and Cingetorix, were struggling for supremacy. Cingetorix at once threw in his lot with Caesar and gave him full information of all that was going on. Indutiomarus began to raise levies and prepared to resist, but finding that most of his fellow chieftains were going over to the stronger side, he sent envoys to Caesar and endeavored to explain away his conduct. Unwilling to lose time, Caesar feigned to accept his excuses and contented himself with taking hostages for his good behavior. Side note, returning to the Portus Itius, he finds fleet and army assembled. It was near the middle of June when he returned to the camp on the Lion. More than 800 vessels of all sorts were in the harbor, including numerous small craft, constructed by rich officers who desired to make the voyage in comfort, by merchants who had dealings with the troops, or by adventurers who, we may suppose, had been attracted by stories of the wealth of Britain. But 60 of Caesar's ships had encountered contrary winds and failed to arrive. The entire Roman army, comprising 8 legions, perhaps about 35,000 men, besides slingers, archers, and 4,000 Gallic cavalry, were assembled on the spot. The notables from all the tribes had also repaired. Side note, he resolves to take Gallic chiefs of doubtful fidelity as hostages to Britain, thither in obedience to Caesar's summons. He was aware that there was much smoldering discontent among them, and he intended to take all but the few on whose fidelity he could depend as hostages across the Channel. Among these was one whose name, as written by Caesar, was Dumnorix, and whose coins, bearing the legend Dubnorax, still testify to the authority which he exercised. He was the most powerful chieftain of the Aedui, the most powerful Gallic tribe, whose territories, corresponding with the Nivernais and western Burgundy, gave access to all parts of northern and western Gaul. Who, from the time when the legions first entered Transalpine Gaul, had borne the honorary title of friends and allies of the Roman people, and whom it had been Caesar's constant policy to treat with special favor. Dumnorix was the leader of the anti-Roman faction, which existed in this, as in almost every other Gallic tribe. He was a man of boundless ambition, the vehemence of whose character was out of all proportion with his judgment. He had amassed great wealth, which enabled him to maintain an army of retainers, and he had great influence not only with the lower orders in his own country, but also with the Gauls of every tribe who wished to rid themselves of the Roman dominion. For the last 4 years, his intrigues had caused anxiety to Caesar. He had been secretly in league with the Helvetian invaders at the time when Caesar marched to encounter them, and in the early part of the campaign, his own brother, the famous Druid Diviciacus, as well as the chief magistrate of his own tribe, had advised Caesar to beware of him. At that time, Caesar had not felt sufficiently secure in his new position to punish him. He had simply given him a severe reprimand and a stern warning, but had ever since employed spies to watch his movements. It was now reported that Dumnorix had announced in the Aeduan tribal council that Caesar intended to make him king, and that the announcement had been received with alarm and indignation. There are writers who believe that Caesar had really offered him the throne in order to purchase his support, but it is hardly credible that he would have made such a gross miscalculation, and there is more reason in concluding that Dumnorix had spread a false report in order to estrange the loyal Aeduans from Caesar's side. At all events, he was irreconcilable, and he determined that to Britain he would not go. He began by imploring Caesar to allow him to remain behind, pleading that he was not accustomed to the sea and dreaded it, and insisting that he was debarred by religious obligations from leaving the continent. Finding Caesar obdurate, he approached his brother chieftains and adjured them to join him in refusing to go, assuring them that Caesar only wanted to get them out of Gaul in order that he might safely put them to death. Caesar did his utmost to keep him quiet, at the same time informing himself through his agents of all that he said and did. Meanwhile, the fleet was lying idle in the harbor. All the preparations were complete, but continuous northwesterly winds made it impossible to sail, and we may safely presume that the troops, who might be required to row the transports, were employed in learning to use their oars. The two Ciceros were in constant correspondence, and the elder brother was impatiently waiting for the announcement that the campaign had begun. On the 2nd of July, he wrote to Atticus, "Judging from my brother Quintus's letter, I imagine that by this time he is in Britain. I am anxiously waiting for news of his movements." The fleet had been weatherbound then for about 3 weeks, and the chief of Caesar's commissariat, who succeeded in feeding 40,000 men for so long a period in an unfriendly country, must have possessed rare powers of organization. At length the wind shifted, and infantry and cavalry began to embark. Suddenly, while every man in the force had his thoughts concentrated on the work in hand, Caesar received news that Dumnorix and his Aeduan troopers had gone. Instantly he stopped the embarkation, and a strong detachment of cavalry was soon riding in pursuit with orders to bring Dumnorix back, or, if he resisted, to kill him on the spot. For, as Caesar afterwards said, he thought that a man who disregarded his authority when he was present would not behave rationally in his absence. Side note, the fate of Dumnorix. Adjuring his retainers to be true to him, Dumnorix resisted desperately, but he was surrounded and slain, passionately crying with his last breath that he was a free man and a citizen of a free country. It was about the 6th of July, probably the day after this episode, when the embarkation took place. Camillus, still friendly to Rome, was to accompany the expedition, as well as Mandubratius, the Trinovantian prince who had placed himself under Caesar's protection. The slaughter of Dumnorix, following the temporary submission of Indutiamaris, had relieved Caesar from imminent danger. But he knew that to keep a hold on the half-subdued and restless peoples whom he was leaving behind would require all the ability of his ablest lieutenant. And there are indications in his narrative that he hoped, if all went well, to winter in Britain, and thus to find time not merely to deter the Britons from combining with the Gauls, but to conquer the southeastern part of the country. Labienus therefore remained in charge of the camp and port with 3 legions and 2,000 cavalry. He was to keep the expeditionary force supplied with corn, ascertain all that was passing in Gaul, and act on his own discretion according to circumstances. Among the divisional commanders that accompanied Caesar was Gaius Trebonius, an intimate friend of Marcus Cicero, who, 2 years before, had proposed, in the interests of the triumvirate, the law by which the province of Syria was assigned to Crassus and the 2 provinces of Spain to Pompey. Late in the afternoon, all was ready for the start, the flotilla lying moored in the harbor with 5 legions and 2,000 cavalry on board. The ebb stream was running slowly down the coast. Towards sunset the hawsers were cast off, and the ship steered north by west before a light southwesterly wind. The moon was invisible, but at that time of the year there is no real night in these latitudes. And perhaps, as in the preceding year, each vessel hoisted a lantern when the twilight waned. About 10 o'clock the stream began to run up the channel, and for a time the vessels made good progress. By midnight the leading division was not far off the South Foreland, and somewhere near what is now the southern end of the Goodwin Sands. But it is probable that in steering, sufficient allowance had not been made for the current, and that the shallow flat-bottomed vessels had already drifted to leeward away from their true course. And now the wind, which had been gradually dying down, almost entirely dropped, only retaining side note. The fleet drifts northeastward out of its course. Just sufficient force to give steerage way. Borne along by a rapid flood, the armada drifted into the North Sea, and about 3:15, when day broke, Caesar descried the white cliffs of Kingstown and the South Foreland receding on the port quarter. Right opposite, but hardly discernible, was the low coast on which he had landed in the previous year. We may assume that when he saw where he was drifting, he anchored for a time. Presently the stream ceased to run up the channel, and, after a few minutes, slack water, the ebb set in. The Romans had a system of naval signaling, and either by this means or by oral instructions conveyed from vessel to vessel, the order was given to go about and run down channel with the stream. The soldiers on board the transports got out their oars. For some time their work was easy, but when, not far from the spot where the South Sand Head light vessel is now moored, the ship's heads were turned in the direction of Sandwich, they encountered a cross-current setting towards the southwest. Although the transports were heavily laden, they toiled with an energy which earned Caesar's warm admiration. And actually, side note, the landing place between Sandown Castle and Sandwich, reached by rowing, succeeded in keeping up with the galleys. About noon, the whole fleet had reached the landing place, but no enemy was to be seen, and in the course of the day, a galley was speeding back across the channel with one of Caesar's couriers on board, who carried, besides other dispatches, a letter in which Quintus Cicero informed his brother that all was well. Side note, leaving the fleet at anchor in charge of a brigade, Caesar marches against the Britons. While the troops and baggage were being disembarked, Caesar chose a site for his camp, perhaps on the slight eminence near the village of Worth. Some prisoners were soon brought in by the cavalry and questioned. They stated that their countrymen had assembled in large numbers to oppose the landing, but that, on observing the huge size of the armada, they had abandoned the shore and retreated to higher ground inland. Caesar determined to march against them that very night, and accordingly accepted the risk of not hauling his ships up on shore, an operation which would have consumed valuable time. He had not forgotten the disaster of the previous year. But, as the shore where he now left the ships at anchor was not only perfectly open, but sloped very gently seaward, he felt little anxiety for their safety. He mentioned this fact in his memoirs with an emphasis which suggests that he wished to deprecate professional criticism. Moreover, the storm which had wrought such havoc before had occurred on the night of a full moon. The moon was now new, and it may be doubted whether Caesar had studied the writings of the Greek astronomers or consulted the pilots, from whom he would have learned that the tides at new and at full moon are virtually identical. 10 cohorts selected from the various legions, or about 4,000 men, and 300 cavalry were left, under the command of an officer named Quintus Atrius, to protect the fleet. Soon after midnight, Caesar set out against the enemy. We may presume that he had sent a troop of cavalry in the afternoon to reconnoiter, but he must have trusted to his prisoners for information as to the whereabouts of the British force. It was posted on high ground overlooking Durovernum, the village which stood upon the site of Canterbury, and which the Romans afterwards linked by a system of roads with their settlements at London, Reculver, Richborough, Dover, and Stutfall near West Hythe. The general direction of Caesar's march is indicated by the road which runs across the gently undulating and somewhat featureless country between Sandwich and Canterbury. He had advanced about 11 miles when, in the early morning, he descried the enemy's cavalry and charioteers descending from high ground towards the left bank of the Stour. The spot where he encountered them must have been somewhere between Sturry on the east of Canterbury and Thannington on the west, and military experts who know the country will probably conclude that it was near the latter. The enemy had doubtless attempted to occupy the whole range of low hills which closes the valley of the Stour between these 2 points, prepared to oppose the legions wherever they might attempt to cross. It would seem, however, that their resistance was comparatively feeble, perhaps because they were surprised, and, having needlessly strung out their forces, were unable to concentrate in time. Caesar, side note, forces the passage of the Stour near Canterbury, may have sent a detachment to turn their position. Anyhow, they were driven from the banks after a combat which he recorded in a single sentence. Retreating to the higher ground, they took up their position in a stronghold situated in the midst of woods, probably the earthwork, about 1.5 miles west of Canterbury, through which runs the Pilgrims' Way, and within which, as we have seen, have been discovered iron implements and weapons of pre-Roman age. The legions, pressing after them, found the entrances blocked by abatis, and when they attempted to force their way in, the Britons, issuing from the woods in small groups, assailed them with showers of missiles. It would appear from Caesar's narrative that the rampart, or at least a part of it, extended along the edge of the wood. The 7th Legion was selected for the assault. Advancing in a dense column, with shields close locked over their heads, they shot earth or fascines into the ditch so as to form a causeway flush with the top of the rampart, and it may be conjectured that the work was performed by men who advanced between the files under the protection of their comrades' uplifted shields. Side note, and storms a fort to which they had retreated. In this way, the entrenchment, which, like all the British forts that Caesar saw, was weaker than the great strongholds of western Britain, was speedily captured with small loss, and the Britons were expelled from the woods. The legionaries followed up their success, but Caesar soon stopped the pursuit. He was afraid to run the risk of letting his troops get entangled in a wooded country, of the intricacies of which he was ignorant. And, as it was late in the afternoon, he was obliged to utilize the remaining hours of daylight for the construction of his camp. Early next morning, he dispatched his cavalry in 3 columns, each supported by a strong body of infantry, to hunt down the fugitives. The pursuers had advanced a considerable distance from the camp, the rearguard being still in sight, when some troopers rode up to Caesar with a note from Atreus. A storm had arisen on the previous night. The ships had parted from their anchors, collided with one another, and almost all been dashed ashore and damaged. Side note, but is forced to recall them by news that many of his ships had been wrecked. Caesar sent gallopers to recall the pursuing columns and order them to march back to the coast, defending themselves, if necessary, against a counterattack, and started in person for the scene of the wreck. When he arrived, he found that Atreus's report was accurate. About 40 ships were totally destroyed, but after inspecting the rest, he saw that it would be possible to repair them. In the course of the day, the legions arrived. The men who had enlisted as skilled craftsmen were segregated and set to work, and galleys were sent to Labienus with a letter in which he was ordered to dispatch gangs of shipwrights from his 3 legions and to employ the rest of the men in building new. Side note: he beaches the ships, constructs a naval camp, and repairs damaged vessels. Caesar reluctantly concluded that the only way of preventing another disaster was to have all the ships hauled up on land out of reach of the highest spring tides. They were doubtless moved in the usual way, by capstans over greased logs, which the Romans called phalangi. And then, in order to secure them against attack, an earthwork was thrown up round them and connected with the existing camp. The amount of labor which these operations entailed was enormous, but there were some 20,000 willing workers, and by employing them in relays all day and all night, Caesar was able to complete the task in about 10 days. The repairs, of course, required a longer time. This second shipwreck was a calamity of which the mere loss in ships formed the smallest part. It changed the course of the campaign. Why had not Caesar restrained his eagerness to close with the enemy and employed every available man in beaching the vessels which he had constructed with that very aim? Granted that it might not have been possible to complete even the mere work of dragging them all out of reach of the waves before the storm began, he would still have done right in not presuming upon the favor of fortune. Nobody knew better how necessary it is, especially in making war upon a half-civilized enemy, to complete all preparations, even at the cost of delay, before opening the campaign, so as to lose not a moment in following up an initial success, and to give fugitives no time to recover from their demoralization. Less than 2 days after he set foot in Britain, he had dealt the enemy a succession of heavy blows, and the game was in his hands when all that he had done was undone by his own carelessness. Britons saw Romans in full retreat and concluded that they were not invincible. Side note: Caesar again marches towards Canterbury. Cassivellaunus elected commander-in-chief of the Britons. By the time when the naval camp was finished, the season was far advanced. It was near the end of the 3rd week in July when Caesar was able to renew his campaign. The Britons had made good use of their respite. The tribes had suspended their feuds. Cassivellaunus had been called upon by a general assembly of notables to undertake the chief command with full powers, and a large force composed of contingents from all, or almost all, the cantons of the southeastern district had marched to join the men of East Kent. We may doubt whether the Trinovantes had not held aloof, but if they had been forced to join the league, they were half-hearted. It is certain that, before Caesar had been long in the island, they sent envoys, promising submission and begging him to send Mandubracius back to them as their ruler, and to protect him against Cassivellaunus. He allowed Mandubracius to depart, only stipulating that the Trinovantes should give him 40 hostages and provide grain for his army. And readers who can interpret the commentaries will conclude that the embassy was dispatched before he had advanced far into the interior, and doubtless as soon as he had proved his superiority. He left the same force as before, 10 cohorts and 300 cavalry to protect the camp, and marched once more in the direction of Canterbury. As he was approaching the valley of the Stour, the enemy's cavalry and charioteers commenced a fierce running fight with his Gallic cavalry. But they were beaten back at all points and driven to take refuge on the wooded heights near the river. The Gallic cavalry, however, overeager to pursue, and getting entangled in ground which was unknown to them, suffered considerable loss. And soon afterwards, while the legionaries, careless of danger, were engaged in entrenching their camp, the enemy suddenly swooped down upon the cohort on guard and began to overpower it. Caesar had not yet learned due respect for his enemy. Otherwise, he would have kept a much more powerful force, as he had done on a similar occasion in Gaul, to protect the working parties. He sent 2 cohorts, however, to support the struggling guard and cut off the retreat of the assailants. These reinforcements were separated from one another by a narrow interval. The men who composed them, and who had not served in the preceding year, were unnerved by the novel tactics of the charioteers, and the enemy boldly rushed through the interval and got back to the main body unhurt. Several additional cohorts, accompanied by cavalry, were sent to retrieve the situation. The combat was clearly visible from the camp, and Caesar saw that his troops, who had so often routed their continental enemies, were at a serious disadvantage. The Britons fought not in close order but in small groups, separated by wide intervals, and when these were tired, their places were taken by reserves. Whenever a group was hard-pressed by the legionaries, the men who composed it ran away. The Romans, weighted by their heavy armor, were ineffective in pursuit. And besides, accustomed as they were to fight in compact masses, they and their officers naturally failed to adapt themselves to new conditions. Again, when the Gallic cavalry charged the charioteers, the latter drove rapidly away, and as soon as they had withdrawn their assailants from the support of the legions, the warriors leaped to the ground, and, supported by their own cavalry, fought as infantry, with the odds in their favor. A tribune named Quintus Laberius Durus was killed. But at length, the reinforcements which Caesar sent up succeeded in beating back the Britons, or at all events deterring them for the moment from renewing their attack. All this time Caesar was doubtless fighting to gain the line of the road or trackway by which he would have to march westward into the interior of Britain and assail the dominions of Cassivellaunus. But it was of course out of the question to begin his march until he had inflicted a crushing defeat upon the allies, and, as he saw now, their game was to avoid a general action. On the following day, however, a chance presented itself. In the morning, the enemy, who had taken up a position on the heights at some distance from the Roman camp, moved down, as before, in scattered groups and began to assail the cavalry outposts, but with somewhat diminished vigor. The outposts fell back, and presently the whole of the cavalry were sent out, along with 3 of the legions, under Gaius Trebonius, on a foraging expedition. Part of the force proceeded to cut grass, while the rest remained drawn up in support. Suddenly, the enemy rushed down from all points on the foragers, and, made reckless by success, did not even hesitate, as Caesar wrote, to attack the ordered ranks of the legions. The Romans charged them fiercely, and took ample revenge for the previous day. The Britons were driven from the field, hotly pursued by Trebonius and his men, until the Gallic cavalry, relying upon the support of the legions, which still followed as closely as they could, hunted them in headlong rout, cutting them down in numbers and never giving them a chance of rallying. Not even the charioteers could get a moment's respite, or dared to dismount and turn upon their pursuers. This defeat was decisive. The tribal levies of foot at once dispersed to their homes, and from that time, wrote Caesar, the enemy never encountered us in a general action. Cassivellaunus had learned a lesson which his kinsmen on the other side of the channel were already taking to heart. His undisciplined foot were evidently powerless to contend against the legions on a fair field, and, except behind works, in a strong position, or in attacking small bodies which had been carelessly isolated, they were of little use. The Celtic infantry of the more warlike tribes were not indeed to be despised. The Helvetii with their allies made a stubborn fight against Caesar. The Parisian Confederation under the veteran Camulogenus tested the mettle of Labienus, and the issue of the battle with the Nervii remained long doubtful. But in all these combats, the Celts had a great numerical advantage, and in all they were beaten to the verge of annihilation. Cassivellaunus saw that his object was not to be attained by regular warfare. Moreover, it is certain that, during a prolonged campaign, he would have been unable to feed a large army. But he still had 4,000 charioteers with the cavalry who supported them, and on them he determined to rely. The success with which he had already used them makes us wonder why the continental Celts had abandoned the arm which their insular kinsmen wielded with such effect. Less than a century before Caesar crossed the Alps, chariots had been generally employed in eastern and in central Gaul. Chariots have been found in scores in the great sepulchres of the Iron Age, which have been opened in Burgundy and Champagne, while in the British barrows, their remains are extremely rare. It is evident to every reader of the commentaries that Caesar was at his wits' end to know how to adapt his organization to this strange form of resistance, and it is equally evident that on his own side of the Channel he never encountered it at all. The most satisfactory explanation is to be found in a passage of the commentaries from which we learn that the Gauls spent large sums in buying well-bred horses. Evidently, they discarded chariots for cavalry when they began to import from southern Europe horses which were powerful enough to carry big men and charge with effect. The German cavalry, it is true, had only small underbred cattle, but they were virtually mounted infantry. The British may have been well or ill mounted, but for the most part British horses were no bigger than ponies, able to draw a light car, but not to gallop fast with heavy riders. Still, whoever calls to mind how in the last Samnite War the Gallic chariots routed the Roman cavalry, will perhaps doubt whether the Gauls did well to abandon chariots altogether in favor of mounted troops. Nevertheless, the reader who trusts to his first impressions of Caesar's narrative is prone to exaggerate the successes of the British charioteers. Their object was to break up the formation of their opponents, and this they could only do when carelessness gave them an opening. The punishment which they inflicted upon the 7th Legion was invited by the almost incredible negligence of its commander. The check which Caesar himself suffered in the following year befell an outpost of inadequate strength. In irregular warfare, chariots could cause serious trouble, but the difficulty which Caesar found in dealing with them was partly due to the fact that his army, like all Roman armies, was weak in cavalry and in cavalry of the right kind. If he could have taken to Britain one of those German squadrons, with their attendant light infantry, which so effectively supported him in the war with Vercingetorix, he would have had less trouble in his encounters with the British charioteers. Caesar now marched for the country of Cassivellaunus, who, as he divined, intended thenceforth to wage a guerrilla warfare. The troops must have carried in their wallets rations for several days, drawn from the magazine in the naval camp, for they could not count upon getting supplies from the farms till they reached the territory of the Trinovantes, and we may be sure that Caesar, venturing into an unexplored country and against so troublesome an enemy, dispensed as far as possible with transport. What route he followed is an interesting but perhaps insoluble question. He dismisses the story of the march, which must have occupied nearly a week, in a single sentence, which contains no clue. We know only that he started from the neighborhood of Canterbury and that he crossed the Thames at or not far from Brentford. It is, however, morally certain that he marched either by the trackway on the line of which the Romans of a later period made the great road called Watling Street, which crosses the Medway between Rochester and Strood, or along the southern slope of the Chalk Escarpment, and across the Medway at Aylesford or Halling. All the antiquities of Roman or pre-Roman age that have been discovered in Kent, west of the Maritime Tract, which is bounded by a line drawn from Reculver through Canterbury and Lympne to Romney, have come from sites clustering alongside these routes. That Caesar makes no mention of the Medway has no significance. He must have crossed it somewhere, and it is certain that he crossed many rivers to which he never alluded unless the passage had some tactical or strategical importance. His narrative shows that his object was to inflict the greatest damage possible upon the enemy's homesteads and farms, and we may reasonably suppose that he followed the route, leading through a fertile and populous country, which his successors selected, diverged from it somewhere near Rochester, and thence advanced by way of Bromley. But the matter is of no great consequence. Caesar demands from his readers not only attention and intelligence, but also expert knowledge. But from those who possess these qualifications, he rarely withholds necessary information. When he baffles their curiosity, his silence does not prevent them from understanding what is essential. During a great part of the march, Cassivellaunus dogged the Roman column. Caesar's object was to strike terror and despoil the inhabitants of their chief source of wealth, their flocks and herds. But Cassivellaunus soon taught him a lesson of caution. He succeeded in ascertaining what route the Romans intended to pursue, and sent messengers to warn the inhabitants to drive their cattle into the woods and to fly for refuge thither themselves. Knowing every inch of the country, and having the advantage of superior mobility, he would conceal his force in some wooded spot, and when he saw the Roman horsemen diverge from the column and ride forth to plunder, swoop down upon them and inflict heavy loss. Caesar was compelled to keep his cavalry, who were terrorized by these unforeseen attacks, in constant touch with the infantry, while the legions, whose powers of endurance were taxed to the uttermost, moved off the road from time to time and burned and ravaged whatever they could reach. Caesar had ascertained that the Thames, in that part of its course which formed the southern boundary of the territory of Cassivellaunus, was only fordable at one spot. And since the time of Camden, it has generally been supposed that this was close to Halliford, the only place, it is said, between Hurleyford, about 2 miles west of Great Marlow, and the sea, whose name preserves the memory of an ancient ford. Evidence, however, has lately been adduced which makes it more probable that Caesar was describing Brentford. For, though the name may only have denoted a ford over the Brent, in this part only of the lower Thames have piles been discovered in dredging operations, which could reasonably be identified with the obstacles that threatened the passage of the Roman army. When the column descended into the valley, Caesar found that Cassivellaunus had anticipated him. The further bank was fenced by a row of sharp stakes, behind which were massed Cassivellaunus's tribesmen, and Caesar learned from prisoners and deserters that similar stakes, concealed by the water, were planted in the bed of the river. He sent his cavalry behind cover to swim the stream close by, and at the right moment the column of infantry plunged into the water and advanced to the attack. Caesar had calculated that the British levies would be distracted by the onset of the cavalry upon their flanks and rear, but the infantry were determined to have the credit for themselves. We may suppose that, while they were removing the stakes, the slingers and archers harassed the enemy. The infantry, wrote Caesar, advanced with such swiftness and dash, though they had only their heads above water, that the enemy, unable to withstand the combined onset of cavalry and infantry, abandoned the bank and fled. Side note, Cassivellaunus orders the kings of Kent to attack the naval camp. But Cassivellaunus did not despair. Before Caesar crossed the Thames, he had sent mounted messengers to order the 4 petty kings of Kent to raise all their tribesmen instantly and make a sudden attack upon the naval camp. Meanwhile, Caesar was moving eastward into the country of the Trinovantes. Cassivellaunus haunted his line of march as before and pursued the same harassing tactics, but the legionaries succeeded in doing considerable damage. Side note, Caesar enters the country of the Trinovantes, who furnish hostages and grain. When, however, they crossed the frontier of the Trinovantes, Caesar was careful to restrain them from committing any act of violence. The Trinovantes punctually handed over the hostages and delivered the grain which Caesar had required from them, and several other tribes which had joined the defensive league, seeing that they had been rewarded for their submission, sent envoys to announce their surrender. These tribes were the Cenomagni, the Segontiaci, the Ankelites, the Bybrosi, and the Cassi. The last 3 do not reappear in history. They were evidently dependent tribes, and nothing is known about their geographical position except that they lived somewhere in the basin of the Thames, on the west or possibly on the north of the Trinovantian territory in Essex. The territory of the Segontiaci, judging by coins, may have been conterminous with, and was probably north of that of the Atrebates, who occupied parts of Hampshire and Berkshire. The Cenomagni may have been the people who dwelt in Suffolk and Norfolk, and who, under the name of Esseni or Iceni, rose in revolt under Boadicea, a century later, against the Romans. The envoys told Caesar that the stronghold of Cassivellaunus was not far off, and that a large number of the inhabitants with their flocks and herds had taken refuge in it. Possibly it was Verulamium, near St. Albans, which was in later times the capital of the son and successor of Cassivellaunus, though Caesar seems to imply that there was no permanent settlement within the fortress. At any rate, it was not far west of the river Lys, which formed the boundary of the Trinovantes. When Caesar arrived, he found that the stronghold was protected by woods and marshes and fortified with a rampart and trench. But the legions, advancing on 2 sides, speedily carried the place by assault. Many of the Britons, as they were endeavoring to escape, were caught and killed, and all their cattle were taken. Meanwhile, the counterattack which Cassivellaunus had ordered had been delivered. The extent of the naval camp, enclosing as it did several hundred vessels, might appear disproportionate to the slender force to which Caesar had entrusted its defense, but he had made no miscalculation. Probably the entrenchment was protected at intervals by towers like those which he used to strengthen his lines at Alesia, and from which artillery could play upon the flanks of the assailants. A chieftain named Lugatorix was chosen to lead the assault, but the garrison made a sortie, beat off the Britons with considerable loss, and captured their commander. It was perhaps just after this event that Caesar, accompanied by a flying column, made a journey to the coast, of which he omits all mention in the commentaries. His silence, which can hardly have been unintentional, certainly suggests that the news of the attack, perhaps the information that it was about to be delivered, caused him serious anxiety. On the 5th of August, the 1st of September of the unreformed calendar, he wrote a letter from the naval camp to Marcus Cicero. A service of dispatch vessels had been organized, which plied from time to time between the Kentish coast and the Portus Itius. Caesar had found time to write at least once before, and the younger Cicero had sent a long series of letters to his brother, whose allusions to them reveal something of the inner history of the campaign. In the first week of August, he replied to the one which had described the safe arrival of the Armada, "How I rejoiced at your letter from Britain. I was nervous about the sea and the coast of that island. I don't underrate what you have still to do, but there is more ground for hope than fear." On the 1st of September, he dispatched a long letter, written in installments, in which he acknowledged the receipt of 4 successive letters. "I gather from yours," he said, "that we have no occasion either for fear or exultation." The letter to which he here alludes, the first of the series, was written before the 16th of July, that is to say, while the construction of the naval camp was still going on. Caesar's first letter was written in a spirit so friendly that it gave him the keenest pleasure, mingled with pain, for he knew that Caesar could not long remain in ignorance of the death of his daughter, Julia, the wife of Pompey. Towards the end of the letter of September 1, he says, "Caesar wrote me a letter on the 5th of August, which reached me on the 31st, satisfactory enough as regards affairs in Britain, in which, to prevent my wondering at not getting one from you, he tells me that you were not with him when he reached the coast." Caesar did not, it would seem, write again until the 29th of August, after which about a fortnight elapsed before he quitted the island, and it is hardly credible that he should have spent more than 5 weeks inactive at the sea. The only conclusion is that he had some urgent motive for leaving the main body of his army and undertaking a journey of 70 miles, and that this journey was connected with the attack upon the camp. Perhaps he desired to see for himself that the defenses were secure against any future attempt, to reinforce the garrison, and to ascertain what progress had been made in the repair of the fleet. But Cassivellaunus had by this time begun to lose heart. His country had been harried without mercy, his people had been dragged off by hundreds to be sold as slaves, and what he valued most of all, his cattle, had been taken away from him. Discredited by reverses, he had not been able to hold his ill-assorted confederates together. Their defection left him powerless to retrieve his fortunes, and his last great stroke had failed. He therefore sent envoys to the Roman camp to propose surrender, and requested Camillus to negotiate for him. Caesar, on his part, was glad to be able to leave the island with a semblance of success. He had originally intended to winter in Britain and renew the war in the following spring. But Labienus had just warned him that the outlook in Gaul was threatening. The season for campaigning was nearly at an end, and he was aware that Cassivellaunus could still maintain a guerrilla warfare. He was obliged, therefore, to content himself with demanding hostages, fixing a sum which the tribes that had belonged to the League were to pay annually as tribute to Rome, and admonishing Cassivellaunus to leave the Trinovantes and their king unmolested. The hostages were handed over without delay, and Caesar, with his army and his train of captives, marched back to the coast. He found all the ships which it had been possible to repair ready for sea, but the number of those which had been condemned was not inconsiderable, and, as the prisoners were very numerous, he determined to effect the transport in 2 successive trips. With the first convoy went one of his couriers, bearing letters from him and Quintus to the elder Cicero. Their purport is preserved in one of Cicero's letters to Atticus, On the 26th of September, I received letters from my brother Quintus and from Caesar, dated from the nearest coasts of Britain on the 29th of August. They had settled affairs in Britain, received hostages, and imposed tribute, though they had got no booty, and were on the point of bringing the army back. Caesar expected that when the empty transports returned, they would be accompanied by 60 ships, which had just been launched by Labienus, but only a few either of the old or the new vessels arrived, the rest having been driven back by contrary winds. Day after day, Caesar waited for them with increasing anxiety, for the equinoctial gales might soon be expected. At length, he made up his mind that he could wait no longer. The few available vessels were inconveniently crowded, but the sea was perfectly smooth, and, leaving the Kentish coast between 9 and 10 at night, the fleet rode into the harbor at break of day. In spite of all the perils to which they had been exposed in their numerous voyages, not a man had been lost at sea, not a ship had foundered in either year. While Caesar was still in Britain, he had begun to collect materials for a description of the island and of the manners. Side-note, Caesar's description of Britain and customs of its inhabitants. Partly, indeed, it may have been based upon the account of the Greek historian, Timaeus, who had himself derived material from the Journal of Pythias, but certain sentences embodied the results of his own observation. What specially struck him as he marched through the country was the density of the population and the superiority in material civilization of the people of Kent. "The population," he wrote, "is immense. Homesteads, closely resembling those of the Gauls, are met with at every turn, and cattle are very numerous." His curiosity was excited by the statement, which he had seen in one of his Greek authorities, and the origin of which we have already endeavored to trace, that in some of the islands off the mainland there was continuous night for a month about the winter solstice. Our inquiries, he tells us, could elicit no information on the subject, but by accurate measurements with a water clock we ascertained that the nights were shorter than on the continent. It would be useless to guess from what authority he derived the puzzling statement that groups of 10 or 12 men had wives in common, brothers sharing with one another and fathers with their sons. In other words, that one of the British customs was polyandry. Thoughtless commentators have condemned the passage as simply untrue. It has been explained as the outcome of a misunderstanding, and an eminent scholar, with a theory that needed every support, has insisted that it was merely a blundering description of the primitive institution of matriarchy, which he believed to have survived among the Picts of a later time. We can only be sure that neither matriarchy nor polyandry existed among the dominant Celts, but it is permissible to suppose that certain primitive communities in remote districts had some usage which gave color to Caesar's statement. But perhaps the most remarkable feature in his description was the approximate accuracy of his estimate of the size of the island. He was told that its circumference was 2,000 miles, and this information was certainly not derived either directly or indirectly from Pythias, whose estimate, if Strabo has reported it correctly, was monstrously exaggerated. On the other hand, Caesar, although, like Pythias, he placed Ireland in its true position, imagined, in common with other geographers who derided Pythias's teaching, that the Gallic coast, from the Rhine to the Pyrenees, was roughly parallel with southern Britain. The story of these invasions is not without interest for students of military history. In Britain, Caesar was confronted by tactical problems of an entirely strange kind, and he did not dissemble the difficulty which he had experienced in attempting to solve them. The Roman soldiers had been trained to encounter an enemy who fought in close order. If ever, in the stress of unforeseen circumstances, such as those which beset the foragers of the 7th Legion, they found themselves cut off from the standards which they were accustomed to rally round, they felt that they were but the units of a mob. It was not perhaps that they lacked the intelligence which enabled the German soldier in 1870 to adapt himself to new conditions. The coolness with which, in the fearful combat with the Nervii, each legionary shook off the effects of his surprise, and, disentangling himself from the press, fell in by the standard he first caught sight of, and fought as steadily as under his own centurion, shows that in Caesar's soldiers no moral, as no physical military qualification was wanting. But encompassed by those rushing chariots, assailed by those nimble groups of skirmishers who would not come to sword's point with them, they found themselves helpless. And when they advanced with ranks closed for, the enemy never succeeded in breaking their formation. The charioteers could easily keep out of the way and concentrate the whole weight of their attack upon the cavalry, which they had lured away from their support. Cassivellaunus handled his levies with commendable skill. And if he did not deserve from Caesar the admiration that makes itself felt in the terse chapters which mirror the tremendous personality of Vercingetorix, he was a leader of no ordinary capacity, raised to his high place by merit alone. For the mistake which gave Trebonius the opportunity of dealing him that staggering blow near the banks of the Stour, the rush of his tribesmen, intoxicated by success, upon the ranks of the legions. Not his lack of judgment, but their lack of discipline was responsible. And if, instead of disbanding his infantry and following Caesar's march with his chariots, he had then had the hardihood to let Caesar go his way, and, leaving his cattle, his homesteads, and his granaries to their fate, had hurled his entire force, combined with the levies of the Kentish kings, against the little garrison which held the naval camp, it might have gone hardly with Caesar. For, like the weak cohorts with which Galba strove to hold his camp in the Valais against a host of mountaineers, the garrison would have been compelled to defend themselves without respite against assailants, whose numbers enabled them to fight and rest by turns. And if, like Galba's men, they had attempted to disperse their enemies by a sortie, they would have been attacked in flank and rear by the charioteers and cavalry. Perhaps, indeed, Cassivellaunus saw what to do, but was not sufficiently master of his countrymen to do it. He who can keep in hand an aggregate of levies, shattered by defeat in a regular combat which they should never have fought, must needs be a king of men. Caesar understood the weaknesses of half-civilized tribes and knew what risks he might fairly run. Just as Vercingetorix was compelled by his tribesmen to let go his hold upon the country of the Caessiterides, where he barred Caesar's advance, and to leave the way open to him by returning to succor their farms, so Cassivellaunus, we may be sure, would not have been able to withstand the clamors that would have bidden him go to the rescue of the threatened dominions of the Caduvillani and their allies, even if, by sacrificing them, he could have cut the invaders' communications, and detained him a prisoner in Britain. One may be allowed perhaps to speculate whether Caesar, if he had himself had much experience of British tactics in his first expedition, would have been able, without sacrificing the advantage of discipline, to train his troops in the intervening winter to adapt their formation to the methods of attack which they had to expect. Or whether it would have been possible for him then, as it was 2 years later, to enlist the invaluable aid of German cavalry. But in his second campaign, he speedily corrected the mistakes which his sanguine temperament had led him to make. And in his mode of conducting the war he conformed so closely to the maxims which the foremost British soldier of our time, himself an enthusiastic admirer of the commentaries, has laid down for generals who have to command against uncivilized enemies, that one might almost suppose those maxims to have been derived from a study of the campaign. By marching in the night to seek out his enemy after his disembarkation, he gained the advantage which is the reward of a secretly planned, sudden, and swift movement against an undisciplined foe. Instantly following up his success, he taught the fugitives that the strongholds which kept their own countrymen at bay were of little avail against Roman soldiers. As soon as he was free to advance into the interior, he demoralized his enemies by rapidity of movement and incessant energy, and by ruthlessly destroying their crops, seizing the stores upon which they depended for subsistence, and driving off the cattle, which were their most valued possession, he succeeded, within a few weeks, in bringing the campaign, which fortune would not permit him to continue, to a successful conclusion. Chapter 8. The results of Caesar's invasions of Britain. Caesar's contemporaries and the Roman writers of succeeding. Sidenote: the importance of Caesar's British expeditions underestimated by his contemporaries and by historians. Generations did not overestimate the results of his British campaigns. The well-known line of Lucan, "Terita quicitis ostendit terga Britannis," is only worth quoting as an instance of the poet's animosity, but the impression left by the various passages which refer to Caesar's expeditions is that public expectation, having been wrought up to a high pitch, had suffered disappointment. Everybody knew that Caesar had not incurred the vast expense of his second expedition merely for plunder or to deter the Britons from aiding the Gauls. they gathered from his own book that he had aimed at conquest, and they could see no more than that he had failed. Tacitus came nearest to the truth when he said that Julius, though by a successful engagement he struck terror into the inhabitants and gained possession of the coast, must be regarded as having indicated rather than transmitted the acquisition to posterity. But even this judgment was based upon imperfect knowledge, and the tendency of modern historians, including the greatest scholar of them all, has been to underrate the importance of what Caesar had achieved. For although Caesar had failed to achieve his aim, he had opened a new world to his countrymen, had proved the facility with which it could be conquered, and had done all that opportunity permitted to pave the way for the conquest. He directed the course of British history into a new channel. He forced the most civilized peoples of the island to acknowledge the supremacy of Rome, and made it clear to those of them who could read the signs of the times that the enforcement of that supremacy would not be long delayed. He impressed upon them such respect for the Roman power that the avowed object with which he had invaded the country was effectually gained. The Britons ceased to abet the resistance of their kinsmen on the other side of the Channel. He showed that the key to the conquest was to take advantage of the jealousy between the family of Cassiterides and their rivals. In the presence of these facts, the question whether the tribute which he imposed was ever actually paid is merely academical. But the great scholar who required us to believe that it is certain that the stipulated tribute was never paid made an assertion which is not only improbable but is opposed to such evidence as we possess. Mommsen did not fully appreciate the severity of the punishment which had been inflicted upon Cassiterides, or the hold over him which Caesar could exert through his hostages. It is probable indeed that Diodorus, when he said that Caesar forced the Britons to pay tribute, was only putting his own construction upon Caesar's words. But what is certain is that the Britons, although in the reign of Augustus they were not required to pay tribute, were obliged to pay duties at the Gallic harbors upon the goods which they exported to and imported from Gaul. And it is not unreasonable to conjecture that these charges may have been imposed as an equivalent for a tribute, which could no longer have been collected except by an irresistible army. But the influence which Caesar exercised upon the destinies of Britain was communicated chiefly through Gaul. In the 3 years which followed his departure, the Britons saw the conquest of Gaul completed. While the civil war ran its course, they saw that Gaul made no effort to throw off the Roman yoke. And as time passed and the provinces settled down in the grasp of Augustus, they saw that Gaul was incorporated in the Roman Empire. Meanwhile, in Britain, the history of Gaul was being enacted over again. In the earlier half of the 1st century before our era, Roman traders, settled in Gallic towns, had prepared the way for the legions of Julius. In the later half, Roman or Romanized traders who found it profitable to deal with Britain prepared the way for the legions of Claudius. In Strabo's time, the Britons still imported ornaments of various kinds from the continent, vases of amber and glass, gold necklets, and ivory for the decoration of horse trappings. Among their exports were slaves, which shows that intertribal warfare was still rife, and, if Strabo's statement is to be taken literally, corn, cattle, and iron. Representations of horned cattle, sheep, and pigs are found so often upon British coins that we can easily understand how the graziers should have been able to spare of their abundance. But although ears of corn are figured on some of Cunoblaine's coins, it requires more faith to believe that the population by whose density Caesar was amazed grew enough corn to satisfy not only their own requirements, but those of their continental neighbors, and that the Gauls, whose resources were sufficient to enable them to feed Caesar's army, were obliged to import grain. One would have supposed, too, that the output of the Gallic iron mines, which Caesar mentions, would not have required to be supplemented from Britain, and that the iron workers of the Weald had enough to do in supplying the wants of their own countrymen. But, though Britain was not as opulent as Gaul, it would seem that some of the chiefs in the southern and eastern districts amassed a considerable amount of wealth. Tacitus tells us that Prasutagus, who was king of the Iceni about 60 AD, was renowned for his riches, and, like Dumnorix the Aeduan, he may have acquired them in part from tolls. It has been maintained that the tin trade, which had once been so flourishing, and which certainly flourished during the later period of the Roman occupation, ceased about the beginning of the Christian era, and was suspended for the next 200 years. But the mere absence of ingots of tin bearing the Roman stamp is hardly sufficient to establish a theory which, intrinsically, is so improbable. And it seems more reasonable to conclude that the mines were continuously worked, but not until the 3rd century under Roman control. But the notices of Britain which appear in the writings of Strabo and Diodorus are the least important sources of our knowledge. More valuable is the systematic classification of British coins which has been accomplished during the last 50 years. They show how thoroughly Roman ideas had permeated British civilization before the legions returned to the island, and enable us to trace and outline the course of British political history during the century that elapsed between the departure of Julius and the invasion of Claudius Caesar. Soon after the former event, the numismatic art of Britain entered upon its 2nd period. Coins of silver, copper, bronze, and tin were now coming into use, and the need that was beginning to be felt for small change testifies to an advance in material civilization. On the site of Verulamium have been found gold coins of 2 values, silver of 1, and bronze of 3. Perhaps we must also regard as a sign of progress increased ingenuity in fraud. At all events, besides the authorized mints, there were forgers, who made a living by passing coins of base metal thinly plated with gold. Uninscribed coins were still struck, especially in the remoter districts, and remained in circulation in the time of Claudius, but from about 30 BC. The greater number of new coins bore the name either of the prince or of the tribe in whose territories they were minted, and in some cases also the name of the town in which the mint was situated. This evidence shows that Verulamium and Camulogenum were the chief political centers of southern Britain. And it is remarkable that the name of Londinium, although it may even then have been the chief commercial town, as it certainly was from the very beginning of the Roman occupation, does not appear upon any British coin which has yet come to light. The earliest of the inscribed coins naturally belonged to the southeastern parts of the country. The northern tribe of the Brigantes were the last to adopt them, and not a single specimen has been discovered which can be assigned to the Durotriges. Of the course of events in the northern and western regions history tells us nothing, and coins but little. Indeed, there is no evidence that the tribes of Scotland, Wales, Northumberland, Durham, Cumberland, Westmoreland, Shropshire, Devonshire, and Cornwall even now had coins at all. And it was not until some time after Caesar's departure that the inhabitants of Gloucestershire, northern Wiltshire, and Somersetshire began to use them. Probably the iron bars which have been already described were still current in the Midlands and the West, and Solinus affirmed that in his time the people of the Scilly Islands refused money and traded by barter. Coins bearing the simple inscription, Catti, which has been assumed to be that of a tribe, have been found in Worcestershire, Monmouthshire, Somersetshire, Devonshire, and Cornwall, and it has been hastily concluded that some of the remoter British tribes, like many of those of Gaul, had expelled their kings. But our most experienced numismatist thinks that the inscription represents the name of the prince by whom the coins were minted, and one would be inclined to believe that the more backward north and west were then, as they were 16 centuries later, the strongholds of conservatism. The evidence which relates to southern Britain is less flimsy, and it points to the conclusion that the course of events in that part of the country was leading inevitably to the Roman conquest. The history of southern Britain in this period, if we disregard Dorsetshire, Devonshire, and Cornwall, is the history of 2 dynasties, that of Caesar's old antagonist, Cassivellaunus, and that of his old ally, Camillus. Of the later life of Cassivellaunus nothing is known, but it would seem probable that the recollection of the punishment which the legions had inflicted upon him and the knowledge that his hostages were in Caesar's power were sufficient to induce him to obey Caesar's last injunction and to leave the Trinovantes and their king, Mandubracius, unmolested. About 30 BC, or perhaps a few years earlier, he was succeeded by his son, Tassiavenus. The earlier coins of this prince were purely British in character, but those of later date are adorned with the figures of Pegasus and centaurs, while one of them is imitated from a coin of Augustus, which was first struck in 13 BC. And their number and variety are so great that the reign of Tassiavenus must have extended over a long period, not improbably until about AD 5. His dominions, which were perhaps originally confined to the country of the Catuvillani, in whose capital, Verulamium, Most of his coins were struck, ultimately included, it should seem, not only those of the Trinovantes but also of the Sidenote, Epictetus and Cunobline, Segontiaci and parts of Northamptonshire. He left several sons, among whom were Epictetus and Cunobline. The coins of the former, which bear the abbreviated Latin inscription task, Phil, son of Tassiavenus, have all been found either in the western part of Surrey or the east of Wiltshire, and it has been inferred that he either succeeded to the western portion of his father's dominions or conquered territory, which had never been subject to him. Epictetus was, however, completely overshadowed by his brother, who, under the name of Cymbeline, has been immortalized by Shakespeare. There may perhaps be a kernel of truth in the statement of Geoffrey of Monmouth that he was Sidenote. Cunobline's coins prove growth of Roman influence in Britain. Educated by Augustus, at all events, his silver and copper coins bear witness to the growing influence of Roman culture, and many of them must have been designed either by Romans or by artists who had received Roman training. One of his silver coins, in the opinion of the highest authority, is characterized by exquisite workmanship, worthy of a Greek artist. And some of them suggest that not long after the commencement of the Christian era, the worship of Hercules had been introduced into Britain. Not one of the coins bearing his name, which have so far been discovered, was struck at the mint of Verulamium, from which, as we have seen, those of his father had mainly issued. The name of Camulodunum appears upon them all, and the conclusion seems warranted that he inherited the eastern part of his father's dominions, and extended them by subduing the Trinovantes, the hereditary enemies of his family. It is not improbable that he had begun to reign about 5 BC, while his father was still alive, and that he conquered the Trinovantes before his father died. The area which was under his immediate rule when he was at the height of his power included perhaps, besides their country and that of the Caduvillani, a part of that of the Dunbuie, who inhabited what is now Gloucestershire. But it would seem that he also exercised a general supremacy over the whole of the southeastern part of the island. Suetonius was so impressed by the fame of his power that he described him as Britannorum Rex King of the Britons. Sidenote: Flight of Dubnovillanus and Tincamius, the son of Camillus, to Rome. Cunobline's conquest of the Trinovantes appears to have been one of the causes which led to the flight, briefly chronicled by Augustus on the monument of Ancyra, of 2 British princes who sought for Roman aid. Their names, as recorded on the stone, were DVM Nobelav, and, if we are to accept the testimony of Kishel, an antiquary of a past generation, Tim, the name of the former, as it is spelled on British coins, was Dubnovillanos. Those of his coins which appear to have been circulated earliest have been found only in Kent, which he probably at one time ruled. His later coins tend to show that he afterwards annexed the territory of the Trinovantes, from which he was in his turn expelled by Cunobline. But who was the prince who with him undertook the long journey to Rome? The letters Tim, if indeed M was really graven upon the monument, were of course only the first 3 of another name, and it is possible that Kishel may have mistaken 1 or perhaps 2 broken letters for M, or, since M and N were often confused, that the engraver may have been misled by his copy. Be this as it may, there is only one known name with which Tim can be identified, that of Tincamius, who called himself on some of his coins Tincam Cami Fili Rexking Tincamius, son of Camillus. In order to understand the history of Tincamius, we must trace the later career of the Camillus who was, beyond all reasonable doubt, his father the king of the Atrebates who had accompanied Caesar to Britain. Camillus had of course been liberally rewarded for his services, but in the great Gallic insurrection of 52 BC, he had thrown in his lot with Vercingetorix, and he was one of the 4 generals to whose joint direction was entrusted the command of the Pan-Gallic host, which marched to relieve the latter when he was beleaguered in Alesia. Caesar, we read in the 7th commentary, had found Camillus a loyal and serviceable agent in former years in Britain, and, in acknowledgment of these services, he had granted his tribe immunity from forced contributions, restored to it its rights and laws, and placed the Morini under his authority. Yet so intense was the unanimous determination of the entire Gallic people to vindicate their liberty and recover their ancient military renown, that no favors, no recollection of former friendship, had any influence with them. but all devoted their energies and resources to the prosecution of the war. Patriotism, however, was not the only motive of Camillus. He had a reason for the bitterness of his hostility, which Caesar does not mention, but which we learn from Caesar's friend, Aulus Hirtius, who wrote the last of the commentaries on the Gallic War. In the winter of 53-52 BC, while Caesar was absent in Cisalpine Gaul, Camillus took an active part in forming the nucleus of the coalition of which Vercingetorix was destined to be the leader. And Labienus, who found out his designs, commissioned the tribune Volusenus to assassinate him. Camillus escaped with a severe wound, and in the year which followed the overthrow of Vercingetorix he formed, in conjunction with a chief of the Bellivasse, a fresh coalition against Caesar, who was obliged to exert all his strength in order to subdue it. For some time, Camillus led the life of a brigand chief, and succeeded in capturing several convoys which were on their way to Caesar's winter camp in the country of the Atrebates. He made himself so formidable that Mark Antony sent Volusenus to make a second attempt to kill him, and although he again escaped, he ultimately surrendered on the express condition that he should never again be brought face to face with any Roman. When and why Camillus took up his abode in Britain is not known, but some probability may be claimed for the conjecture that his motive was to check the encroachments of the Caduvillani. No coins have been found which can with absolute certainty be ascribed to him, but it is admitted that he issued coins before Tasiavenus, who, as we have seen, began to reign at least as early as 30 BC, and before his death he became overlord of the maritime tribes of southeastern Britain on the right bank of the Thames. He left 3 sons, Tincamius, Verica, and Epilus, and almost all their coins have been found in Kent, Sussex, Surrey, and Hampshire. Each of these sons described himself on his coins as Rex, and each of them appears to have had a kingdom of his own, Tincamius ruling the Regni, who inhabited Sussex, Epilus the Cantii, and Verica the Atrebates. The dominions of Verica cannot, however, be certainly defined. There is some reason to suppose that he held sway over the Atrebates of Belgium as well as over those of Britain. For certain coins found in the north of France, and closely resembling others that are common in the southeastern counties of England, are inscribed with a monogram which appears to denote the abbreviation V. It should seem that Epilus, at some time, was king of the Atrebates, for some of his coins have the legend Calais, an abbreviated form of Caliva, the chief town of that tribe. Certain coins, however, exist which apparently bear the names of all the 3 brothers, a fact which can only be explained on the theory that at one time they exercised a joint sovereignty over the dominions which had belonged to their father, while others are inscribed with the names of Verica and Epilus only. It has been assumed that these coins were not struck until after the death of Tincamius, but another explanation seems possible. Why did Tincamius, alone of the 3 brothers, solicit the protection of Augustus, and why did he undertake the journey to Rome in conjunction with Dumbuie? Numismatic evidence has led to the belief that Dumbuie had once ruled over the Cantii, and if so, Epilus, who afterwards acquired dominion over the same tribe, probably dispossessed him. Dumbuie, as we have already seen, appears to have once ruled over the Trinovantes as well, and to have been expelled from their country by Cunobeline. These successive reverses may have been the motive for the journey which he undertook to Rome, and when we consider that certain coins bear the names of Epilus and Verica without that of Tincamius, which on others appears side by side with theirs, it seems possible that Tincamius, finding that his brothers were leagued together against him, threw in his lot with another prince who had been as unfortunate as himself. This conjecture is perhaps somewhat strengthened by the fact that one of the coins of Tincamius bears, along with tin the abbreviated form of his name the inscription DV, which has baffled the acumen of numismatists, but which, on the analogy of TC1 of the abbreviations of Tincamios may possibly stand for Dubnivillanos. How the fugitives were received we are not told, but it is certain that Augustus did not grant them armed assistance, nor is there any evidence that they ever recovered power. Side note, Augustus contemplates an invasion of Britain. As early as 34 BC, Augustus had marched into Gaul with the intention, as was generally believed, of invading Britain, but owing to an insurrection in Dalmatia, he was compelled to abandon his resolve. For several years, however, it was expected that he would sooner or later complete the work which his adoptive father had begun. And this expectation was voiced in the poetry of the time. About the year 30 BC, Virgil prayed that far-off Thule might obey Augustus, and Horace, in odes which seem to have been officially inspired, called upon fortune to preserve him in his expedition against the Britons, remotest inhabitants of the world, and foretold that when they and the Parthians were brought under the imperial sway, he would be hailed a god upon earth. In 27 and again in 26 BC, Augustus marched into Gaul with the ostensible purpose of invading Britain, but again without result. But the latest of these dates was earlier than the flight of Tincamius and Dumbuie, and thenceforward Augustus abandoned all thought of sidenote, why he abandoned his intention. Invading Britain. The cause of his inaction is discernible in two passages of Strabo's Geography, which give the official explanation of the imperial policy. The conquest of Britain would be very costly, and it was unlikely that the revenue would be more than sufficient to defray the expense of the garrison and the administration. The duties levied at the Gallic harbors on goods imported from and exported to Britain were more productive than any tribute. Besides, Britain was too weak to be dangerous, and its conquest was therefore unnecessary. Possibly we may gather from the prominence which is given in the monument of Ancyra to the petition of Tincamius and Dumbuie that it was officially interpreted as a sign of the virtual submission of the Britons. This confidence indeed is not difficult to understand. The conjecture that at the courts of Camillus, of Taciavenus, and of Cunoblin Latin was the official speech may perhaps be somewhat rash, but at all events Latin was the language of the mint, and perhaps it is not unreasonable to suppose that, as some Pannonian Celts were versed in Latin literature, a Briton here and there was equally accomplished. Roman silver coins were already eagerly accepted, on account of their purity, in southern Britain. And if Rufina, the young British wife of a Roman, whose praises Martial sang, could hold her own in Italian society, we may realize that before the Roman conquest, Britain had begun to be Romanized. Side note, cessation of British coinage in certain districts, which had belonged to the sons of Camillus. With the sons of Camillus, the British coinage in the districts which they had ruled, with the sole exception of Kent, came to an end. It may be that the inhabitants had begun, like the Gauls with whom they traded, to use only Roman money. But, as the coinage of Kent continued, the more probable explanation would seem to be that they were no longer able to make head against the king of the Catovillani. Tincamius and Dumbuie were not the only British side note, relations of Cunoblin with Rome. Princes who paid their respects to the emperor. In our time, says Strabo, various British chieftains gained the friendship of Augustus Caesar by sending embassies and performing services, placed votive offerings in the capital, and made almost the whole island familiar to the Romans. Among them, we can hardly doubt, was Cunoblin, whose coins, like those of his father, testify that Roman mythology had already taken root on British soil, and who, according to Geoffrey of Monmouth, voluntarily paid tribute to Rome. If there is any truth in Geoffrey's statement, the tribute must have been the price paid for moral support. During the reign of Tiberius, who adhered to the conservative and moderate policy of his stepfather, the relations of Cunoblin and of Britain with Rome apparently remained unchanged. History only relates that some soldiers of Germanicus, who had been shipwrecked on the British coast, were sent back by British princes. It can hardly be doubted, however, that the conquest of Britain was contemplated by Roman statesmen as inevitable, to leave independent the Celtic island which was so near the conquered Celtic mainland. Side note, his exiled son, Adminius, takes refuge with Caligula, was unnatural and could not be permanently safe. The latter part of Cunoblin's reign was clouded by domestic quarrels, and in AD 40, when he was an old man, his son Adminius, whom he had driven into exile, threw himself on the mercy of Caligula, who was at the time in Gaul, and offered to surrender his father's kingdom. The feather-pated emperor sent messengers to Rome, who were charged to announce to the Senate in the Temple of Mars the submission of the whole island. But the magniloquent and mendacious message testifies not only to his vanity, but to the fame of Cunoblin. Within the next 3 years the great king died, leaving, besides Adminius, 3 other sons who still remained in Britain, Caratacus Togodumnus, and, as we may conjecture, one Baricius, who fled oversea. Caratacus, whose name is more familiar under the erroneous form Caractacus, was the prince who in later years opposed a desperate resistance to the Roman conquest of western Britain. After Cunoblin's death, he and Togodumnus assumed royal power, and perhaps combined to exclude Baricius from any share in the sidenote. Unpopularity of his dynasty intensified on the accession of his sons, Caratacus and Togodumnus. Inheritance of their father's dominions. It is possible that Baricius had some influence with the Iceni, who were bitterly hostile to the dynasty of Cassivellaunus and his successors, and were prepared to join the Romans if they should invade the island. But another explanation has been proposed. There are late coins of the Iceni which bear the name of a prince named Antidrigus, who later still issued coins which have been found in the territory of the Dunbuie. It has been suggested that, like the Treveran Indudiamaris and his enemy Cingetorix, Antidrigus and Baricius were the leaders of rival factions of the Iceni. That Antidrigus prevailed, that Baricius thereupon determined to seek Roman aid, and that Antidrigus, when the Iceni joined the Romans, sought an asylum among the Dunbuie. Anyhow, Baricius fled to Rome. It would seem that Caratacus and Togodumnus took offense when he and Adminius were not sent back, and even committed, or threatened to commit, some act of violence against the Roman power. And it may be that their attitude, combined with the information which Baricius gave about the internal politics of his country, was among the motives that induced Claudius to dispatch the force which, under Aulus Plautius, was to begin the Roman conquest of Britain. Amid many uncertainties, the facts of British history which stand out prominently are these. The invasions of Caesar, supported by his conquest of Gaul, stimulated trade between the Britons and the Romanized Gauls, and thereby brought Britain within the sphere of Roman influence, encouraged those British princes who needed protection or support to turn to Rome, and made them all look up to the emperor as a patron, who might eventually be their sovereign lord. In the island itself, Camillus and his sons made themselves supreme in the eastern districts south of the Thames, but their power was overmatched and perhaps finally absorbed by that of the family of Cassivellaunus, who steadily augmented their dominion by conquest until under Cunobline it extended from the coast of Essex to the estuary of the Severn, and from the Midlands to the English Channel. Side note: the Roman conquest and its results. But the jealousy and the fear which this ambitious dynasty aroused led directly to the Roman invasion, by which the influences that had already begun were so developed that the upper classes and the townspeople of Britain learned to speak Latin and to adopt Roman customs, and in the end came, like their Gallic neighbors, to regard themselves as Romans. That the late Celtic art which had flourished for centuries gave way to that of Rome, and even in cottages and remote hamlets, Samian pottery and rude hypocausts were to be found. That by the 4th century, a British church had been fully developed, which continued to flourish after the Roman administration had ceased, while even in the 6th century, the forsaken Britons gloried in the name of Romany. And that, in a word, Britain, becoming completely Romanized, received an impress which has not yet wholly faded away. Side note: permanence in English history of prehistoric and Celtic elements. But when the Roman had gone, when the Saxon, the Dane, and the Norman had come, the descendants of Neolithic aboriginals, of bronze-using immigrants, and of Celts still lived on, and their composite influence has ever since been helping to form the British character and to determine the course of British history. The roads on which we travel, the flocks and herds that feed us, the corn that grows in our fields, the implements which we use, all our industrial arts are inseparably connected with theirs. Not only do their beliefs still survive, tinging the faith which their successors have been taught, but their spirit has lived again in the men who have done the deeds of which our nation may be proud. And perhaps the story which this book has told may lead a few to become less self-complacent and to think more of those primitive ancestors. In some things we have sunk below their level. In what have we risen? Riches, luxury, the security that tends to make self-reliance weak, the softening of manners, rapidity of communication, the development of engines of destruction, medicine, and surgery, all that appertains to material civilization, herein we have made giant strides. But such improvements hardly enable men to bear up under burdens which are ever increasing. The tourist in a Pullman car is not happier than those who traveled in stagecoach or wagon, and speed deprives him of as much as it bestows, Machinery has but substituted fresh evils for those which it destroyed. New superstitions, less gross but not less false, have been engrafted upon the old. But pure religion and undefiled, how far has it strengthened its hold upon the hearts of men? We have professed indeed to teach inferior races the gospel of love. But in Australasia, our mission has been not so much to evangelize as to exterminate. Apart from the extirpation of the coarser forms of inhumanity, and from those other civilizing influences which may operate even in a decadent society, the progress of which we may not unreasonably boast has been in knowledge, which to the vast majority is unattainable, and, in this island, unheeded or contemptuously rejected by most of the few who have it within reach. The Ethnology of Ancient Britain. Introduction. The ethnology of ancient Britain has been studied from many points of view. Writers of a past generation relied simply upon the notices which are to be found in the works of Caesar, Strabo, Tacitus, and other ancient writers. In the last century, the science, if it may now be so called, of physical anthropology came into being. The barrows in which our prehistoric ancestors had buried their dead were opened, and the skeletons which had been left in them by earlier explorers were systematically measured. The physical characters of the living population were noted as far as possible in the hope that they might help to solve the problems of the past. Archaeologists collected the pottery, the tools, the weapons, and the ornaments which were found beneath the soil, in the beds of rivers, in barrows, cairns, caves, earthworks, and elsewhere, described them, classified them, and compared them with those of other countries. Philologists studied the forms of the Celtic dialects and endeavored to discover in them traces of dialects older still. Finally, folklorists formed an association and joined the army of inquirers. The united efforts of all these seekers after truth have stored up a huge mass of information, and those who may read this article will, I believe, agree with me that there is no reason to expect that any additional facts which may be ascertained will throw much new light upon the questions which we are about to consider. But no serious attempt has yet been made to coordinate the materials which exist. To do this is the aim of the present article. If the problems of British ethnology can be solved, history, physical anthropology, archaeology, and philology must combine. Roman II. The methods of anthropology. A lay reader who takes up a treatise on ethnology ought to understand the methods by which anthropologists differentiate the various human types. I may be allowed to reproduce a paragraph which I wrote a few years ago in another volume, and to which I shall have something to add. Anthropologists are obliged to make use of technical terms, more or less uncouth, and they are guided in their observations by very precise and minute rules, framed with the object of eliminating, as far as possible, the chance of error. But it is unnecessary for my purpose to trouble the reader with more than a few of these things. What I shall have to say about stature, complexion, hair, and eyes will need no explanation, and in regard to the skull I shall, as a rule, only have to deal with that measurement which fixes the proportion between its length and its breadth. In this measurement the length is represented by 100, and the proportion which the breadth bears to the length is called the cephalic index. Thus, if the breadth is 4/5 of the length, the index is 80. According to the system formulated by the great French anthropologist, Paul Broca, skulls are grouped, according to the cephalic index, in 5 classes. Skulls whose index exceeds 80/333 are brachycephalic. Those whose index falls between 80/333 and 80 are subbrachycephalic. Those between 80 and 77/77 mesodicephalic. Those between 77/77 and 75 subdolichocephalic, and those below 75 dolichocephalic. It is necessary to bear in mind that measurements of living heads invariably yield a higher cephalic index, the average difference being as much as 2 than those of skulls. Another important character of the skull or head is gnathism, that is to say, the degree of projection of the upper jaw. The word orthognathous denotes that this projection is comparatively slight, for absolute orthognathism does not exist. The remaining technical terms which it is necessary for general readers to understand are those which describe the structure of the nasal skeleton. Platyrrhinian means that it is wide, mesorhinian intermediate, and leptorhinian narrow. I should have added that the orbital index, which is important, denotes the relation of the breadth of the orbit to its length. And, Since we are dealing with the ethnology of Britain, it will be convenient to adopt for cephalic indices the notation which is prevalent in this country, and according to which skulls whose indices exceed 80 are called brachycephalic, those between 80 and 75 mesotycephalic, and those under 75 dolichocephalic. The value of the cephalic index was for many years taken for granted in all ethnological treatises, and many anthropologists still lay great stress upon it. But there has lately been a reaction. Professor Sergi scoffs at the old and discredited method of the cephalic index, which only indicates artificial and conventional distinctions, and tells us that it is the forms alone that we have to take into consideration, and that indices may serve to approximate the most diverse forms and to separate the most homogeneous. This last remark is unquestionably true. As Huxley said, in 9 cases out of 10, you may diagnose an Australian skull with certainty. Nevertheless, the cephalic index, used with discrimination, retains the value which Broca, Beddoe, Collignon, Turner, and other anthropologists ascribe to it. And those who are familiar with Sergi's writings will not be surprised to learn that, when it suits his purpose, he lays great stress upon the distinction between dolichocephalic and brachycephalic skulls. He considerably modifies his view when he affirms the truism that we cannot accept the evidence of the cephalic index when that evidence is contradicted by other important facts. But if anyone who has a taste for ethnology will spend a few days in walking through the department of Jura or the mountainous parts of Auvergne, the contrast between the round heads which he will see everywhere and the totally different type which he has been accustomed to in his own country will convince him that the cephalic index has been discredited in vain. Anthropologists are, however, becoming convinced that the labor which has been spent upon calculating the averages of tables of widely different indices has borne little fruit. When we consider the cranial forms, apart from measurements, we find the same lack of unanimity. According to Sergi, the norma verticalis, or view from above, is the most important of all. According to Rolleston, the norma lateralis, or profile view of a skull, is the most important. The present tendency, however, of British anthropologists is to follow the Italian professor. The evidence of skulls will often mislead unless it is used with caution and discernment, reinforced by collateral knowledge. Certain British brachycephalic skulls of the Bronze Age closely resemble in many respects those of the Maoris. Rolleston, remarking on the likeness between a dolichocephalic skull of the Bronze Age from Weaverthorpe and the famous Engie's skull, observes that resemblances so strong should, as they are also so widely scattered over the globe, make us careful not to speak as to the ethnological affinities of any skulls, until we have a very considerable number of representatives of both objects of comparison to place alongside of each other. And it may be added until we have also succeeded in bringing other lines of evidence to bear upon the question. Besides the various characters of the skull and face, and when they can be ascertained, the complexion and the color of the hair and eyes, ethnologists have to take account of stature, because, although it partly depends upon food and social environment, it unquestionably varies in different races. Now the stature of prehistoric men, when their skeletons are found, can only be estimated by calculating the relations between the lengths of certain bones and the actual height of the individual. And since these relations are obviously variable, the calculation can only lead to approximately true results. The error would no doubt be insignificant if the average relations were certain, but various anthropologists have adopted various methods of calculation, which have led to widely different results. The most satisfactory, for our purpose, appears to be that of Dr. Beddoe. I take away from the length of the femur 1/4 of the excess over 13 inches up to 19, and thereafter only 1/8, and then multiply by 4. Roman 3. Eolithic man. Much controversy was excited in the last decade of the 19th century by the announcement that stone implements, ruder than the rudest of the Paleolithic age, had been discovered on the plateau between the Medway and Caterham valleys. But even if it were possible to convince skeptics that some of these flints were wrought by men's hands, the proof would not affect the present inquiry. For we should have no means of ascertaining to what race, supposing that it differed from that of the earlier Paleolithic hunters, those men belonged. Roman 4. Paleolithic man. 1. The people who inhabited this island in the Old Stone Age appear to have been confined to the south, for no Paleolithic implement has yet been found further north than Lincoln, or, as some maintain, the East Riding of Yorkshire. An attempt has indeed been made to prove that such tools were used in Scotland, but the best judges are unanimously of opinion that the contention has not been established. Little direct evidence exists as to the physical type of the Paleolithic inhabitants of Britain. Only 4 human skulls have been found in England, which can be referred to that period: one at Galley Hill, near Swanscombe, one at Wesley, near Bury St. Edmunds, and 2 in the Catadown Cave near Plymouth. But it is not certain that the first was contemporaneous with the beds which contained it. Of the second, only fragments remained from which it was impossible to determine the contour, and the others could not be removed entire. Almost all the older Paleolithic skulls, however, which have been discovered in Western Europe belong apparently to the same race, which may have been represented among the hunters who entered Britain when it still formed part of the continent. Indeed, the Galley Hill skull, whether it belonged to a Paleolithic man or not, has certain characteristics of the most famous representative of the race, the Neanderthal skull, which was discovered about the middle of the last century in the valley of the Neander in Rhenish Prussia. The skulls of this type are extraordinarily dolichocephalic, and the people to whom they belonged had extremely low and retreating foreheads, heavy and projecting lower jaws, and amazingly prominent brow ridges, and were short, big-boned, and muscular. But what if the Neanderthal skull was not human? If that poor creature had but known how famous he, or it, was to become? His broken cranium has a bibliography of its own. Virchow, who, however, late in life changed his mind, at one time regarded it as abnormal pathological. Huxley and Broca vigorously defended its respectability, and at the end of the 19th century, the most eminent anthropologists of Europe and America accepted it as the type of the most ancient of the known races of men. But in 1901, a German anthropologist, Dr. G. Schwalbe, wrote an article of appalling length, which disturbed settled convictions. Huxley had pronounced the Neanderthal to be the most ape-like of all known human skulls. Schwalbe refused to regard it as human, in the accepted sense, at all. For him, it represents a distinct species, intermediate between the Pithecanthropus of Java the famous, missing link, whose remains were discovered a few years ago by Dr. Dunbuie and man himself. In the same class, Schwalbe places the skulls of Spy, which have always been grouped along with that of Neanderthal, and he insists that all the human Paleolithic skulls of Europe, however closely they may appear to resemble these, are in reality different. In the Neanderthal skull, says Dr. Lal, in a lucid summary of Schwalbe's article which will satisfy all who are not specialists, the greatest length coincides with the inioglobular diameter, that is to say, the diameter measured from the space between the superciliary or brow ridges and the sinus at the back of the neck. This, he adds, is never the case in man. No, not in man as we know him. But what sense are we to attach to the word human? Was there ever a creature of whom it could be affirmed that he was the first man? 10 or 12 skulls, which in dolichocephaly and prominence of the superciliary ridges, resemble those of the Neanderthal type, but unlike them have high foreheads and are said to have belonged to tall men, have lately been found associated with tools of Mousterian form at Krapina in northern Croatia. 14 skeletons, which may evidently be assigned to the same group, have been found at Predmost in Moravia and another at its capital, Brunn. But the Paleolithic age, in Britain as in other parts of Europe, was of such immense duration that it would be absurd to assume that it had no other representatives than men of the Neanderthal type. And the artists of the latest period, whose creations have been discovered in the caves of La Madeleine and Les Isis, belong to a different race, represented by skulls discovered at Laudrey-Bass and Chancelade in the valley of the Loser. While these skulls are hardly less dolichocephalic than those of the Neanderthal type, they are in other respects strikingly different, being much more capacious, and having high and broad foreheads and brow ridges which are hardly perceptible. Although no skulls of this kind have been found in our own country, it is not improbable that men of the stock to which they belonged penetrated into Britain. For in one of the caves of Cresswell Crags in Derbyshire, there has been found a bone engraved with the figure of a horse's head, which reminds one of the spirited designs of the artists of the Dordogne, and was associated with implements of the kind, which have been found in the caves of La Madeleine and Les Izes and others of the Dordogne Basin. The recent systematic exploration of the Baie Serrosé caves near Mentone is of the highest importance because it has demonstrated an intimate connection between Paleolithic and Neolithic races in southern France. All the interments have been proved to be Paleolithic. The newest skeleton in the Grotte des Enfants approximates to the dolichocephalic type of the Neolithic age. Beneath it, 5 meters 15 millimeters lower down, lay a gigantic skeleton, closely resembling but far older than that of the famous Old Man of Cro-Magnon, which is commonly assigned to the earliest Neolithic times, but may possibly be as old as the period that in France is recognized as transitional. This skeleton has certain negroid characteristics, which, however, are more pronounced in the two most ancient skeletons of the Grotte des Enfants, discovered 70 millimeters lower, still and associated with the bones of a rhinoceros. M. Verneau argues that the prognathism which appears in certain skeletons of Western Europe of the early Bronze Age was connected by atavism with these primitive denizens of the Riviera. 2. Professor Boyd Dawkins draws a sharp distinction between the Riverdrift men and the cavemen. I must remark that the term cavemen is not happily chosen, for the professor himself assures us that the cavemen did not always use caves, and that the habit of camping in the open air must have been the rule, because caverns and rock shelters are only met with in very limited areas, while on the other hand, he points out that Riverdrift men often lived in caves. By the cavemen, he means those who made implements of what he terms the higher types. That is, the types which are called after the caves of Le Moustier, Solutré, and La Madeleine. Observing that there were cavemen, not only in our own country and in France, but also in Belgium, Switzerland, and Germany, he argues that, from this distribution of the implements, it is evident that the caveman belongs neither to the southern group of the Pleistocene animals, nor to the temperate, which found its way over the mountain barriers into Spain, Italy, and Greece. On the other hand, he continues, the river drift man must be considered as a member either of the temperate or southern fauna of Europe, because his remains are met with in the regions of the Mediterranean, north of those mountain barriers. Granting that no implements of the higher types have been discovered in caves south of the mountain barriers, it is hardly safe to conclude that the cavemen did not belong either to the southern or the temperate group of mammals. The question is whether the implements to which the professor refers were characteristic of one Paleolithic race to the exclusion of others. Assuming that such implements do not exist outside the area in which they have been found, a very rash assumption, it does not follow that the men who made them belong to a race different from their contemporaries whose tools have been discovered in the drift. Only one interment of the late Celtic period has been found in Scotland, and that quite recently, yet there were numerous Celts then in North as well as in South Britain. The professor also insists that the absence of the higher types of implement in the camping places of the river drift men cannot be accounted for on the ground that they are smaller or more perishable. For, he says, camping places of the cavemen have been met with in France, in which the implements are associated in the same manner as in the caves. I reply first that it is begging the question to say that the men who encamped at Solutré were cavemen as distinct from river drift men. Secondly, that implements of Le Moustier type, which were characteristic of the earliest French cavemen, are common both in France and Britain in the river drift. And thirdly, with due deference to the professor, that the absence of the higher types of implement from the river drift is as easily explicable as the absence of implements of bone or wood. Partly they were more perishable and would be more difficult to find, and partly they were less likely to be used in the field. Besides, is it not possible that none of the very few Paleolithic camping places that have been found in this country belonged to the Solutrean period? As we have seen, the professor himself affirms that the cavemen encamped as a rule not in caves but in the open air. They, like the river drift men, were, as he himself assures us, hunters. Why then have hardly any of their higher types of implement been found in this country in the field? Simply for the reasons which I have given. And since the cavemen, like the river drift men, lived commonly in the open air, how could the latter, even if they belong to a different race, have escaped the influence of the former or have failed to acquire their culture. And how could the two races have escaped amalgamating? The cavemen, as Professor Boyd Dawkins himself admits, undoubtedly used certain implements of river drift type as well as the higher types. Nor is there any reason to suppose that the river drift men did not use implements of the higher types as well as implements of river drift type, except the fact, easily accounted for, that the former are not found in the drift. Professor Boyd Dawkins himself strenuously maintains that river drift men as well as cavemen lived in caves. How then can he prove that the two sets of occupants were ethnologically different? He insists that the river drift implements in the caves of Cresswell Crags, of Kent's Hole, and of the Grotte de l'Église are found in the strata below those with the implements of the cavemen, and consequently that the river drift men lived in Britain and France before the cavemen. But on his own showing the owners of both sets of implements did live in caves, and so far nothing is proved except that those who used one set were more ancient than those who used the other. Some caves also, he adds, were inhabited by river drift men, who have left behind their implements without any trace of the higher types of the cavemen. But here again, nothing is proved save that these particular river drift men had not yet learned to make the higher types. The professor might have a good case if he could say, river drift implements have been found in the lower strata of caves. In the upper strata none have been found, but only the higher types. Consequently, the men who used the higher types were quite different from those of the later Paleolithic age whose implements have been recovered from river drift. But this he could not truly say, for implements of river drift type have been found, although rarely, in the highest strata of caves. Lastly, I would ask the professor, who insists that the cavemen were northern mammals, and that they did not enter Europe until long after the appearance of the river drift men, to tell us whence they came. 3. Are we to count the Paleolithic inhabitants of Britain among our ancestors? I do not consider, says Dr. Garson, that there is any evidence of the existence of the direct descendants of Paleolithic man among the osteological remains of Neolithic or subsequent date in Britain. On the other hand, Dr. Beddoe thinks that the oldest inhabitants of this country may have left descendants, whom he is inclined to identify with some Mongoloid race, traces of which he believes are discernible in the population of the west of England, while two distinguished French anthropologists, de Quatrefages and Hamy, affirm that the Neanderthal race has left a permanent imprint on the population of the three kingdoms, and refer to various skulls of the Neolithic and later periods which resemble more or less closely that of Neanderthal. Moreover, it is generally admitted that even at the present day, a few individuals here and there belong to the same type. But it does not follow that these persons or those to whom Dr. Beddoe and M. Hamy refer were descended from men who lived in Britain in the Paleolithic age. That Paleolithic man left no descendants in any part of the world is of course not maintained even by the most ardent supporters of the theory of the hiatus. Somewhere or other there must have been a link. But Sir John Evans, as I have observed in the first part of this book, argues from the supposed absence of intermediate forms of implements that it did not exist in this country. And Dr. Keane thinks that the few scattered Paleolithic hunters could scarcely have lived through the last ice age in a contracted region at one time reduced by subsidence to a mere cluster of islets. And see, the answer is, first, that there is no reason to believe that, in the last ice age, or at any time between the dawn of the latest Paleolithic period and the arrival of Neolithic man Britain, was a mere cluster of islets. And secondly that, as Professor Boyd Dawkins assures us, out of 48 species of mammalian fauna living in Britain in the Paleolithic, 31 survived in the Neolithic age. Professor Boyd Dawkins, however, insists that the mere contrast between the Paleolithic and wild Neolithic faunas implies a zoological break of the first magnitude. I take leave to say that it implies no break at all, seeing that 31 of the older species confessedly lived on. It implies no more than is implied by the disappearance of the urus, the wolf, the wild boar, and many other animals which were living in this island at a time since which it has been continuously inhabited by man. The professor triumphantly points out that in those caves, which were successively used as dwellings by Paleolithic and Neolithic people, the remains of the domestic animals are found alone in the upper prehistoric strata. Undoubtedly. But what then? The fact does not prove that Paleolithic man had become extinct when Neolithic man arrived. It merely proves that the latter had domestic animals and that the former had not. Arab horses, Siamese cats, and many other animals have been introduced into this country since the Christian era. Yet the people who were here before their introduction did not become extinct. And if, in a great many cases, the lower Paleolithic strata are sealed down and mapped off from the Neolithic by a layer of stalagmite, that only proves a break of continuity between the two periods as far as those caves are concerned. The Paleolithic age, says the professor, was continental, the Neolithic insular in northwestern Europe. He means that in the Paleolithic age, Great Britain was an outlying part of the continent, and that the Neolithic invaders had to sail across the channel. But why should the formation of the channel have extinguished the Paleolithic race? There is obviously, continues the professor, a great gulf fixed between the rude hunter civilization of the one and the agricultural and pastoral civilization of the other. Obviously. But the gulf is not more obvious than that which separated the civilization of the Red Indians from the civilization of the Pilgrim Fathers. Yet the Red Indians still lived on. It is true that, if the professor has failed to show that the Paleolithic age in Britain was abruptly terminated, he has no difficulty in disposing of certain arguments which have been adduced to show that it was not. When, for instance, Mr. Alan Brown points to the implements of Paleolithic type, which were found in the refuse heaps of the Neolithic settlement at Sisbury in Sussex, he replies that, in the vast accumulation of refuse, representing every style in the chipping, from the rough block of flint to the highly finished axe, broken by an unhappy blow, it is obvious that there must be some which would represent well-known Paleolithic types. Nevertheless, it remains true that not one of the facts which he has stated is inconsistent with the hypothesis that men may have lived on in Britain in the Paleolithic stage of culture, until the time when the first Neolithic immigrants arrived. What his opponents suggest is that certain types of Paleolithic implements survived into the Neolithic age. In other words, that implements of those types continued to be manufactured or used then. That this was the case in Ireland is certain. And, since there is no evidence of a Paleolithic age in Ireland, it seems not unreasonable to conjecture that they were made by descendants of Paleolithic refugees from Britain or Gaul. Mr. Alan Brown may be wrong in maintaining that implements which he has found, at or near the surface, at East Dean in Sussex, are Mesolithic, that is, belong to a period of transition. But Sir John Evans himself says of some of the implements, usually classed as Paleolithic, which have been found in the cave earth of the famous Kent's Cavern, in a position which authorizes us to assume that the people to whom they belonged were not separated by any hiatus from the Paleolithic race, whose remains were found immediately underneath. That, so far as form is concerned, there is little or nothing to distinguish them from the analogous implements of the Neolithic period. Is it not possible that these and some of the ruder implements which have hitherto been classed as Neolithic may have been fabricated not by Neolithic immigrants, but, after their immigration, by descendants of the Paleolithic race? Those who deny that Mesolithic implements have been found in Britain deny also that they have been found anywhere else. Granted for the sake of argument. But if their general absence does not weaken the certainty that the supposed hiatus was not universal, how can their absence in Britain prove that there was a hiatus here? In part, I have shown that it is impossible to frame any theory which shall account satisfactorily for the assumed disappearance of British Paleolithic man. Professor Boyd Dawkins asks us to believe that the cavemen fled in terror before the Neolithic invaders and eventually settled in Greenland, where they became the ancestors of the Eskimos. And in support of this theory, he assures us that Paleolithic man appeared in Europe with the Arctic mammalia, lived in Europe along with them, and disappeared with them. That the gloves of the cavemen were similar to those now used by the Eskimos. That their implements are of the same kind as those of the Eskimos. That, like the Eskimos, they did not take the trouble to bury their dead. And that the most astonishing bond of union between the cavemen and the Eskimos is the art of representing animals. Judging from the specimens of Eskimo art which the professor gives, I confess that what I find astonishing is its inferiority to that of the cavemen. There is no evidence that the cavemen of Britain wore gloves, and if they did, may not the reason have been, not that there was any connection between them and the Eskimos, but that their hands were cold? Is the professor sure that the river drift men did not also wear gloves? We do not know whether Paleolithic man appeared in Europe with the Arctic mammalia. He certainly did not accompany them from the north, and it is an article of faith with French anthropologists that he did not disappear with them, but became the ancestor of Neolithic man. There is a general resemblance between the Paleolithic drift implements of all countries, and in the earlier part of this volume, many facts have been noted which show how cautious one should be in inferring identity of race from similarity in implements, weapons, or ornaments. There is not the slightest evidence that the cavemen did not bury their dead, and there is irrefragable evidence, as we have seen, that cavemen in the Riviera and in Croatia did. Again, since the professor differentiates the cavemen from the river drift men of Britain, can he prove that the latter did bury their dead? If not, what becomes of his argument? Finally, the theory that the Eskimos are descendants of the cavemen of Western Europe has been rejected by every recent inquirer. How does Professor Boyd Dawkins account for the disappearance, which he assumes, of Paleolithic man? Simply, he says, by assuming that at the close of the Pleistocene age, when they came into contact with Neolithic invaders, there were the same feelings between them as existed in Hearne's times between the Eskimos and the Red Indian, terror and defenseless hatred being, on the one side, met by ruthless extermination on the other. In this way, the cavemen would be gradually driven from Europe. That men who were ruthlessly exterminated should have survived to become the ancestors of the Eskimos is certainly remarkable. But seriously, I would ask the professor whether he has really succeeded in persuading himself that the cavemen were one and all either exterminated or driven out of Europe. Did none remain? He assures us that the cavemen migrated eastward, and he still insists, in defiance of all French craniologists, that neither of the two races of Paleolithic man have left behind any marks in the existing population of Europe. How they contrived to make their slow progress across the continent without leaving one descendant is a problem which he does not attempt to solve. And since he himself admits, or rather affirms, that they came into contact with Neolithic invaders, it is difficult to see how he can maintain the existence of a hiatus. The professor has asserted that there is no evidence in any part of the world of a continuity between the Paleolithic and Neolithic ages. Yet he, of course, admits that it must have existed somewhere. Good reasons have been given for believing that it existed in France. Why not also in Britain? Such are the reasons by which I endeavor to justify myself in refusing to believe that Neolithic man, when he entered Britain, found none to welcome or to oppose him save the 31 species of mammalian fauna which Professor Boyd Dawkins has spared. V. The Pygmies. British pygmies are the creation of Celtic imagination. The evidence on which we are required to believe that they existed is this. Professor Rees suggests that the name of the Coritani, a tribe mentioned by Ptolemy, who inhabited the country between the Trent and the Nen, is related to the word cor, a dwarf. Then, the professor concludes, we should have accordingly to suppose the old race to have survived so long, and in such numbers that the Celtic lords of southern Britain called the people of that area by a name meaning dwarfs. Afterwards, referring to various articles by Mr. David Macritchie, he observes that in certain parts of Wales and Scotland there are mounds enclosing cells, which are frequently so small as to prove beyond doubt that those who inhabited them were of remarkably small stature. And he finds in Welsh, Irish, and Scotch folklore traditions which confirm him in the belief that these cells were inhabited by dwarfs, whom he calls the mound folk. This strange people, he tells us, seems to have exercised on the Celts a sort of permanent spell of mysteriousness and awe stretching to the verge of adoration. The Celt's faculty of exaggeration, combined with his incapacity to comprehend the weird and uncanny population of the mounds and caves, has enabled him to bequeath to the great literatures of Western Europe a motley train of dwarfs. And see, the professor's conclusion is that the earliest people who inhabited these islands were the mound folk, consisting of the short, swarthy people variously caricatured by our fairy tales, and that they were conquered by Neolithic invaders, who, he tells us, made slaves and drudges of the mound-haunting race. These, the professor warns us, perhaps superfluously, are conjectures which I cannot establish, but possibly somebody else may. I venture to hint a doubt. Not only is the derivation of Coritani utterly uncertain, but it is safe to assume that the Celtic tribe who undoubtedly conquered the country which belonged in Ptolemy's time to the Coritani would not have called its population, themselves included, by a name which described not even the people whom they found in possession, but the slaves and drudges of that people, or rather of their Neolithic predecessors. The professor indeed argued in Celtic folklore that the Coritanian dwarfs may be conjectured to have had quiet from invaders from the continent because of the inaccessible nature of their fens. How then did they themselves, and the non-dwarfish invaders of the Bronze Age get there? It is almost superfluous to remark that in the year before, and in the year after the publication of Celtic folklore, the professor counted the Coritani among the Brythonic, invaders from the continent. The mound dwellings, which Mr. Macritchie describes belong to the class of structures which are popularly known as Picts houses, earth houses, or weems, and are immeasurably later than the period to which Professor Rees's theory would compel him to assign them. The mere fact, indeed, that many of them have been shown by excavation to have been occupied in Roman times does not prove that they were not constructed earlier. But I can find no evidence that any of them belong even to the Neolithic age. Mr. Macritchie himself assures us that one which was opened at Crichton in Midlothian was proved to have been built not earlier than 80 AD. And he assigns the mound dwellings, in general not to a pre-Neolithic race, but to the Picts of historic times. He also says that one which was explored in 1855 contained 4 chambers, of which the largest was 6 feet 2 inches long, 4 feet 6 inches in height, and 2 feet 6 inches wide. And, with a fascinating lack of humor, he adds that, while the size of the stones used in its construction is evidence of great personal strength on the part of the builders, the small and narrow rooms seem to indicate a diminutive race. When the reader is invited to believe that those who inhabited these rooms, which were only built by the exertion of great personal strength, were of remarkably short stature, he falls to calculating whether even a race of Tom Thumbs, each of whom possessed the muscular power of a Sandow, would not have used their strength to make their rooms a little more comfortable. Mr. Macritchie shows more acumen when, after remarking that 2 alleged fairy noes in Shetland proved on investigation to be natural hillocks, and that another in Stirlingshire was only a sepulchral mound, he concludes that these instances are sufficient to show the unreliable nature of popular tradition. If it was the Celt's faculty of exaggeration that enabled him to bequeath to the great literatures of Western Europe a motley train of dwarfs, why should he not have exercised his faculty upon the comparatively short Neolithic population rather than upon the imaginary pygmies whom Professor Rees has appointed as their slaves and drudges? And if the imagination which created a motley train of dwarfs had pygmies for its basis of fact, will the professor tell us who were the originals of the motley train of giants whom the imaginations of various European peoples associated with the dwarfs? I am aware that Professor Kallman claims to have proved that pygmies existed in prehistoric times in France, Germany, Switzerland, and other European countries. But the fact remains that no evidence has been produced that a race of pre-Neolithic or even prehistoric pygmies existed in this country, save only that which is furnished by the Celt's faculty of exaggeration. Roman VI, Neolithic man. The remains of Neolithic man have been discovered in caves, in cairns, in submerged forests, and in barrows in Essex, Wiltshire, Gloucestershire, Somersetshire, Derbyshire, Staffordshire, Yorkshire, Carmarthenshire, Denbighshire, the Isle of Man, Argyllshire and the island of Arran, Caithness and the Orkney Islands. The Neolithic population, however, it need hardly be said, were scattered over many other parts of Britain in which their skeletons have not come to light. Many anthropologists consider that all of them belong to one race, but at all events, the great majority represent men of medium stature with long skulls. And it is a generally accepted article of faith that no long barrow has ever yielded any article of metal in association with a primary interment, and that no skull whose cephalic index exceeded 79, belonging to a primary interment, has ever been found in a long barrow since the time when anthropologists first began to measure skulls in this country. according to a table published by Dr. Beddoe in 1894, the value of which has been confirmed by later measurements. The cephalic indices of 87 skulls belonging to the Neolithic age ranged from 63 to 79. And, as Dr. Thurnam points out, some of them are more dolichocephalic than those of any modern European people. When we come to examine the stature of the Neolithic Britons, we find that, according to Thurnam's latest estimate, the average height of 25 male skeletons found by him in long barrows was 5 feet 4 inches, or 1 meter 661. But Dr. Beddoe gives good reasons, to which I have already called attention, for believing this estimate to be too low, and his own is 5 feet 6.7 inches, or 1 meter 694. Recent measurements, although they include those of individuals under 5 feet, do not invalidate the evidence of these figures, and the few Scottish skeletons which undoubtedly belong to the Neolithic age have yielded practically the same results. Dr. Garson, describing the dolichocephalic long barrow skulls, with which anthropologists agree in associating those that have been found in the horned cairns of Caithness, in the Neolithic cairns of the Isle of Arran, and in the caves of Oban, says that the superciliary ridges and glabella, the surface between the superciliary ridges, are moderately or even feebly developed. The malar bones are never prominent. There is no tendency to prognathism. As a whole, the face is oval in form, the jaws are small and fine. The facial characters are mild and without exaggerated development in any direction. It may be added that the long barrow skulls, as Thurnam pointed out, are more or less depressed platycephalic, and that the nose is usually aquiline. The general truth of the foregoing descriptions will be apparent to anyone who examines the plates in Crania Britannica, but we must take account of exceptions. As Dr. Davis pointed out, a skull found in the Long Low Barrow, near Wetton in Staffordshire, is very different from another dolichocephalic skull from a chambered long barrow at Ely in Gloucestershire. In the latter, the brow ridges are strongly marked, and the chin is comparatively broad and square. Of another skull, found in a barrow near Littleton Drew in North Wiltshire, Thurnam observes that the lower jaw is thick and heavy. A third, taken from a barrow at West Kennet in North Wiltshire, has an amazingly angular and square lower jaw, which, as Thurnam truly says, deviates considerably from the normal type. Again, while the average stature of the long barrow skeletons which Thurnam examined was, according to the higher estimate of Dr. Beddoe, only 5 feet 7 inches, and Rolleston affirmed that he had never found the stature to exceed 5 feet 6 inches. In any skeleton from a barrow, which was undoubtedly of the Stone and Bone period, a skeleton found in the West Kennet barrow had a thigh bone 20 inches long, and its possessor would therefore have stood 6 feet high, or nearly 1 meter 830, on the lowest computation, and, according to the estimate of Dr. Beddoe, 6 feet 1/2 inch, or 1 meter 867. Not less remarkable is a dolichocephalic skeleton of almost identical dimensions, described by Dr. Garson, which, although it was found in a round barrow, undoubtedly belonged to the Neolithic age. It is evident, therefore, that although not one of the people, so far as we can tell, who buried their dead in long barrows was brachycephalic in index, yet not only was there a very wide range in their indices, but some of them were strikingly different, both in form of skull and feature and in stature, from the normal type. Were they the result of crossing between individuals of the long barrow race and tall brachycephalic invaders who will be noticed later? Thurnam himself pointed out that a male skull, whose cephalic index was 79, found in a primary interment in the long barrow of Charlton Abbots in Wiltshire, was unquestionably brachycephalous. The mere fact that its index was below the conventional limit did not blind him to its true character. Let us now see how far those skulls of the Neolithic age, which have been found in other surroundings, resemble the type which is associated with long barrows. Putting aside the Scottish skulls which have been already mentioned, they comprise specimens found in the caves of Perthachwero in Denbighshire and Sephin, near St. Asaph, in a chambered cairn at Tidden Bladen, near Sephin, in caves at Rostiger and Landeby and at Uphill in Somersetshire, in the East Ham marshes, along with 2 chipped celts, 15 feet below the surface, in the bed of the Trent at Muskam, and in a submarine forest 30 feet below the level of the sea, near the Land's End. Skulls found in tumuli at Case in Caithness, in a tumulus at Towen-Waikapel in Anglesey, and in what seems to be an alluvial deposit formed by the River Dove, near Ledbury Hall in Derbyshire, may be added doubtfully to the list. But, as we shall afterwards see, there need be no doubt that certain brachycephalic skulls of the type which is commonly associated with the round barrows belonged to the Neolithic age. Professor Ripley holds that the Long Barrow people were quite similar to those whose remains have been found in caves, if somewhat less extreme in physical type. And Huxley thought that all the dolichocephalic and mesotycephalic British skulls of the Neolithic age belonged to the same race. Similarly, Dr. Garson identifies the riverbed type, represented in Britain by the Muskham skull, with that of the Long Barrows, while, according to Professor Boyd Dawkins, the skulls from the Welsh caves and from Tyddon Bladen agree in shape, with some of those given in Tables I and Roman II, of the Crania Britannica as ancient British, and belong to that type which Professor Huxley terms the riverbed skull, and which, according to him, was identical in general characters with the Long Barrow type. Dr. Beddoe, on the contrary, says that both they and the Caithness skulls depart considerably from the typical Long Barrow cranium, and is inclined to regard them as belonging to a distinct mesotycephalic race. The cephalic indices of the Welsh skulls, which range from 74.3 to 80, are considerably higher than those of the Long Barrow skulls in general. And though this may be unimportant, the average height of the men to whom they belonged was little more than 5 feet, or considerably below the average height of the Long Barrow people. In my opinion, neither they nor the Land's End skull, which resembles them, are pure specimens of the Long Barrow type, and the same may be said of the East Ham and Muskham skulls. The one from Towen-Waikapel, on the other hand, might be supposed to have come from a Long Barrow. The cephalic indices of the Caithness skulls range from 73 to 78. 4 of them might, I think, pass muster as Long Barrow skulls, but the remaining 2 appear to me different. Of the Ledbury skull, the cephalic index of which is 77, Huxley himself says that a little flattening and elongation, with a rather greater development of the superciliary ridges, would convert this into the nearest likeness to the Neanderthal skull which has yet been discovered. It may be that there was some infusion of the blood of the Long Barrow race in all the people to whom these skulls belonged, but I have little doubt that if, with the few exceptions which I have noted, they were placed on a table among those of the Long Barrows, a skilled craniologist could pick out every one of them. The difference is easily accounted for when it is remembered that the Long Barrows were almost certainly erected late in the Neolithic age, and that there were Neolithic men in Scotland when the estuary of the Forth extended 8 or 10 miles west of Stirling, and when the sea relatively to the west coast was 25 feet higher than it is now. A female skull, belonging apparently to the Neolithic age, was discovered about the year 1891 on the Batten Promontory, near Plymouth Sound. According to the report of the discovery, it approaches dolichocephally. A photograph of this skull reminded me of some of the illustrations of round skulls in Crania Britannica. To quote from the report, the most striking features of the face are the great size of the orbits, the strongly marked superciliary ridge, the lowness of the retreating forehead. And all these features are characteristic of some of the most typical Bronze Age skulls. A few years ago, Professor McAllister said that he had not recognized any skulls of the Long Barrow type in Ireland, where no such barrows exist, but several specimens have since been found. There is, as we have seen, reason to believe that the Neolithic population of Britain were not homogeneous, but, with the qualifications that have been already noted, it may be truly said that the people of the Long Barrows present a uniform type. Whence did they come, and what were their affinities? The view which may be said to hold the field, although it is not universally accepted, is that they belonged to the so-called Iberian race. Before we discuss this theory, it may be well to warn the reader that among those who hold it are writers who have absolutely no knowledge of the Iberian question, except on the side of physical anthropology. The word Iberian, as used by ethnologists, is not always confined to the Iberians of history. That is, the inhabitants of the Spanish peninsula and of southern Gaul between the Pyrenees and the Rhone. It is often loosely applied to a people, possessing certain common physical features, who inhabited various parts of the Mediterranean basin, and according to some writers, notably Sergi, penetrated in late Quaternary and Neolithic times into almost every country of Europe. And when it is applied by ethnologists to the Iberians of history, it is not applied to all of them, for the Iberians of history were of course a mixed people. The ethnologists are thinking only of those Iberians who belonged to the dolichocephalic Mediterranean stock. The arguments which have been brought forward in favor of the theory that the long barrow race belonged to the Iberian branch of the Mediterranean stock may be summarized as follows. First, according to Tacitus, the Silures, a British tribe which in his time inhabited what is now Monmouthshire, Glamorganshire, and Herefordshire, were dark and had curly hair, from which fact, as well as from their geographical position, he inferred that Iberians, that is, inhabitants of the Spanish peninsula, had migrated into Britain. But if the dolichocephalic Iberians were dark, so were the brachycephalic people who settled in Gaul in the Neolithic Age. Tacitus's geographical argument was based upon the notion, prevalent among the ancient geographers, that Spain was opposite and near Britain. And it is, of course, incredible that people should have sailed in the Neolithic Age from Spain to our island. Secondly, much stress has been laid upon the alleged resemblance of the long barrow skulls to those of the Basques, the assumption being that the latter were Iberians, properly so called. Dr. Garson affirms that there is a strong similarity between Basque skulls and those of the Neolithic people of Britain, while Thurnam points out that the skulls of the Basques are very similar in many respects to the skulls from chambered long barrows of southwest Britain, and that the long barrow skulls in general closely resemble 60 Basque skulls lately added to the collection of the Anthropological Society of Paris. Moreover, Dr. Beddoe says, many photographs of Basques are recognized, both by myself and by an observant Welsh anthropologist to whom I have submitted them, as being in no respect different from some of the ordinary types of feature in South Wales. Now, as I have shown elsewhere, the investigations which have been made regarding the cranial characters of the Basques have led to widely different results, and Dr. Garson does not say to what group of Basque skulls he refers. Both the Spanish and the French Basques, according to Dr. Collignon, differ in certain respects from all other European peoples, but they also differ from each other, the former being generally dolichocephalic, while the latter are, according to Broca's notation, subbrachycephalic, and their cranial capacity is considerably less than that of their Spanish brethren. Dr. Collignon is inclined to assimilate the Basques generally to the Cabal type. Assuming that the long barrow race resembled the Spanish Basques in certain respects, the resemblance only tends to show that the ancestors of the long barrow race came from the south. The ancestors, or rather some of the ancestors of the Basques, were undoubtedly Iberians in one sense of the word. But the French Basque type which Dr. Collignon has described, and which he regards as original, is in many respects different from that of the long barrows, which ethnologists call Iberian. And, as I have shown elsewhere, the purest French Basques are generally fair, the Spanish Basques are less dark than other Spaniards, and the long barrow race were undoubtedly dark. Moreover, many ethnologists overlook the fact that the language of the so-called Iberian inscriptions, which have been found scattered over the territory that belonged to the Iberians, cannot be interpreted by the aid of Basque, and shows no trace of kinship with Basque. Thirdly, Sergi, affirming that the long barrow people belong to the Iberian branch of the stock which he has taught ethnologists to call Mediterranean, says, I have compared the forms of the skulls from British graves with ancient Mediterranean skulls, and have found those characteristic of Spain, of Portugal, of Greece, of Hisarlik, and of East Africa. The fact is undeniable, but obviously it does not tend to prove that the long barrow race belonged to the Iberian rather than to the Ligurian branch, which, according to Sergi, extends from the Iberian Peninsula as far as Italy, or to any other branch of the Mediterranean stock. Moreover, when Sergi affirms that wherever the Mediterranean stock established itself, it preserved its primitive burial custom of inhumation, and that incineration was of absolutely Aryan, that is to say, on his theory, Asiatic origin, he weakens his argument, for it is certain that incineration was practiced by many of the long barrow people. Furthermore, Sergi tells us that skeletons of the Mediterranean type are characterized by slender and delicate forms, and doubtless most of the skeletons which have been found in long barrows answer to this description. But 13 skeletons found in a chambered long barrow at Rodmarton, Gloucestershire, were distinguished by powerful and vigorous frames. I conclude that there is not sufficient evidence for referring the long barrow people to the Iberian, rather than to some other branch of the Mediterranean stock. It is generally admitted that the long barrow race closely resembled in cranial characteristics, and to a lesser degree in stature, the dolichocephalic Neolithic population of Gaul, of whom the people whose remains have been discovered in the caverns of Elham Mort and Bombshows were perhaps the most typical representatives. And this resemblance confirms the truth of the theory that the long barrow people were a branch of the Mediterranean stock. But one argument, upon which Thurnam laid great stress, should warn us to be cautious in drawing conclusions from the skeletal characters of prehistoric peoples of whose other characters we are necessarily ignorant. About the middle of the 19th century, several skeletons were discovered in a Neolithic barrow at Fontenay, near Caen. Their skulls resembled those of the long barrows, and the height of the tallest, according to Thurnam's system of measurement, would not have exceeded 5 feet 1 inch or 1 meter 550. This, he triumphantly remarks, confirms the opinion that the peoples who erected the sepulchral chambers at Fontenay and in the southwest of England belonged to the same race. But the average height of the long barrow people, according to Thurnam, was 5 feet 4 inches, and the average height of the brachycephalic round barrow people 5 feet 4 inches. This difference of 3 inches is one of the facts upon which he relies to prove the distinction a distinction, which is of course as certain, as it is universally admitted between the long barrow people and the brachycephalic round barrow people. Yet he regards the difference of 4 inches between the average height of the long barrow people and the tallest of the men who were buried at Fontenay as sufficient to prove the racial identity of the latter with the former. Dr. Keane maintains that the route followed by the people who introduced the Neolithic culture into the British Isles is indicated by the dolmens which abound in many parts of northern Africa, and are scattered along the western side of the Spanish peninsula and over nearly the whole area of France. This is also the opinion of Professor Flinders Petrie, who affirms that the dolmens belong to one continuous series, passing from Syria, along North Africa, and up Spain to Western Europe, of Montelius, Sophus Muller, and Sergi. Penka, on the other hand, I quote from Mr. J. L. Myers's exposition of his views, reads the series the other way, because, while on the north these monuments go back into the Stone Age, in France and the south they belong to the Bronze Age. He observes that the discovery of dolmens in North Africa and Syria has preceded pari passu with the discovery both of actual survival of a tall blonde dolichocephalic race in the same areas and of evidence in Egyptian portraiture of its wider extension in the 2nd millennium B.C. He maintains, therefore, that the earliest dolmen builders were dolichocephalic blondes, speaking an Aryan language, in southern Scandinavia and Denmark. Now the ethnological problem presented by the distribution of the dolmens is exceedingly difficult, and it is not certain that either of the above-mentioned views is right. Dolmens are found not only in the countries which have been already mentioned, but also in Japan, India, Persia, Arabia, Syria, Palestine, Moab, Asia Minor, the Crimea, the Netherlands, northern Germany, and the Balearic Islands. And it is possible that in certain other countries their non-existence may be due simply to lack of the necessary stones. In the territory which corresponds with ancient Gaul, there are no dolmens east of the line formed by the Jura and the Vosges, while the departments in which they are most numerous form a band extending obliquely from Finisterre to Gard, that is, from the Channel to the Mediterranean. The single department of the Morbihan contains more megalithic monuments, including menhirs, or single standing stones, than all the other departments put together. But in the list of dolmens, it ranks below Avarin and Ardèche. In the Spanish peninsula, almost all the dolmens are concentrated in Portugal, the northeastern corner of Spain, and the southern and eastern seaboard. In southern Britain, they are found in Cornwall, Devonshire, Dorsetshire, Somersetshire, Wiltshire, Oxfordshire, Berkshire, Kent, Derbyshire, Staffordshire, and Northumberland, in Monmouthshire, Herefordshire, and Wales. While in Scotland, they are represented by the horned cairns of Caithness and the chambered cairns of Orkney, Inverness, Argyllshire, Arran, and other islands. In Ireland, they are everywhere, but most numerous in the west. there is a striking resemblance, which, in certain cases, amounts to almost complete identity of form between many of the dolmens of Western Europe and some even of the Caucasus and India. Although, as might have been expected, local peculiarities exist everywhere. Thus, the chambered long barrow of West Kennet in Wiltshire is identical in construction with the Honeybedden, or giant's graves, of Brandenburg, Mecklenburg, and Hanover. And close resemblances have been noted between certain dolmens in Wales and others in Brittany and Portugal, between some in Antrim and others in Denmark, and between certain Irish dolmens and the peculiar ship-shaped monuments of the Balearic Isles. It is of course true that in sepulchres of such rude and simple construction general resemblance is inevitable, and does not necessarily imply community of origin. But when we find that in the Caucasus, in Syria and India, and in every European country in which dolmens exist, some few have one of their stones pierced with a hole, that the covering stones of certain dolmens in Portugal, Ireland, Cornwall, Sweden, and elsewhere are indented with small circular depressions, and that the sepulchral customs discernible in the dolmens of widely separated countries are virtually identical, it must be admitted that there is ground for the opinion that the custom of dolmen building originated with some one people. On the other hand, it is easily conceivable that these coincidences originated in customs and beliefs which may have been common property before the first dolmen was set up, or which may have been handed on at a later time from tribe to tribe. De Mortillet argued that dolmens were not the exclusive creation of any one race, because in France skeletons of widely different races have been found within them. But this fact only proves that an intruding race buried their dead in dolmens built by others, or else adopted the custom of dolmen building from their predecessors. It has also been argued that the differences in detail which are noticeable in the dolmens of the various countries of Western Europe prove that they were not the work of one migratory people, but of various settled tribes, and that this conclusion is borne out by the similarity between the culture of the dolmen builders of widely separated countries, such as France and Denmark. What is certain is that if the dolmens had been erected successively by peoples who migrated westward from Syria or even North Africa, and whose descendants moved on northward to the British Isles, we should expect to find that the British dolmens belong to a period very much later than those of the Mediterranean. But the oldest dolmens of North Africa are assigned by General Faidherbe to the very end of the Neolithic and the commencement of the Bronze Age. The arguments of Penka, whatever value they may have in regard to the origin of dolmen building, certainly do not prove that the long barrow race were descended from Scandinavian ancestors. For their skulls are easily distinguishable from those of Scandinavia. The Neolithic pottery of Britain is utterly different from that of the North. And the distribution of the dolmens in the British Isles, where they are most numerous in Western Britain and in Ireland, is hardly consistent with the theory that the people who erected them came from the northeast. Moreover, the remains which have been found in the oldest Scandinavian dolmens indicate that the culture which they represent was more advanced than that which is manifested in similar tombs in Gaul or the British Isles. On the question of the origin of dolmens, I offer no opinion. But in regard to those of Western Europe, the least improbable theory appears to be that which was first tentatively propounded by M. Cazalis de Fondance, and developed by Mr. Borlase, namely, that a dolichocephalic people who were erecting dolmens in France and the Spanish peninsula, where these monuments may have been evolved from sepulchral caves, were forced westward by the brachycephalic Grenelle race who invaded those countries in the Neolithic age, that some of them migrated into the British Isles, and others into Holland and northern Germany, whence the custom of dolmen building would have spread to Denmark and Scandinavia, and that others moved southward into Africa. The earlier Neolithic dolmen builders of Gaul, like the long barrow people of Britain, belonged to the Mediterranean type, and on the theory which I have stated, their ancestors might have migrated into Spain and Gaul from Africa long before the first African dolmen was erected. Lastly, linguistic arguments have been adduced to prove the African origin of the long barrow race. Professor Morris Jones endeavors to show that the Celtic language was modified, after it had been introduced into Britain, by the language or languages which it encountered. And he claims to have established the syntactical similarity of the modern Celtic dialects to Egyptian and to the Hamitic dialects generally, and to have demonstrated that Neo-Celtic syntax agrees with Hamitic in almost every point where it differs from Aryan. This, he concludes, is the linguistic complement of the anthropological evidence, and the strongest corroboration of the theory of the kinship of the early inhabitants of Britain to the North African white race. I would not, however, venture to commit myself to the theory of Sergi, that the cradle of the Iberian race, or of the Mediterranean race of which it was an offshoot, was in northern Africa or Somaliland. Professor Boyd Dawkins infers from their range as far north as Scotland, and at least as far to the east as Belgium, that they traveled by the same paths that the Celtic, Belgic, and Germanic tribes traveled, coming from the east and pushing their way to the west, and that another mastered northern Africa, and he argues that this view is confirmed by the examination of the domestic animals which they possessed. The short-horned ox, the sheep, and the goat are derived from wild stocks that are now to be found only in Central Asia. None of these animals were known in Europe before the Neolithic age. But anyone who has read so far will have seen that the range of the Iberian race, as far north as Scotland, lends no support to the theory that it originated in Asia. In regard to the argument which the professor derives from the examination of the domestic animals, Rolleston inclined to the view that, though coming in the ultimate resort from the east, it did not reach the north of the Alps directly from the east, but only from the Greek and Italian peninsulas. But the truth is that we do not know whether the earliest Neolithic invaders of the British Isles or of Western Europe possessed short-horned oxen, sheep, or goats. Supposing that these animals came from the east, is it not possible that they were introduced into Europe not by the Mediterranean race, but by brachycephalic Neolithic immigrants? Moreover, Professor Boyd Dawkins has himself admitted that the common domestic hog, descended from the wild boar, may have been originally tamed in Europe, and that the vegetables possessed by the Swiss lake dwellers may have been derived from southern Europe. And it is now generally held that the domestic animals of the Neolithic inhabitants of Europe were of European origin, and that there is no evidence that their plants and cereals were derived from Asia. On the whole, the evidence shows that the Neolithic inhabitants of Britain, or at all events a large proportion of them, were descended from ancestors who lived in the Mediterranean basin. But it does not follow that they were more intimately related to the people whom the ancient writers called Iberians than to some other branch of the Mediterranean stock. It is certain that before the Romans entered the Spanish peninsula, two languages at least besides Celtic were spoken there: Basque, and the language of the so-called Iberian inscriptions. The latter has not yet been deciphered, but, as we have seen, all attempts to explain it by means of Basque have failed. And, as Professor Morris Jones admits, all attempts to discover traces of Basque influence in the Celtic dialects have been equally unsuccessful. Therefore, it should be distinctly understood that if the term Iberian is to be applied to the Neolithic inhabitants of Britain, it must be taken in a purely conventional sense. M. Darbois de Jubainville adduces various British place names, for example, Sabrina, the Severn, Isca, the Exe, Albion, and Cantium, Kent, which he chooses to call Ligurian, but I am not aware that he has made any converts. Little or nothing is known about the Ligurian tongue, and even if M. Darbois' conjectures could be verified, their ethnological value would be comparatively slight. For, as I have shown elsewhere, there is some reason to believe that the Ligurians, like the Iberians, belonged to the Mediterranean stock. It is perhaps hardly necessary now to insist upon the fact that the Long Barrow race is not extinct. Not only have their remains been found, as we shall presently see, in graves of the Bronze Age and the late Celtic period, but men of the same type, but little modified, are still numerous. It is often taken for granted that no round barrows were erected in Britain before the close of the Neolithic age, and that the earliest of the brachycephalic invaders whose remains have been found in them landed with bronze weapons in their hands. But these assumptions are made in spite of conclusive evidence. There is not the slightest doubt that most, if not all, of the circular chambered cairns of Argyllshire, Caithness, Orkney, and Derbyshire were erected before the Bronze Age in those parts began. Dr. Garson, speaking of brachycephalic skulls which have been found in round barrows in Orkney, says that the fact that no metals of any kind were found, and that all the implements were of the most primitive manufacture, points to the people belonging to the unpolished stone period, and concludes that we probably postdate the existence of the people who buried in the round barrows of Orkney if we attribute them with sick, the same antiquity as those of the round barrows of England. Dr. Garson has also shown that the round barrow of How Hill in Yorkshire was erected in the Neolithic age, and that the skeletons found in it belong to the long barrow type. The round-headed people who introduced drinking cups into our island brought no bronze with them. According to Barnard Davis, a skull from a chambered round barrow at Parsley Hay Low in Derbyshire, which had a cephalic index of 81, without doubt belongs to the early stone period. And he assigns to the same epoch another skull, the cephalic index of which was the same from Greengate Hill Barrow, Pickering, Yorkshire. Canon Greenwell suggests that some of the round barrows belonged to an age before bronze was discovered, and it is certain that the round barrows of this country were connected by evolution with the earlier long barrows. Finally, if Sergi is right in maintaining that the new burial custom of cremation was introduced into Europe by brachycephalic immigrants, it follows that they invaded Britain in the Neolithic age, for in this country, as in Gaul, cremation was then practiced. Roman 7, the Pictish question. A view which has become fashionable of late years, owing to the influence of Professor Rees and Professor Zimmer, is that the Neolithic people of this country were identical with the Picts, whose name first occurs in the panegyric addressed about AD 296 to Constantius Caesar. To clear the ground, I should say, first, that it is universally admitted that descendants of the Neolithic race survived not only in the part of Scotland, which was inhabited by the Picts, but in most parts of Britain. The question is whether the Picts represented that race in a special sense and still spoke the Neolithic non-Aryan language. As we shall see, Professor Rees himself, who maintains that they did, emphatically affirms that among the medley of tribes who were known as Picts some were Celtic and spoke a Celtic tongue. Secondly, it may be well to state certain elementary facts of Celtic phonology, although I dare say that to most of those who may read these pages they are already familiar, without a knowledge of which parts of the following discussion and of the later section on the Celts would be unintelligible. The ancient Gauls, for the most part, and the Brythons, from whose dialect modern Welsh is descended, are commonly called the P Celts, while the Goidels, whose dialect was the ancestor of Gaelic, Irish, and Manx, are known as the Q Celts. The reason of this distinction is that the Gauls and Brythons changed the original sound into P, while the Goidels retained it, and in the 6th century of our era modified it into C. It has been affirmed, however, on the evidence of the formularies of Marcellus of Bordeaux, that some of the Western Gauls in the 4th century spoke a dialect which was akin to Goidelic, and Professor Rees and Mr. Nicholson regard the words Sequani and Sequana, the Gallic name of the Seine, as proving that this dialect was not confined to the West. But M. Darbois de Jubinville refuses to admit that these names are Celtic and contemptuously denies that the formularies are to be taken seriously. Professor Rees and Mr. Nicholson also infer from certain inscriptions found in the departments of the Ain and Dewsevers, which probably belong respectively to the 1st and the 4th century of our era, that a dialect akin to Goidelic was spoken in those localities. But here again M. Darbois dissents, and he remarks that an inscription found at Galenou in the department of the Ain contains a word, Petru de Camidos, which belongs to the language of the P Celts. Professor Rees urges that the presence of monuments in the language occupying the subordinate position may be taken as evidence presumptive of its being the vernacular in the immediate neighborhood. But, as we shall see hereafter, a pillar, bearing a Gaidelic inscription, has been found at Silchester, where the vernacular was undoubtedly Brythonic, and the obvious explanation is that the inscription was the work of a stranger. M. Darbois, moreover, unlike Professor Rees, maintains that when the Celts first invaded Britain, the Celtic language everywhere was one and the same. According to him, none of the Celts had then changed Q into P, but that change was made at a later date by the Celts who conquered Gaul, and some of whose descendants afterwards conquered Britain. Until near the end of the 19th century, Celtic scholars unanimously believed that all the Celtic dialects had rejected Indo-European P, except, as Mr. Nicholson says, in borrowed words or in certain combinations of consonants. In other words, that wherever the Indo-European or Aryan tongue from which Celtic was descended had the sound of P, the Celtic dialects had all lost it. But Professor Rees holds that Mr. Nicholson has proved from the above-mentioned inscriptions, found in the departments of the Ain and Deux-Sèvres, that it was retained by the Sequani and the Pictones. M. Darbois de Jubainville, of course, rejects this conclusion, and he reminds his opponents that P is absent from all Agam inscriptions. One in 296, when the panegyric addressed to Constantius was written, the Picts to whom the writer referred were confined to the part of Scotland, which extends northward from the firths of Forth and Clyde. But Professor Rees and Professor Zimmer maintain that the habitat of the Pictish people was once much more extensive. Irish literature, says Professor Rees, alludes to Picts here and there in Ireland, in such a way as to favor the belief that they were survivals of a race holding possession at one time of the whole country. That the Picts once inhabited the whole of Britain is proved, in the opinion not only of the two professors, but also of M. Darbois de Jubainville, who differs from them on the question of Pictish ethnology, by the following linguistic facts. The Irish name of the Picts was Cruithne. Britain has, since the Middle Ages, been called in Welsh Unis Prydain. Prydain is the Welsh equivalent of Cruithne, and Unis Prydain means the island of the Picts. Now, as Professor Rees remarks, Prydain, with its cognate forms Prydain, Prydain, and Prydain, represents an Old Welsh word Pryt. And accordingly, the Brythonic or the Gaulish name of the Picts, when it reached the ears of the Greeks, would have been written by them Pi Rho Epsilon Tau Alpha Nu Omicron letter 1F77. It must of course be borne in mind that Cruithne, Prydain, and Pryton did not appear in literature until long after Caesar's time. But the etymology, which connects Pi Rho Epsilon Tau Alpha Nu Omicron letter 1F77 and Pi Rho Epsilon Tau Alpha Nu, Iota Kappa Alpha letter 1F76, Nu letter 1FC6 Sigma Omicron Iota. The name by which Ptolemy and other Greek writers call the British Isles with Pryton is accepted by Celtic scholars who, on the question of the ethnology of the Picts, differ widely among themselves. M. Darbois de Jubainville concludes that in the time of Pythias, the masters of Britain were the Picts, while Professor Rees holds that when, shortly before that epoch, the Brythons first landed in Britain, not the Picts but the Goidelic Celts were the dominant race. In other words, he believes that the Goidelic Celts called the island which they conquered by some such a Goidelic name as Anais Cruithne, island of the Picts. M. Darbois identifies the Picts of the time of Pythias with the ancestors of the Goidelic Celts. Like Professor Rees, he regards the word Prytani as simply the Brythonic or Gaulish form of a Goidelic word Cuartani, of which Cruithne was the later Irish equivalent. But he holds that no Brythons had set foot in Britain until after the time of Pythias, and that the word Prytani was learned by Pythias not in Britain, but in Gaul. Both the views that have just been stated seem to involve difficulties. If Professor Rees is right in believing that the pre-Roman Goidelic invaders of Britain, whose very existence, as we shall afterwards see, is not universally admitted, called the people whom they found in possession by some such name as Cruithne or Cruithne, the name which, transformed by Brythons into Prytan, was applied by Pythias to the inhabitants of Britain generally, it would appear either that the Goidelic invaders had no name of their own or that it was suppressed. Moreover, Professor Rees does not explain how it happened that Pythias never learned the name by which, as he tells us, the Brythons called themselves, namely, Britons. On the other hand, M. Darbois' view would compel us either to assign the first Brythonic invasion to a date a century later than that which is now generally accepted, or to assume that Pythias, although he visited Britain, learned nothing there of the name of its inhabitants. I confess that I cannot suggest any satisfactory solution. It remains to be inquired whether the Picts of history did really, in a special sense, represent the Neolithic population, and whether they spoke a non-Aryan language. 2 was the word Pict, in its original form, pre-Aryan or Celtic. The answers that have been given to this question only serve to amuse the ignorant scoffer, and to illustrate the truth that even if the labors of Zeus placed the study of the ancient Celtic languages upon a scientific basis, Celtic scholars still know very little about them. When we inquire of Professor Rees, we are perplexed by the quick changes of front to which his most devoted disciples have by this time become accustomed. In the second edition of his Celtic Britain he said that neither the Picts nor the Scotti probably owned these names, the former of which is to be traced to Roman authors. And he described the theory which connected the Pict with the Gaulish Pictones as a clumsy invention. In his Rhine lectures, he assured us that the principal non-Aryan name of the inhabitants of both islands was some prototype of the word Pict, and gave reasons, which are now generally accepted, for believing that that name was not connected with the Latin Pictus. At the same time, he definitely committed himself to the view which he had previously derided as a clumsy invention, and affirmed that the word Pict is hardly to be severed from the Pictones of ancient Gaul. In the Welsh people, which first appeared in 1900, and in a later edition of the same work, dated 1902, he argued that Ict is the name of an island mentioned by Diodorus Siculus, and Ict represent possibly a Celtic pronunciation of the same aboriginal word which the Romans made into Pictus. We must, he added, suppose it an early name which the Aborigines adopted, while the Celts applied another name Q-1E77 Artani, Prytani, Cruithni, and C, but in the same year in which the first edition of the Welsh people appeared, he told the members of the British Association that Pictos was a Celtican word of the same etymology, and approximately, doubtless, of the same meaning as the Latin Pictus, that the Celticans had applied it at an early date to the Picts on account of their tattooing themselves, and that the Picts had accepted it. It is not absolutely clear whether by the Celticans he means only those people of Gaul who spoke a language akin to Goidelic or the first Celtic invaders of Britain. As, however, we are told that the Picts accepted their name from the Celticans, it would seem that those Celticans were, or at all events included, the British Goidels. And we ask ourselves in bewilderment why, if the Celticans applied the name Pictos to the Picts, they also applied the name Q-1E77 Artani. But when we open the latest edition of Celtic Britain, we find that the professor's views are still in process of development, or of flux. He now reverts to the theory that the native name which suggested the Latin was not of Celtic origin either, though only found treated as Celtic. He adds that the term Pictones, as occurring in Gaul in Caesar's time, makes it probable that it was also a name of long standing in Britain. And finally, he avows with characteristic candor that we know not from what language it comes. Turning to our other authorities, we learn from Zimmer that Picti is obviously a Latin translation of the name which the Romans learned from the Britons. In other words, the German savant holds that the word Pictos, if it ever existed except as a Latin accusative plural, was neither aboriginal in Britain nor Celtican. It has been suggested that Picti is connected with the old Irish word sict, a carver or engraver, and is the Cymric form of a Gaidelic word Cicti. While Mr. Nicholson, who insists that Picti is not Cymric but Goidelic, claims to have fully shown that this name is, from the root pake, tattoo, with ind, yor. P preserved. The one absolutely certain conclusion to which the student of ethnology can come is that the name of the Picts has not been proved to be of pre-Aryan origin. 3. Still, Professors Rees and Zimmer will have it that the Picts must have been a non-Aryan people. Caesar, in a well-known passage, states that among the Britons groups of 10 or 12 men had wives in common, in other words, that one of the British customs was polyandry. It has generally been assumed that he meant to say that the custom was prevalent among the Britons generally. But Zimmer, after reviewing the whole chapter in which the passage occurs, concludes that it refers only to interiors, the Britons of the interior whom Caesar contrasts with Maritimi, the descendants of the Belgic invaders. The latter, he argues, according to Caesar's express statement, differed but slightly in their customs from the Gauls. Therefore, the words in which Caesar describes the British custom of polyandry cannot refer to them, but must refer to interiors. The two professors agree in thinking that Caesar, owing to his inability to realize a state of society exclusively based on birth, misunderstood the institution which he tried to describe. In other words, that institution was not polyandry, but matriarchy, the rule of succession by which rank and property are transmitted in the female line. A king, for example, being succeeded not by his own son, but by the son of one of his sisters. Zimmer, referring to Schrader's Prehistoric Antiquities of the Aryan Peoples, remarks that among all Aryan-speaking peoples, and among the primitive Aryans, the custom by which a father is succeeded by his own son, des vaderrecht, was the foundation of social ordinance. Professor Rees, indeed, thinks that this generalization cannot be proved, and refers to a well-known passage in the 20th chapter of the Germania of Tacitus. Sisters, sons are held in as much esteem by their uncles as by their fathers. Indeed, some regard the relation as even more sacred and binding. And see, sororum filiis idem apud avunculum qui apud patrum honor. Quidem sanctorum artirem hunc nexum sanguinis arbitranter. But he suggests that the tribe of which Tacitus speaks may have been mixed with some aboriginal race practicing the same institution as the aborigines of the British Isles. And I suggest that the Picts were Celts mixed with aborigines who practiced this same institution, and consequently, that if it prevailed among the Picts, its prevalence does not prove that they were in any special sense representatives of the aborigines, or that they spoke a non-Aryan language. Having corrected Caesar's narrative to his own satisfaction, Professor Rees sets himself to prove that matriarchy was a Pictish institution. He observes that a Pictish king, during the later period of the Roman occupation and afterwards, could not be succeeded by a son of his own, but usually by a sister's son. The succession, he continues, was through the mother, and it points back to a state of society which, previous to the conversion of the Picts to Christianity, was probably based on matriarchy as distinguished from marriage and marital custom. To show that matriarchy had formerly prevailed in Britain outside the territory within which the Picts of history were confined, he adds that the ancient literature of Ireland abounds in allusions to heroes who are usually described with the aid of the mother's name, and that this kind of nomenclature implies the Pictish succession as its origin. Again, he quotes an inscription found at Colchester, which ends with the words, Donvum Losio, Veda disphioposphit Nepos, Vepojni Kalido. This gift has been dedicated at his own expense by Losio Veda, the son of the sister of Vepogin, a Caledonian, and remarks that when Losio calls himself a Caledonian, that is for our purpose much the same as if he had called himself a Pict, and that, moreover, both Veda and Vepojni may be said to occur in the list of Pictish kings, where the latter is written Vipwig. Vepojni, indeed, is a Celtic word borrowed, the professor assures us, in accordance with Pictish custom, but the reduction of Vepogin to Vepog, which is what underlies Vipwig, is impossible on Celtic ground, while Pictish offers a simple and natural explanation. Professor Morris Jones remarks, in support of Professor Rees's argument, that the Pictish succession has come down to our own times among the Berbers, or rather Kabyles, who, he says, have been shown, on craniological grounds, to be akin to our Neolithic race. Apparently, Professor Rees does not regard the custom of reckoning descent, by birth alone, as confined in these islands to the Picts, or to the pre-Aryan aborigines. If, as he is inclined, like Professor Zimmer, to believe it was non-Aryan, it must, he says, have been accepted by the Goidelic Celts from the aborigines. Now, in regard to this last observation, the comment suggests itself that what Professor Rees has not yet proved is that those aborigines were Picts. The Picts, as we shall presently see, were, according to some Celtic scholars, themselves Goidelic Celts, mixed of course with aborigines whom they had subdued and Celticized. According to others, their speech was akin to Brythonic. And if, as Professor Rees insists, matriarchy may have been accepted by the Celts from the aborigines, it is perhaps not incredible that, as Mr. Sidney Hartland suggests, the Celts themselves, in prehistoric times, may have passed through the matriarchal stage, and that the survival of matriarchy among the Picts is not necessarily attributable to pre-Aryan ancestry. But be that as it may, the survival of matriarchy among the Picts proves nothing more than that among the Picts, as among every other British people, the substratum of the population was pre-Aryan. It does not prove that the dominant element among them was pre-Aryan, or that they spoke a non-Aryan language. As for Professor Morris Jones's argument, it may perhaps raise a probability that the Pictish succession prevailed among the Neolithic race. Although, if the argument is worth anything, the professor ought to be able to show that the same institution belonged to the Iberians, of Spain, of Gaul, and of other countries who have also been shown, on craniological grounds, to be akin to the Kabyles. But at all events, it lends no support to the theory that the Picts were, in any special sense, descendants of the Neolithic aborigines, for, assuming that they were Celts, they might have accepted the Pictish succession from them. There remains Professor Rees's statement that the reduction of Vepagin to Vepog, which is what underlies Vipweg, is impossible on Celtic ground. Is the professor quite sure? A few years ago, he would certainly have said that the retention of Indo-European P was impossible on Celtic ground. But in 1900, he announced that the Celtican language, which was spoken in the country of the Sequani, preserves intact the Aryan consonant P. He has himself assured us that both the Celtic dialects spoken in the British Isles were greatly modified by a pre-Aryan language. Assuming, for the sake of argument, that the Pictish language was Celtic, is he prepared to deny that it could have been so far modified by a non-Aryan tongue that the reduction of Vepagin to Vepog would still have been impossible on Celtic ground? Finally, when he tells us that Lossio's description of himself as a Caledonian is for our purpose much the same as if he had called himself a Pict, we cannot help recalling his own statement that the Caledonians were, as we understand their history, Goidels. Though, to be sure, in the latest edition of Celtic Britain he expunges this compromising sentence and substitutes for it, the Caledonians were Picts. For my part 1, accept the professor's emendation unreservedly. Picts the Caledonians certainly were, for does not the author of the panegyric addressed to Constantine speak of the Caledonians and other Picts? But for me, the Picts were a mixed people, comprising descendants of the Neolithic Aborigines, of the Round Barrow race, and of the Celtic invaders, a mixed people who spoke a Celtic dialect. And what puzzles me is that the professor should not have been struck by the anthropological facts that are fatal to the theory that the Caledonians were Picts in the sense which he attaches to the word, that is, pure survivors of the Neolithic Aborigines, who spoke a non-Aryan language. For the Neolithic Aborigines, as we have seen, were, speaking generally, small dark men of the Iberian type. The Caledonians were big fair or red-haired men. Doubtless there were, as I have said, Iberian survivors among them, but who will deny that the powerful race whom Tacitus describes were predominant, or that their Aryan tongue had prevailed? 4. It is usually inferred from statements in Claudian and Herodian that the Picts tattooed themselves, and their testimony is supposed to be strengthened by the etymology of the names by which the Picts were known to the Irish and Welsh respectively, Cruithne and Prydain. The former is said to be derived from cruth, the Gaelic word for form or shape, and the latter from its Welsh equivalent, pride. Thus Cruithne and Prydain would mean the people whose bodies were decorated with figures. And, as we have seen, Zimmer has no doubt that the Roman name for the Picts Picti, or painted men, was simply a translation of Prydain or its older equivalent. Professor Rees, who, in one of his many and diverse utterances on the subject, affirmed that Pictos was a Celtican word, drew this conclusion from the fact, pointed out by Mr. Nicholson, that a coin of the Gallic tribe of the Pictones bears on the obverse a tattooed face, and he supposes that the reason why the Celticans applied this word to the Picts was that the latter tattooed themselves. The Picts of Britain and Ireland, he remarks, are found also called Pictones, and ancient Egyptian monuments represent the Libyans of North Africa with their bodies tattooed. Now what does this community of custom prove about the ethnology of the Picts? The inhabitants of the Tonga and Society Islands and of New Guinea tattoo themselves. So do the Burmese, the Shans, the Maris, and the people of British East Africa. So do very many Englishmen. All the available evidence tends to show that among the ancient inhabitants of the British Isles tattooing was not confined to the Picts. Herodian does not mention the Picts at all. He merely says that the Britons tattooed themselves. Professor Rees admits, or rather strenuously maintains, that in the territory inhabited by the Picts in Scotland there were also numerous Celts, and he would hardly deny that they were included among the people whom Herodian describes. He himself remarks that the Scoti, that is to say the Goidels, practiced tattooing. Mr. Nicholson, to whom he appeals, argues from the evidence of coins that tattooing was customary not only among the Pictones, but also among several other tribes of Gaul, the Ambiani, the Baeacuses, the Calites, the Coriocepites, the Ossismi, the Sequani, and the Anelli. All these peoples were undoubtedly Celtic. That is to say, they were Celtic-speaking tribes among whom the Celtic element, ethnologically speaking, was, I do not say numerically, but politically predominant. Professor Rees would certainly not argue that they were Picts. Yet if he admits, as he does, that they were Celtic, the argument which he bases on the practice of tattooing collapses. 5. Some years ago, Professor Rees attempted to prove that the Pictish language was related to Basque. But, he says, whether it is related or not, my attempt to prove that it is has been pronounced, and doubtless justly pronounced, a failure. At the same time, however, pointing to a famous Ogham inscription, he wrote, "My challenge still remains that if Pictish resembled Gaelic or Welsh, or in fact any Aryan language, those who think so should make good their opinion by giving us a translation of such an inscription. For instance, as the following from Lunasting in Shetland, XD Takuhits. Ahaten HCCV Vev Natan." The lay reader will perhaps mentally endorse the comment of another Celtic scholar, Dr. Alexander MacBain, who disposes of the cacophonous puzzle by observing that it is neither Welsh nor any other language. For the present, at all events, it is safe to say that Dr. MacBain is as likely to be right as Mr. Nicholson, who, having boldly accepted Professor Rees's challenge, first judiciously reconstructed the text of the inscription, and then made an heroic attempt to translate his own version. It is Goidelic, so he assures us, and it means, "Place of O, Cuhits his place within, Cueb of Natan." On the other hand, the translation which Professor Rees, provisionally, offers of his text runs, "Kinahapen King Nechtan." That is to say, King Nechtan of the kin of Ahapen. Perhaps it shows a slight lack of humor to attempt, even provisionally, to translate an inscription assumed to be written in a language the very existence of which is doubtful. Still, it is conceivable that Professor Rees's text means what he says. But, supposing that it resembles neither Gaelic, nor Welsh, nor any Aryan language, what does it prove? Not that the Picts represented the Neolithic Aborigines, but simply that in the remotest of the British Isles there still survived the non-Aryan language, which, as every scholar admits, was once spoken in Britain. But the truth is that the so-called Pictish inscriptions, even in the hands of the philologist, are so intractable that for ethnology they are practically useless. "I can hardly do more," says Professor Rees, "than pick from previous attempts by others, and by myself, what seems to me the most probable reading." This is only one of numerous instances in his well-known article on the inscriptions which show how impossible it is to construct the text with any approach toward certainty. Professor Rees remarks further that we have indications in Adamnan's Life of Columba that the language of the Aborigines was still a living tongue. The indications are that when Columba, who spoke Goidelic, visited the province of the Picts, he preached to peasants or plebeians by interpreter. To those who hold, with Dr. Whitley Stokes and Dr. MacBain, that the Pictish dialect was akin to Brythonic, the fact on which Professor Rees lays stress presents of course no difficulty. M. Darbois de Jubinville, however, while he agrees with Dr. MacBain, makes a reply to Professor Rees, which might be used by those who hold, with Mr. Nicholson, that Pictish was akin to Goidelic. He tells a story of a Breton priest of the Diocese of Quimper who assured him that he himself could not understand the Breton dialect of a woman who belonged to the Diocese of Vannes. Mr. Nicholson says that we have abundant materials for deciding whether Pictish was or was not 1. Aryan, 2. Celtic, 3. Goidelic, in A. the place names recorded by ancient geographers and 1 or 2 medieval documents, B. the person names given by 1 or 2 ancient historians and in medieval chronicles, C. the inscriptions. From these materials, Mr. Nicholson undertakes to demonstrate that Pictish was Goidelic, and that it stands to Highland Gaelic in exactly the same relation in which Anglo-Saxon stands to modern English, while Dr. Whitley Stokes and Dr. MacBain undertake with equal confidence to demonstrate that it was related to Brythonic. According to Bede, the place which marked the western termination of the Wall of Severus was called in Pictish Peanfehel. Pean is commonly identified with the Welsh word pen, a head, and accordingly it has been inferred that Pictish was a Cymric or semi-Cymric dialect. Mr. Nicholson, on the other hand, claims to have shown that Pean is a Goidelic borrowing from the Latin penna or pinna. Professor Rees formerly clung to the view that Peanfehel was a Brythonic name, but was not in the least disconcerted thereby, for he explained, the Picts must have learnt it, from the Virturean Brythons. On the question of etymology, he has now become a convert to Mr. Nicholson's view. But on the question of ethnology, he retains his own opinion. For, he explains, the non-Celtic Picts, when we find them coming southwards, seem to have been fast adopting the idioms of their neighbors. Mr. Nicholson analyzes with laborious ingenuity a large number of names in Adamnan's Life of Columba, of place names in the Pictish Chronicle, of Pictish historical names, and of words which occur in the Pictish inscriptions, and insists that they are Goidelic. Dr. Whitley Stokes and Dr. McBain produce words from the same sources, from Ptolemy's Geography and from Dion Cassius, and insist that they are Brythonic. Dr. Stokes's authority is so great that his verdict is worth quoting. The foregoing list of names and other words contains much that is still obscure, but on the whole it shows that Pictish, so far as regards its vocabulary, is an Indo-European and especially Celtic speech. Its phonetics, so far as we can ascertain them, resemble those of Welsh rather than of Irish. But the arguments for Brythonic, on the one hand, and for Goidelic, on the other, leave Professor Rees unmoved. Prove as many Pictish words as you please to have been Goidelic, as many as you please to have been Brythonic. He will regard them with serene indifference. For, he tells you, the Pictish language would seem to have been rapidly becoming overloaded with loanwords from Goidelic or Brythonic when we first hear anything about it. So, failing to recognize this borrowing of words by the Picts, some have been led to regard Pictish as a kind of Gaelic, and some as a dialect akin to Welsh. The point to have been decided, however, was not whether Gaelic or Welsh explains certain words said to have been in use among the Picts, but whether there does not remain a residue to which neither Gaelic nor Welsh, nor, indeed, any Aryan tongue whatever can supply any sort of key. The professor is still thinking of that outlandish inscription which, according to Mr. Nicholson, is Goidelic, and the professor's reading of which, according to Dr. McBain, is no language at all. But admitting provisionally the existence of a residue, to which no Aryan language can supply any sort of key, we should, I must repeat, only have to conclude that in certain remote parts of the extensive territory occupied by the Picts, a non-Aryan language survived into the Christian era, just as in a remote part of France, a non-Aryan language survives at this day. We should not have to conclude that that language was spoken by the Picts in general. La question, says M. Darbois de Jubinville, in a notice of Professor Rees's article on the Pictish inscriptions, la question est de savoir si cette population est restée dominante. Les noms de pupils tels que Smyrdi, des noms de hommes tels que celui du Calédonien Argenticoxos, me semblant decisifs. It is absolutely certain, and is insisted upon by Professor Rees himself, that in Roman times many of the tribes which were included under the general designation of Picts bore Celtic names, and that many of the geographical names in the country which they inhabited were Celtic also. On the other hand, not a single Pictish name, tribal or geographical or personal, not a single Pictish word which has been preserved by Ptolemy or by our other authorities, has been proved to be non-Celtic. And if, as Professor Rees maintains, Pictish was a non-Aryan language overlain by loanwords from the two Celtic dialects, it was so buried beneath them as to be no longer discernible. Argenticoxos, as the professor says, was a Pict, and one of the many Picts whose names were Celtic. If the Picts had spoken a non-Celtic language, however much overloaded with Celtic loanwords, would not their own names have been non-Aryan? As their names were Celtic, it is reasonable to infer that their language was Celtic also. The professor, it is true, points out that, in Wales many a man has the English name John Jones, though he cannot speak English. Yes, but the Welsh are a conquered, or, let us say, absorbed people, whereas the professor himself assures us that before the time of Ptolemy, the Goidels and the Picto-Brythons had come under the power of the more purely non-Celtic tribes beyond them. But this is, of course, a pure assertion. The professor fails to prove that any Celtic people in Britain came under the power of non-Celtic tribes. Many centuries before the time of Pythias, the Neolithic population had, for the most part, been reduced to subjection. And, although remote clans may possibly have retained their individuality, in many parts of the island, the descendants of the Aborigines had become intermingled, first with the Round Barrow invaders, the earlier of whom at all events, as I shall presently show, were not Celts, and secondly with the Celts themselves. Professor Rees himself admits that the name of the Picts was never, perhaps, distinctive of race, as Brythons and Goidels seem to have been sometimes included under it. And, although he goes on to say that the term probably applied most strictly at all times to the non-Celtic natives, it is not likely that the name of non-Celtic natives should have prevailed over that of the Celts. For all these reasons, it appears to me infinitely more probable that in Pictland as, according to Professor Rees himself, in the rest of Britain, the non-Aryan language should have been absorbed by Celtic than that Celtic should have been absorbed by the non-Aryan language. There is probably this grain of truth in Professor Rees's theory, that the non-Celtic natives continued to exist in greater purity in the country which was occupied by a group of tribes who, during the latter part of the Roman occupation and afterwards, were called Picts, than in any other part of Britain. But I doubt whether this eminent scholar could have spent his time less profitably than in striving to demonstrate, first, that the language of the Picts was related to Basque, and, when he was forced to abandon this attempt, in clinging to the theory that it was a non-Aryan tongue. VIII. The Roundheads. There is, as we have already seen, sufficient evidence that round-headed immigrants had begun to appear in Britain towards the end of the Neolithic Age. But the majority of the prehistoric skulls of this kind undoubtedly belong to the Age of Bronze. Men of the same type were living in England at the time of the Saxon invasion, and their descendants may be recognized here and there at the present day. The prehistoric skeletons have been found not only in the round barrows of Yorkshire, Derbyshire, Staffordshire, Wiltshire, Dorsetshire, Denbighshire, Man, and Orkney, and in secondary interments in long barrows, but also in Welsh caverns and graves and in the short cists of Scotland. The range of this people in Britain was, however, it need hardly be said, far wider than that which the discovery of a few skeletons has indicated. The round-headed invaders are commonly described as physically finer men than the Neolithic population whom in most parts of Britain they subdued. But the truth is that, both in respect of stature and of cranial form, they belong to two utterly different groups, though, as might be expected, some exhibit characteristics of both. The average height of 17 brachycephalic men, whose skeletons had been found in round barrows before 1865, would have been, according to Dr. Beddoes' estimate, 5 feet 9 inches, or almost 1 meter 753. While the average height of 27 men of various cephalic indices, including the 17 just mentioned, whose skeletons, described in Crania Britannica, have been found in round barrows, would, according to the same authority, have reached 5 feet 9 inches, or approximately 1 meter 763. Measurements of skeletons which have been discovered since the publication of Crania Britannica have yielded results virtually the same. On the other hand, two groups of skeletons have recently been described which belong to a much shorter race. 4, taken from round barrows in Glamorganshire, showed, according to Dr. Beddoes' method, an average height of about 5 feet 5¾ inches, while 7 male skeletons, found in short cists in and near Aberdeenshire, ranged, according to Mr. Alexander Lowe, between 5 feet and 5 feet 7 inches, the average being only 5 feet 3 inches. The skulls of these skeletons will be presently described. The cephalic indices of 103 male skulls, found before the year 1894 in round barrows or in other interments of the Bronze Age, ranged from 70 to 88, 55 of them exceeding 80, while those of 19 skeletons from round barrows in which no bronze was found ranged from 68 to 88, 6 of them exceeding 80. In both series, a large proportion of the skulls whose indices fell short of 80 belonged, wholly or in part, to the long barrow race. Other skulls, however, which have since been described and of the characteristics of which Dr. Beddoes, the compiler of this list, may have been ignorant, yielded indices higher still. But it is not enough to describe the invaders of the Bronze Age as brachycephalic. They shared that characteristic with peoples who were otherwise markedly different from them. Let us first consider those which belong to the so-called characteristic type, which, until a recent date, received more than its share of attention that which is seen only in the taller skeletons. Their foreheads, says Rolleston, were sometimes, especially in cases where the whole skull and skeleton are marked by great strength and even ruggedness, markedly sloping. Their superciliary ridges were often extraordinarily prominent. The eyebrows, says the same authority, must have given a beetling and probably even formidable appearance to the upper part of the face, whilst the boldly outstanding and heavy cheekbones must have produced an impression of raw and rough strength. Overhung at its root, the nose must have projected boldly forward. These men were, in some instances, extremely prognathous. Their teeth were often extraordinarily large. And, to quote Thurnam, the prominence of the large incisor and canine teeth is so great as to give an almost bestial expression to the skull. The reader who scans the illustrations in Crania Britannica and in Canon Greenwell's British Barrows will, however, see that the brachycephalic skulls, even of the taller skeletons, are not all of the same type. Moreover, some few of the round barrow skulls combine the contour of the characteristic brachycephalic skull of the British Bronze Age with dolichocephaly. And this is one of the facts which tend to prove that in certain parts of England, the brachycephalic invaders intermarried with the people whom they found in possession. In the East Riding of Yorkshire, indeed, it would seem that the old race and the new were as completely intermingled as the modern population. Dr. William Wright tells us that in a collection of 80 skulls, taken from round barrows and preserved in the Mortimer Museum at Driffield, almost all the varieties of cranial shape met with in Europe are represented. Their cephalic indices ranged from 69 to 92, and, says Dr. Wright, it is doubtful if it is possible to find a materially more mixed series of skulls in a community of today. Dr. Wright, however, does not believe that the skulls of apparently hybrid form prove intermarriage between the invaders and the old Neolithic population, or that the former were purely brachycephalic. To grant this, he argues, one must believe that a pure round-headed race could have made its tardy progress across Europe unmixed, an assumption which, to my mind, is incredible. Has the doctor forgotten that 10 male skulls, found in short cists in and near Aberdeenshire, and evidently assignable to the end of the Neolithic or the beginning of the Bronze Age, were all brachycephalic, and that 9 of them belonged to the same pure type? Has he forgotten that the round barrow skulls of Wiltshire were mainly brachycephalic? Has he ever walked over the mountains of Auvergne? Very likely the round-headed race which he has in mind did not make its way across Europe unmixed, but the mixture did not greatly diminish the roundness. Very likely, when it reached Britain, it included a few long heads, but the contrast between the uniformity in Wiltshire and the diversity in East Yorkshire suffices to disprove the doctor's theory. Some of Dr. Wright's brachycephalic specimens belong to a type which is quite different from the characteristic round barrow type, and is also common to almost all the short Welsh and Scottish skeletons mentioned above. These skulls are generally broader than those of the other kind. The 10 found in Aberdeenshire and its neighbourhood ranged between 88 and 92.3, their average index being 85.39, while those of Glamorganshire ranged between 81.7 and 86, and yielded an average of 84.2. Not one of these skulls is prognathous. All are high as well as round and broad. The superciliary ridges are only slightly developed. The cheekbones are not prominent. The face is both broad and short, and the lower jaw is small. Who were the brachycephalic people of the round barrows and the short cysts, and whence did they come? Those who have attempted to solve these problems have generally had in mind only the tall roundheads, whether their skulls belonged to the characteristic type or showed signs of crossing with the other. Wherever the short people came from, their ethnical affinities are certain. They belong to the so-called Alpine type of Central Europe, of which the French Grenelle race were a branch. Let us for the present confine our attention to the others. To the questions which I have asked at least 6 different answers have been given: that they were Goidelic Celts, that they were Belgae, that they were Finns, that they came from Denmark or the Scandinavian peninsula, that their original home was Dalmatia, and lastly, that they may be traced back to the valley of the Rhine. But the view which has been repeated by almost every recent writer is that they were Goidels. 1-2. The Goidelic theory and the Belgic, which I ought perhaps to apologize for noticing, may be considered together. For if any argument tells in favor of the latter, it tells as much or more in favor of the former. Thurnam, who does not trouble himself about the distinction between Goidelic and Brythonic Celts, points out that extremely brachycephalic skulls have been exhumed from many of the French chambered tumuli. That 7 skulls with cephalic indices of 80 and upwards from a dolmen near Senlis, which is in the territory that was occupied by the Belgae, have much resemblance to those from the round barrows. And that 3 skulls with indices of 80, 80, and 85 respectively from a sepulchral grotto in the Belgic department of the Oise, are very similar in general character to the short skulls from the round barrows. He argues that of the cranial types represented by the peoples of the long barrows and the round barrows respectively, one at least must be Celtic. He points out that in the cremation interments which have been discovered in round barrows, the appearances are consistent with what we are told of the funerals of the Gauls by Caesar and Pomponius Mela, and his general conclusion is that the round barrow people were an offshoot through the Belgic Gauls from the great brachycephalic stock of Central and Northeastern Europe. Finally, Professor Rees maintained in 1890, it would be rash to assume that his opinion is unchanged, that the round barrow race belonged to the Brythonic group, who, he asserted, being comparatively broad-headed, were less pure than the Goidels. According to Professor Boyd Dawkins, the round barrow race must have been Goidels, and not Wends, Finns, or slaves, because the latter would not have subsequently retreated eastward, against the current of the Celtic, Belgian, and German invasions. While the late canon Isaac Taylor affirmed that the skulls of the well-known Sion type, which by some anthropologists are believed to have belonged to the Celtic Helvetii, resembled those of the round barrows. Now the view that the tall brachycephalic people of the round barrows were the Belgae is so utterly absurd that it is difficult to conceive how writers who posed as authorities on ethnology could ever have entertained it. If some benighted classical scholar had ascribed the Copernican system to Ptolemy, one may imagine how he would have been derided by scientists. Yet such a blunder would not have been different in degree from that which Thurnam committed and Huxley approved. For the Belgic invasion began, at the earliest, in the 3rd, and, as Professor Rees himself maintains, in the 2nd century before the Christian era. And the first invaders of the round barrow race landed in Britain, at the latest, about 1400 BC, and probably several centuries earlier. The argument which Thurnam bases upon the alleged similarity between round barrow skulls and some which have been exhumed from French dolmens has no weight. To begin with, the theory that any Celtic-speaking people invaded Gaul in the Neolithic age is contrary to historical and archaeological evidence. And assuming that they did, the resemblance between the skulls to which Thurnam refers and most of those of the tall round barrow skeletons is purely superficial. Anyone may convince himself of this who will take the trouble to compare the illustrations of round barrow skulls in Crania Britannica with those in Crania Ethnica. And Thurnam himself in more than one passage admits, indeed emphasizes, the distinction. Even Broca denied that there was any physical affinity between the tall brachycephali of the round barrows and the real Celts of Gaul. And, as we shall see presently, by the latter he simply meant the brachycephalic people, descended from Neolithic ancestors, that formed the substratum of the population whom Caesar called Celti. Similarly, Dr. Beddoe Truly says that the round barrow skulls resemble those of Borreby in the Danish island of Falster, rather than those of Broca's Celti. It is true indeed, as we have seen, that some of the round barrow skulls resemble some of the Neolithic French skulls, but speaking generally, the former are far more rugged and in every way more strongly marked than the latter. More striking, however, than the contrast between the skulls of the characteristic round barrow skeletons and those of the French brachycephalic Neolithic race is the discrepancy in stature. The average height of the former was, as we have seen, on the lowest computation, 5 feet 8 inches. That of the latter was very little over 5 feet. Moreover, while the brachycephalic Finns and Danes and the few modern brachycephalic inhabitants of England are generally tall or moderately tall and fair, those of France and Central Europe are generally not only short but dark. The argument that since the long barrow skulls were pre-Aryan, those of the round barrows must have been Celtic begs the question. As we shall see presently, there are other skulls in museums, which belong to neither type and which undoubtedly are Celtic. What reason is there to deny that the earlier brachycephalic invaders who were buried in round barrows may, as Mr. C.H. Read reasonably suggests, have been pre-Aryan? The British Celts of the later Bronze Age were doubtless cremated, and therefore their skulls are not forthcoming. And if the resemblance between the cremation interments of the round barrows and those described by Caesar proved that the former were all Celtic, it would also prove that they were Greek. In answer to Professor Boyd Dawkins, it may be said that if the tall round barrow race were not Finns or slaves, it does not follow that they were Goidels. And supposing that they were Finns or slaves, why should it be necessary to assume that they subsequently retreated eastward against the current of the Celtic, Belgian, and German invasions, or that they retreated eastward at all? The Iberian immigrants certainly did not retreat against the current of the round barrow invaders. They retreated, if at all, to the remoter parts of Britain. The argument that the round barrow skulls resemble those of the Sion type is disposed of by merely comparing the measurements and the illustrations of the two series. The Sion type, as Rolleston says, corresponds to many of our long barrow skulls, and is not brachycephalic but dolichocephalic or mesotycephalic. There is no proof that it was that of the Helvetii, and, as I have pointed out elsewhere, there is strong reason to believe that the Helvetii did not appear in Switzerland before the Iron Age. So much for the arguments which have been adduced in favor of the popular theory. There are facts which absolutely disprove it. First, there is no evidence that the brachycephalic people who built round barrows ever reached Ireland, at least in appreciable numbers. For not a single skull of the characteristic round barrow type has ever been found there, and only 4 brachycephalic skulls which can be referred to prehistoric times. Yet it is needless to say that since a time long anterior to the Roman invasion of Britain, Ireland has been one of the principal abodes of the Goidelic stock. Secondly, it is, as we have seen, in the highest degree probable, if not certain, that the round barrow race first invaded Britain in the Neolithic Age. Let us, however, for the sake of argument, accept Professor Boyd Dawkins's assumption that their advent synchronized with the beginning of the British Bronze Age. Now, according to Professor Montelius, the Bronze Age in this country began about 2000 BC, according to Sir John Evans, 6 centuries later. It is impossible to fix with certainty the date of the earliest Celtic invasion of Britain, but such historical evidence as we possess points to the conclusion that it was not earlier than the 7th century before the Christian era. M. Salomon Reinach has argued that a Celtic-speaking people appeared in northwestern Gaul in the 9th century, the earliest date which has ever been proposed by any scholar. But his view is based on the mere conjecture that kappa alpha sigma sigma letter 1f77 tau epsilon rho omicron sigma, the Greek word for tin, which occurs in Homer, is of Celtic derivation. M. Darbois de Joubinville, indeed, who adopts this conjecture, supposes that the Celts actually landed in Britain as early as the 9th century before Christ. But even if we accept his chronology, we are confronted with the fact that the very earliest date that has been assigned on historical or linguistic grounds for the first Celtic invasion is 4 or 5 centuries later than the latest, 10 or 11 centuries later than the earliest date, which has been assigned by archaeologists for the commencement of the Bronze Age in Britain. Yet anthropologists and antiquaries will go on repeating the dogma that the builders of the round barrows, who, at the latest, began to arrive in Britain at the commencement of the Bronze Age, were Goidelic Celts. The moral is that anthropologists and antiquaries would not be worse equipped if they enlarged the sphere of their studies. Again, the view that a Celtic-speaking people invaded Britain at the close of the Neolithic, or the beginning of the Bronze Age, implies that Celtic and Latin, the nearest of kin in the Aryan family of languages, had become differentiated long before the Neolithic Age came to its end. Would any philologist who knew the rudiments of archaeology sanction a theory so preposterous? The foregoing arguments apply equally to the short men whose remains have been found in the greatest purity in northeastern Scotland. The race to which they belonged began to arrive in Gaul very early in the Neolithic Age. They themselves landed in Britain before its close. Whoever they may have been, they were neither Goidels nor Belgi nor Brythons of any tribe. Finally, although I am aware that I am about to tread upon thorny ground, I affirm that there is not the slightest reason to doubt that the Celtic invaders of Britain, in so far as they were descended from the Celtic-speaking people who conquered Gaul, were not a brachycephalic, but a dolichocephalic or mesotycephalic people. I have already argued in favor of this thesis in a dissertation on the ethnology of Gaul, and I will now adduce fresh evidence in its favor. But first let me make my meaning perfectly clear. I do not mean that the Celtic invaders of Britain were all of the same type. On the contrary, I assume that the dominant race had intermixed and intermarried before they embarked from the continent with descendants of the Neolithic stocks. I do not mean that even the invaders who introduced the Celtic language into Gaul, even those who beat the Romans on the Allia, were homogeneous. Dr. Beddoe, as I have remarked elsewhere, warns us not to believe that there was ever a period when, for example, all the Caledonians were red-haired. I only mean that among the Celtic-speaking conquerors of Britain, dolichocephaly, as well as tallness and fairness, was a prevailing characteristic. Thurnham asserted that we may ask in vain for a series of ancient dolichocephalic skulls which, on satisfactory archaeological grounds, can be assigned to the immediately pre-Roman, and therefore to the Celtic period, either in England or in France. Let us consider England first. Now it happens that the skulls of the late Celtic period or early Iron Age, which have been found in this country, are almost all either dolichocephalic or mesotycephalic. Canon Greenwell, it is true, explains this fact by the assumption that the intruding round-headed people were gradually absorbed by the earlier and more numerous race. In this way, he says, it appears to me that we may account for the skull type of the early Iron Age without the necessity of requiring any immigration into Britain or its conquest after the time of the presumed occupation by the bronze-using round-headed people. And see, but that necessity is imperative. Had Canon Greenwell momentarily forgotten his Caesar, the immigration of the Belgae took place, at the earliest, in the 3rd century BC, many centuries after the occupation by the bronze-using round-headed people. It is true that some of the British skulls which belong to the late Celtic period are of the same type as those of the Long Barrow race, but this only proves that the Long Barrow race survived, and others are of a type which, as Rolleston says, is entirely wanting in the series from the Long Barrows. Unfortunately, however, the late Celtic skulls which have been found in Britain are comparatively few, and hardly any of them can be assigned with certainty to the Brythonic invaders. In France, on the other hand, the skulls of the corresponding period are very numerous, but few of them have been measured. Those few, however, confirm my argument. They belonged with very few exceptions to tall mesotycephalic or dolichocephalic men, and 2 of them may be seen in Saul's Roman 9 and X of the Musée de Saint-Germain, near Paris, the former having been buried with his war chariot, iron helmet, and long iron sword. The mean index of 27 adult male skulls of this type, found in tumuli of the early Iron Age in the department of the Marne, was 7849. But Broca, who has described them, maintains that the index of skulls of the purest Cymric, or, to use the term which is now in vogue, Galatic, type would be considerably lower. For, he argues, as the Gauls of the Marne lived very near the frontier of the Celti, they must have intermarried with the brachycephalic people who formed the great majority of that group of tribes. Again, in a recent article on tumuli of the early Iron Age in the department of the Côte d'Or, Dr. Hamey points to the noteworthy fact that 2 brachycephalic skulls, belonging to descendants of an earlier race, were found among the dolichocephali who predominated in that population. And in a paper which he has just published on the earliest Gallic invaders of the Iron Age, he shows that the cephalic indices of the available skulls from the Chatillons and the arrondissement of bone range between 73.1 and 76.59, while the average stature was 1 meter 75.7, or just over 5 feet 9 inches. The prevalent view in this country is, I am aware, that the Celts were a brachycephalic people, but it is begotten of sheer confusion of thought. Professor Ripley remarks that there is practically today a complete unanimity of opinion among physical anthropologists that the term Celt, if used at all, belongs to the brachycephalic darkish population of the Alpine highlands, and he adds that the only dissentient is M. G. de Lapouge. But Dr. Beddoe, whom he counts among the professors of the Orthodox faith, has emphatically recorded his opinion that, at the time of the Roman conquest, the Celtic-speaking people of southern Britain partook more of the tall blonde stock of northern Europe than of the thick-set, broad-headed dark stock which Broca has called Celtic. And the unanimity, which is far from being complete, upon which Professor Ripley pins his faith is due partly to misunderstanding or misinterpretation of Broca's famous essay, Quaesi quelles Celts, partly to the desire of establishing a uniform connotation, and partly to the fact that some physical anthropologists have neglected to supplement their scientific researches by the study of classical texts. Broca found the term Celt used in a multiplicity of senses, and he attempted to put an end to confusion by attaching to it one limited, conventional, and, as we shall see, misleading signification. When, in the essay to which I have just referred, he endeavored to prove that the Celts were a dark brachycephalic people, he expressly limited the term Celts to the population of that part of Gaul which, according to Caesar, was inhabited by a people who call themselves Celts and whom we call Gauls. There is no proof, he insists, that the existence in the British Isles of a people bearing the name of Celts has ever been authoritatively affirmed. According to him, the invaders of Britain who spoke the so-called Celtic languages were the Belgae, for he knew nothing about Goidels or pre-Belgic Brythons. And although he allowed himself to be persuaded that the tall round Barrow race spoke Celtic, he denied that there is any other affinity except that of language between the brachycephali of the round Barrows and the real Celts of Gaul. When he insisted that the Celts were a dark brachycephalic people, he did not mean that darkness and brachycephaly were characteristic of the conquerors who introduced the Celtic language into Gaul. He meant that they were characteristic of the great mass of the mixed population whom Caesar called Celti, who were in the main descended from Neolithic invaders, and whose uppermost stratum, so to speak, consisted of invaders whom Broca, speaking as a physical anthropologist rather than a philologist, called Kimris. That the name Celti did not belong to the people of Gaul until it was introduced by these Celtic-speaking Kimris is evident from the fact that it belongs to the Celtic tongue. In other words, the Celts, anthropologically speaking, were originally identical with the invaders who introduced the Celtic language first into Germany and then into Gaul. These invaders were tall and mesaticephalic or dolichocephalic, and the Celtic-speaking conquerors of Britain belonged to the same stock. The radical errors in Broca's definition of the Celts of history are these. First, he calmly assumes that no classical writer's testimony, except Caesar, is of any value, and secondly, he fails to see that Caesar, by saying that the people who called themselves Celts were called by the Romans Gauls, makes it as clear as noonday that for him and for his countrymen, as for Polybius and Pausanias, the words Celt and Gaul were synonymous. Broca admits that the older population of Gallia Celtica was conquered by men of the same race as the Gauls or Celts who captured Rome. Therefore, it is absolutely certain that the Celti of Transalpine Gaul were called after their conquerors. The truth is that Broca, while he aimed at putting an end to confusion, only made confusion worse confounded. Moreover, throughout his discussion, he simply ignores the Helvetii, who, according to Caesar, were included among the Celti. Since the foregoing paragraph was written, I have lighted upon a passage in which Broca himself justifies my argument and uses the word Celt in the sense which I attach to it. The Celti of Gaul, he remarks, were already mixed before the arrival of the Kimris or Gallo-Brythonic invaders, since the name under which they appeared for the first time in history had been imposed upon them by the conquering race of the Celts properly so called, which, like the Kimris and the Germans, came from the east, and like them, was dolichocephalic. Professor Ripley appeals to the German ethnologist, Johannes Rank, whose arguments, he insists, are decisive. But anyone who will take the trouble to read the chapter which Rank devotes to the Celts will see that his argument does not support Professor Ripley's contention. Virchow, he reminds us, has pointed out that wherever the Celts are known to have penetrated dark peoples are now to be found. But as he fully admits, Virchow himself said, I am not on that account inclined to assume that the original Celts were dark, and reminded his readers that the ancient writers described the Celts as fair. Rank points out further that wherever the Celts originally dwelled in Central Europe, we now find the people not only dark, but also brachycephalic. But at the same time, he warns us to bear in mind that in certain Celtic districts of Britain, dolichocephaly is unmistakable, and that there is evidence that on the continent the Celtic invaders found a dark brachycephalic people in possession. In other words, Rank does not commit himself to any theory as to the physical characters of the Celts, properly so called the invaders, who introduced the Celtic dialects into Germany, Gaul, Britain, and other countries which they subdued. The reader will also bear in mind that the writers who identify the tall brachycephalic round barrow race with the Goidelic Celts, unanimously maintain that they were fair. That the Celtic-speaking invaders of Gaul and Britain were commonly dolichocephalic or mesoticephalic is not only attested by the skulls of warriors of the Iron Age, but is either attested or at least not disproved by the results of modern observations of existing Celtic-speaking peoples and of the country which was formerly inhabited by the Gallic Belgae. When Sergi tells us that the Gauls who captured Rome were composed of brunette Celts and blonde Teutons, he makes an assertion which, as it is absolutely unsupported by any evidence, calls for no refutation. And it would be useless to ask him who were the blonde Teutons, who were the ancestors of the red-haired Gauls of the Perthshire Highlands. As Dr. Beddoe puts it, the Gauls of Scotland are probably descended from Iberians, crossed with a long-faced, harsh-featured, red-haired race, who contributed the language and much of the character. 3. The late Mr. Charles Elton, referring to Professor A.H. Sayce's Science of Language, affirmed that a Finnish idiom has been traced in several of the British languages, and inferred that the tall builders of the round barrows were Finns. The idiom in question may, for aught that I know, have been traced by some philologist who had determined to find it, but not by Professor Sayce, nor by anyone to whom Professor Sayce refers. Mr. Elton's argument is as obsolete as that which Professor Rees founded upon his imaginary tracing of Basque in the language of the Picts. 4. Much may be said for the theory of the late Professor Rolleston that the tall people of the round barrows came from Denmark or some of the adjoining islands, if it be duly modified. On the coast near Flamborough Head are remains of earthworks, which, as has been demonstrated by General Pitt-Rivers, who excavated them, were erected by invaders fighting their way inland. And, as he remarks, it is unlikely that any but Northmen should have landed in this spot. Thurnam himself admits that there is a great resemblance between the characteristic round barrow skulls and those from the Giant's Chamber at Borreby, and from other Scandinavian megalithic tombs. And his testimony is confirmed by Rolleston and Dr. Beddoe. Dr. A. H. Keene argues, in opposition to Rolleston's view, that if any of the round barrow invaders had come from Scandinavia, they must have spoken some Low German dialect, of which there are no clear traces in the tribal and place names of the Bronze Age. The answer is, first, that, as Mr. C. H. Red suggests, they may have spoken not a Low German but a pre-Aryan dialect. And secondly, that we know absolutely nothing about either the tribal or the place names of Britain in the Bronze Age. Assuming that Low German tribal or place names existed in Britain before the Celtic invasion, they would for the most part have been superseded by Celtic names, just as the Celtic invaders of Gaul generally substituted their own tribal and place names for those of their predecessors, and just as in certain parts of Scotland Celtic names of rivers gave place to Norse names. 5. Messrs. J. Gray and J. F. Totcher infer from their observations of the physical characteristics of the population of West Aberdeenshire that a tall, broad-headed, dark-haired, light-eyed people, whom they regard as the descendants of the men of the Bronze Age, formerly inhabited Aberdeenshire, but were driven inland by later blonde immigrants, who were shorter and had narrower heads, and whom they identify with North Germans. The resemblance of the tall, dark people to modern Dalmatians is, they say, significant when taken in conjunction with the fact that bronze first came into the British Isles from Southeast Europe. The fact, but is it the fact? Archaeology has certainly shown that Britain in the Bronze Age was commercially connected with northern France, which, as Mr. C. H. Reed says, was supplied to a certain extent from Italy. But no archaeologist supposes that bronze was carried all the way from Italy, still less from Dalmatia, into Britain or even into northern France by Italians or Dalmatians. It came through the methods of primitive commerce. Moreover, as we have already seen, the men of the Bronze Age, by whom Messrs. Gray and Totcher mean the tall brachycephalic people of the round barrows, were still in their Stone Age when they began to invade Britain. A direct immigration from the coasts of the Adriatic into West Aberdeenshire or even southern Britain is inconceivable. And if it had taken place gradually across the continent, we should find that the immigrants had left traces of their presence on the way, which is not the case. Notwithstanding the thoroughness with which Messrs. Gray and Totcher conducted their investigation, I fear that it throws no new light upon the ethnology of ancient Britain. After the successive invasions and immigrations, the internal migrations, and the intermarriages of 3,000 years, it is utterly impossible to establish by dint of even the most elaborate census of a living population the fact that the people of the Bronze Age, even in West Aberdeenshire, were tall, broad-headed, dark-haired, and light-eyed. And if they were, why only in West Aberdeenshire? 6. The Honourable John Abercrombie maintains that the brachycephalic invaders, or some of them, came at the beginning of the Bronze Age or in the period of transition between the Neolithic Age and the Bronze Age from the neighbourhood of the Middle Rhine, or from some intermediate district between it and Britain. Remarking that the recorded finds of the last 100 years are sufficient to establish the fact that the beaker is the oldest form of fictilia in the Bronze Age of this country. He argues that the immigrants who introduced the oldest drinking cups of the kind, which Thurnam designated as type beta, must have belonged to a tribe who at one time lived in the valley of the Rhine, because between British and Rhenish specimens of this type, there is a substantial agreement, both in form and ornament, which seems too great to be the result of pure accident, and he points out that the type exists not only in the central Rhine, but also near its mouth, though the intermediate stages cannot be traced. The Rhenish cups belong to the Neolithic Age, and it seems impossible to prove that the earliest British examples were not made before any objects of bronze were manufactured in or introduced into Britain. But Mr. Abercrombie has certainly established a very strong probability in favor of the locality to which he refers their origin. The great mistake that has been made in discussing the question is the not uncommon assumption that the brachycephalic immigrants who buried their dead in round barrows arrived in Britain at one time and came from one place. Some of them certainly appeared before the end of the Neolithic Age. Others may have introduced bronze implements or ornaments. Others doubtless came, in successive hordes, during the course of the Bronze Age. Some of those who belonged to the Grenelle race, who certainly came from Eastern Europe and possibly from Asia, and whose center of dispersion was the Alpine region, may have started from Gaul. Others could have traced their origin to some Rhenish tribe, and I am inclined to believe that those who belonged to the characteristic rugged round barrow type crossed over, for the most part, from Denmark or the outlying islands. That the first Celtic-speaking invaders landed in Britain before the end of the Bronze Age, I do not deny. And if they came from that part of Gaul which was inhabited by the Celti, I have no doubt that many of them were brachycephalic. But it is nevertheless certain that among these invaders the dominant element, who were Celtic in blood as well as in speech, and whose physical type was that described by the ancient writers, were not brachycephalic but mesotycephalic or dolichocephalic. And if I am asked where the Celtic skulls of the later British Bronze Age are to be found, I answer nowhere. They were reduced to ashes by cremation. It is interesting to find that, according to Huxley, of the skeletons that were found in the famous Heathery Burn Cave, near Durham, which was inhabited in the closing period of the Bronze Age, not one belonged to either of the brachycephalic types, but all to the same race of rather small and lightly made men with prominent superciliary ridges and projecting nasal bones, which is represented by the riverbed skulls of England and Ireland. Roman 9, the Celts. One little can be added to what has been said in the previous section about the physical characteristics of the Celtic invaders of Britain. Some Celtic scholars, as we shall presently see, deny that any Goidels reached this country before the Roman conquest. But assuming that some did so, there is no reason to suppose that they differed much physically from the Brythons. If Strabo was right in saying that the Britons generally were less fair-haired than the Gauls, the inference would seem to be that the Celtic invaders of Britain had intermarried more freely than those of Gaul with the descendants of the Aborigines. Nor would this inference be weakened by the fact that, according to the same authority, they were conspicuously taller than their Gallic kinsmen. I believe, however, that Strabo's statements were based upon nothing more than his own observation of the few Britons whom he says that he himself saw in Rome, supplemented perhaps by hearsay evidence derived from Roman soldiers or traders who were not trained observers, and that his testimony is worth neither more nor less than that of Lucan, who speaks of the fair-haired Britons. Dr. Beddoe has concluded, from his observation of the modern inhabitants of those parts of Scotland and the north of England where Cymric blood may well be supposed to remain in large proportion. That the Belgae who invaded Britain as well as those of Gaul were on the whole somewhat dark. But his arguments, which I have examined fully elsewhere, do not prove that the dominant Celts among the Belgae were dark, but simply that, before they invaded Britain, they had become largely intermixed with an older dark population, and that, since they reached this country, they and their descendants have intermarried with people darker than themselves. 2. Professor Rees has more than once changed his opinion about the Celtic invaders of Britain since he began to handle the subject. In the second edition of his lectures on Welsh philology, he argued that they were not two distinct nationalities, speaking two distinct languages. In other words, he maintained that the Gaidelic and Brythonic dialects had been evolved within the British Isles after the Celts had entered them. In the preface to Celtic Britain, however, which was written in January 1884, he recanted, and his old view is now obsolete. For many years past, he has maintained that the earliest invaders were Goidels, or, as he now prefers to call them, Celticans, and that the later comers were Brythons. But whereas until a recent date he held that the only Brythonic invasion was that of the Belgae, and that Pythias, who visited Britain towards the end of the 4th century BC, is not likely to have found any Brythons here, he now holds, or at all events held a few weeks before the time when I am writing, that the first Brythonic invaders appear to have settled here before the middle of the 4th century BC, for Pythias gives indirect evidence to their presence. To this view, I hope he will firmly adhere. There is, indeed, no direct evidence that any Brythonic immigrants landed in Britain before the Belgae, but indirect evidence there is, and that of two kinds. The first has been already noticed in the section on the Picts. There are good grounds for believing that the authority whom Diodorus Siculus followed in his notices of Britain was Pythias. Diodorus speaks of the British Isles as Pyro Epsilon Tau, Tau Alpha Nu Iota Kappa Alpha letter 1 F76, Nu letter 1 FC6 Sigma Omicron Iota. And the P in Pyro Epsilon Tau, Tau, Alpha Nu Iota Kappa Alpha letter 1 F77. If that reading is certain, shows that Pythias learned the word from lips which spoke a Brythonic or Gaulish dialect. M. Darbois de Jubinville asserts that his informants were Gauls, but that is simply his opinion. It is open to anyone to argue that Pythias probably learned the name of the Britons, as well as the facts which he reported about them and their country in Britain, and not in Gaul. Be this, however, as it may, it is, as we shall presently see, certain that during the earlier period of the Roman occupation, the greater part of England and a considerable part of Scotland were inhabited by Brythons. And as we shall also see, it is extremely improbable that they were all of Belgic origin. The question of the chronological order of the various Celtic invasions is, according to Professor Rees, answered by the present geographical distribution of the Celtic-speaking peoples of the British Isles. It may be regarded, he says, as fairly certain that those who are found driven furthest to the west were the earliest comers. The argument might be sound enough, though the word driven begs the question, if we were considering the British Isles as a whole, and not merely Britain. And even those who maintain that there were no people of Goidelic descent in Britain in the time of Caesar could hardly answer Professor Rees unless they assumed that the Goidelic invaders of Ireland came from Spain, or that they dared not risk a contest with the southern Britons. For otherwise it is hard to believe that they would not have directed their immigration towards Britain, the nearer country. Professor Rees, in his Celtic Britain, endeavors to trace the distribution of the Brythonic and Goidelic peoples, as he believes it to have existed at the time of the coming of the Romans, and in so doing, he uses materials on which he founds another argument to show that there were Goidels in Britain at that time. These materials are Goidelic inscriptions which have been found in North Wales, in Cornwall, and in Devonshire, but not one of them belongs to an earlier date than the 5th century of our era. With the exception of the districts in which they occur, of the greater part of Somersetshire and Dorsetshire, of South Wales and the adjoining parts of England which lie between the Severn and the Teme, and of Cumberland, part of Westmoreland, the Isle of Man, Dumfries, Kirkcudbright, Wigtown, Ayrshire, Renfrew, and part of Lanarkshire, the professor regards the whole of Britain south of the Firths of Clyde and Forth as Brythonic. And he prints a list of proper names, most of which are certainly Brythonic, in support of this conclusion. The northern part of the island he divides, for reasons which have been already examined, between Goidels and Aboriginal tribes, whom he identifies with the Picts properly so called. It will, however, of course be understood that when he speaks of Goidelic and Brythonic tribes, he means tribes who spoke the Goidelic and Brythonic dialects. The former he regards as mingled largely with the Aborigines, and the latter with both Goidels and Aborigines. But it is difficult to understand how he has been able to maintain that the Dumnonae of Cornwall and Devonshire were Goidels in the face of the fact that most of the British emigrants who invaded Brittany came from the Cornish peninsula, bringing the name Dumnonae with them, and that he himself formerly insisted that the Dumnonae who inhabited what is now Renfrew and Ayrshire were Brythons. I say formerly because this is one of the many opinions which the professor has felt obliged to discard. The southern portion of the Scottish Dumnonae have just been transformed by a stroke of the pen into Goidels who adopted Brythonic speech. However, as M. Darbois de Jubainville says, referring to the inscriptions upon which Professor Rees relies, to conclude from the fact that 5 Goidels were buried, during the period which elapsed from about 400 to about 700 AD, in the territory of the Dumnonae, that the entire population of that territory was Goidelic seems extremely rash. And, he asks, if they were Goidels, how came it that they brought a Brythonic dialect into Brittany? Further, he asks why Professor Rees maintains that the Noventii of Galloway were Goidels when he admits that the Trinovantes of Essex were Brythons, and the only answer which the professor vouchsafes to this question is that the name Noventii was given them probably by Brythons. What are the grounds of his opinion? He does not say. I may add that while he explains that the consonantal combination of CS or X is Gaulish, that is to say, Gallo-Brythonic, he says that it is remarkable that most of the early names with X belong to districts which have before been pointed out as non-Brythonic. When we look for these districts, we find that they were those of the Tixali, the Vacamogi, the Scottish Dumnonae, the Selgavie, and Cumberland. When we ask on what grounds the inhabitants of these districts had been pointed out as non-Brythonic, we find that the Tixali and the Vacamogi were Pictish, that is to say, no doubt Aboriginal. That the Dumnonae, according to the professor himself, were undoubtedly Brythons, and remained so until, discovering perhaps that he had inadvertently given his case away, he changed them by his enchanter's wand into Goidels who adopted Brythonic speech. And that the Selgavie are asserted to have been, like the Noventii, in a great measure, most likely a remnant of the aboriginal inhabitants. Why? Because they were afterwards included under the name Aitkati, which appears to have meant old or ancient, and was possibly given to them by the Brythons. Doubtless they were, in a great measure, aboriginal, as were doubtless all the British tribes. But seeing that Uxellin, the name of a town in their country, is Gaulish, the natural conclusion is that their Celtic masters were not Goidels but Brythons. 3. Professor Kuno Mayer holds that no Gael ever set his foot on British soil save on a vessel that had put out from Ireland. And his words are echoed by Dr. McBain. Professor Mayer points out that we have the concurrent testimony of Irish and Welsh tradition that from the 2nd century of our era till the 6th a series of partial conquests of Britain took place. Dr. Beddoe has indeed argued that it is extremely improbable that the Romans would have allowed the Irish Gael to acquire by violence possession of a large portion of one of their provinces. And Professor Mayer, who admits the difficulty, says that he will not attempt to explain it away. He might have noted that the author of the panegyric, which was addressed AD 296 to Constantius Chlorus, expressly affirms that such invasions did take place. Professor Mayer also points out that the Gaelic inscriptions which have been found in southern Britain belong almost exclusively to South Wales, the quarter to which the invasions may be assumed to have been directed, very few having come to light in North Wales, Devonshire, and Cornwall. On the other hand, it will be admitted that the record of these invasions is no proof that Goidels had not settled in Britain in pre-Roman times. 4. M. Darbois de Jubainville holds, as we have already seen, that Goidels, or rather a people who spoke, the Celtic dialect from which Goidelic was evolved, were masters of the British Isles in the time of Pythias, and that between his time and that of Caesar Britain was conquered by the Cymric Britons. So far he is substantially in agreement with the view which, until a recent date, commended itself to Professor Rees, who, as the reader knows, now believes that there were two successive Brythonic invasions. The more important differences between the two scholars lie partly in their views, which have been already examined, of the Pictish question, partly in the fact that M. Dunbuie is unable to accept the evidence which satisfies Professor Rees that in Caesar's time and later Gaidelic tribes still remained in western and northern Britain. He holds that many of them had been driven by the Belgae into Ireland, and that in Britain they only survived as a vanquished people who had been forced to adopt the language of their Gaulish conquerors. I am inclined to believe, from the analogy of Gaul, that in Caesar's time Gaidelic was still spoken in remoter parts of the island. 5. Mr. Nicholson has recently attempted to prove that all his predecessors are entirely mistaken even on the few points on which they are agreed. According to him, the earliest Celtic invaders of the British Isles were Brythons, whom, however, he prefers to call Cymri. After them came a horde of Goidels. In the 3rd century before Christ, the Picts, who were also Goidels, invaded Scotland, and finally came the Belgae, who were Goidels too. The result was that apparently the great majority of the tribes inhabiting Roman Britain were Goidels, although of the later Cymric recovery and victory in Wales and some other parts there is no manner of doubt. It will, at all events, be admitted that a victory, however late, gained by a small minority, was no mean achievement. How does Mr. Nicholson set about proving this revolutionary theory? He tells us that, on the map of Roman Britain, he can only see one, certainly Cymric geographical name Penacrusium, now Penkridge, in Staffordshire. The long lists of Cymric names which have been drawn up by Professor Rees, Dr. Whitley Stokes, M. Darbois de Jubinville, and Dr. McBain do not move him at all. When he is confronted with geographical, tribal, or personal names belonging to Pictland names such as Argentacoxos, Epidae, Gartnate, the Ochil Hills, and the prefixes Abur and Pet, he either ignores them or, as his opponents would say, explains them away. Professor Rees's list is disposed of with the same breezy self-confidence. Corstopiton, Epyakin, Mons, Gropius, Leucopibia, Maponi, Parisi, Peduaria, Prasutagos, Rutupii, Toliapis. These names are either left out of account or explained as Goidelic by the simple method of affirming or suspecting that the P in each case is Indo-European. The reader will form his own opinion if he can. Only he will bear in mind that the weight of authority is all on one side. When doctors disagree, the patient must decide for himself which is the quack. So much for the assertion that the Goidels, who, according to Professor Kuno Mayer and Dr. McBain, were non-existent in Britain at the time when the Roman conquest began, formed then the great majority of the population. What is the evidence for the theory that they came later than the Brythons? There is no doubt that the Celts who first entered Gaul were Goidels, assuming that Goidelic was then a distinct dialect, and that the latest Celtic invaders of Gaul as of Britain were Belgae. If the Belgae had been Goidels, we should then have to admit that Gaul was invaded first by Goidels, then by Cymri, and finally by Goidels again. Is this likely? And is it not likely that if Goidels were the first Celts who invaded Gaul, they were also the first who invaded Britain? Mr. Nicholson offers the following arguments in favor of his theory. Remarking that the Menapii were a Belgic tribe, he says that the Isle of Man, N, is called Menapia by Pliny, Roman 4, 103, and that the Gaelic dialect which is spoken in the island is evidence that its inhabitants in Pliny's time were Goidels. Now I ask first, is it certain that Pliny's Menapia, rather than Caesar's Mona, was the name by which the Isle of Man was known to its own inhabitants? Is it not probable that the name Menapia, which is, at all events presumably, Brythonic, came to Pliny from a Brythonic source? Secondly, assuming that the names Menapia and Menapii are etymologically connected, does it necessarily follow that Menapia was a name peculiar to the Belgae, seeing that the tribal name Seutrones occurs not only in Belgic Gaul, but in the Alps? Thirdly, is Mr. Nicholson prepared to prove that the Isle of Man was not colonized by Goidels after it had received the name Menapia from Brythons? Lastly, since Mr. Nicholson himself affirms that although the name Aramorici is certainly Cymric, it nevertheless is no proof that the Aramoricans were Cymric, why does he insist that the fact, if it is a fact, that Menapia was Goidelic proves that the Belgae were Goidels? Again, he says that the Parisi, who lived near the mouth of the Humber, were Belgae, and he believes that their name preserves Indo-European P. But Caesar did not include the Gallic Parasi among the Belgae and did include them among the Celti. Mr. Nicholson's belief that the P in their name is Indo-European is not shared by any other Celtic scholar. Thirdly, he argues that the Atrebates, who were certainly Belgae, were Goidels. For he says, with one exception, no Ogham inscription has ever been found in these isles outside territory, which is known to have been once in Goidelic occupation. The single exception is that of the stone found at Calais Atrebatum, Silchester. But according to Mr. Nicholson himself, the great majority of the British tribes were Goidelic, yet in only a small minority of their territories are Ogham inscriptions forthcoming, and that minority, with the possible exception of the Atrebates, is in the west of England. What then is proved by the solitary inscription at Silchester? The individual who erected it was doubtless a Goidel. But if it is to be regarded as a proof that the Atrebates were Goidels, then the existence of synagogues in Great Britain proves the truth of that widespread delusion which Professor Tyler has described as abject nonsense, the Anglo-Israel theory. Fourthly, Mr. Nicholson remarks that between the Parisii and the Iceni, the name of whose king, Prasutagus, he regards as containing ind ur. P, while all other Celtic scholars regard it as Brythonic, dwelled the Coritani. From their position on the coast, he says, they should belong to the same Picto-Belgic family, and I submit that their name is simply Cuartanae, Crutni. In other words, Mr. Nicholson submits that a single tribe, which he assumes to have been Belgic, called itself by the same name which, on his own showing, had been given to the entire population of Great Britain long before the Belgae set foot in the land. 6. I have set down the gist of the linguistic evidence which has been offered in support of the various theories about the Goidels and the Brythons in order that the reader may be able to form an independent judgment about its value. It goes without saying that on any particular question of Celtic etymology, no opinion, except that of a competent Celtic scholar, is worth listening to. On most of the questions that concern us, competent Celtic scholars differ widely among themselves. Professor Rees differs from himself, and Mr. Nicholson, whose competence I neither affirm nor deny, differs from everybody. Even the lay reader who has studied the writings of Dr. Windisch, of Professor Rees, of Dr. Whitley Stokes, of Dr. McBain, of Mr. Nicholson, and of M. Darbois de Jubinville, and who has made much use of Alfred Holder's Alt-Keltischer Sprachschatz, cannot but see how few of the etymologies that relate to ethnology are to be accepted as certain. It would of course be absurd to sneer at the services which philology has rendered to ethnology and history. Nevertheless, the fact remains that on almost all the fundamental questions of Celtic ethnology, the philologists agree to differ. And at the risk of appearing flippant, I cannot help saying that when I read some of Mr. Nicholson's pages, when I see how M. Salomon Rienich demonstrates, with the approval of M. Darbois de Jubinville and of Professor Rees, who for once find themselves in agreement, that kappa alpha sigma sigma letter 1f77 tau epsilon rho omicron sigma, the Greek word for tin, must be of Celtic derivation because the root Cassi is found in numerous Celtic names. I ask myself whether some future philologist will not adduce the similarity between Tameses and Tamesy, the name of a Mexican river, as a proof that the Celts once colonized Central America. Whether he will not compare the name of Admiral Togo with that of the British prince, Togo Dumnose, and prove that the Japanese Nelson was of Celtic extraction. 7. Caesar, in a familiar passage, states that the maritime districts by people who crossed over from Belgium to plunder and attack, almost all of them being called after the tribes from whom the invaders were an offshoot. It is, however, impossible to define the limits of the region which, in Caesar's time and during the period that elapsed between the date of his departure and that of the Claudian conquest, was occupied by the Belgae. The only tribal names that indicate their presence are those of the Caduvillani, who, about the commencement of the Christian era, occupied a territory of uncertain area round Verulamium, or St. Albans, which included Hertfordshire, Middlesex, and probably parts of Bedfordshire, Buckinghamshire, and Northamptonshire. The Atrebates, who possessed parts of Hampshire and Berkshire, and the Belgae, whose chief towns, according to Ptolemy, were Aquileia or Bath and Venta or Winchester. Caesar's words would certainly lead us to believe that the Cantii, the Trinovantes, and the Regni were also Belgic peoples, although their names do not occur in the list of the Belgic tribes of Gaul. Professor Rees indeed affirmed in the second edition of Celtic Britain that there is no evidence that the Cantii should be considered Belgic, and this statement is repeated in the edition which has recently been published. One feels, therefore, that the evolution of the professor's views is quite normal when one reads in an intermediate volume, published 2 years ago, that the earliest Belgic invaders of Britain were probably the Britanni, and that the Britanni were probably the Cantii. 8. Finally, Dr. McAllister regards certain skeletons, which have been found in the war ditches of Cambridgeshire, below layers that contain traces of late Roman occupation as Anglian, and it may be that they testify to a pre-Roman immigration from northern Germany. Conclusion. For the sake of clearness, I shall summarize the results which this inquiry has attained. No human remains, except those of Bury St. Edmunds and Catadown, which can be certainly attributed to the Quaternary period, have been found in Britain. But it is probable that the earlier inhabitants belonged in part to the Neanderthal stock, and that towards the close of the Paleolithic Age they were joined by immigrants akin to the Chancelade people of the Loser Valley. There is no conclusive evidence that the earliest Neolithic invaders found this island inhabited, but it has not been demonstrated that even here there was a hiatus between the Old and the New Stone Age. The source of the first Neolithic influx was probably in France, in the southern parts of which at all events the latest Paleolithic and the earliest Neolithic inhabitants were akin. The Neolithic invaders who built the long barrows of southern Britain and the chambered cairns of Scotland, and many of whom built round barrows also, were a branch of the Mediterranean race, and likewise came from France, perhaps in some cases originally from the Spanish peninsula. But if they are to be called Iberian, the term must be regarded as conventional. There is no evidence that they were related more nearly to the Basques than to some other branch of the Mediterranean stock. They certainly spoke a non-Aryan language, and so probably did the earlier brachycephalic invaders, of whom the first comers landed in Britain before the end of the Neolithic Age. These invaders, the principal builders of the round barrows and the short cists, continued to arrive in successive hordes during the earlier part of the Bronze Age, some probably from Gaul, some from the Low Countries and the valley of the Rhine, and others, who settled in Yorkshire and Northumberland, and perhaps in Derbyshire, from Denmark or Danish islands, and possibly also from the Scandinavian peninsula. The brachycephalic round barrow skulls fall under 2 different types. Some resemble those of the French Grenelle race, in other words, the so-called Alpine race of Central Europe, and, like them, belong to individuals of low stature. Although the general superiority of the Bronze Age Britons in this respect is so great as to preclude the supposition that men of the pure Grenelle type invaded Britain in considerable numbers. Others illustrate the rugged, and in some cases, almost brutal type which Thurnham and Rolleston have so forcibly described. And some of those of Yorkshire, especially Rudstone and Northumberland, exhibit these characteristics in such a degree that they may almost be grouped apart. The majority would seem to show that people of the 2 types intermarried, as they certainly did with the dolichocephalic Neolithic population. The first Celtic invaders were Goidels, who certainly reached Ireland in the Bronze Age, and who may be supposed to have settled in Britain also before the time of Pythias. The first Brythonic immigrants probably inaugurated the Iron Age in this country, and began to arrive a short time before the visit of Pythias. They were succeeded by the Belgae, who, like them, came in successive hordes, the first probably in the 3rd century before Christ. The Belgae and the other Brythons spread over the greater part of southern Britain and many parts of Scotland. Both they and the Goidels were doubtless mixed with people of the Iberian and Grenelle races with whom they had intermarried before they left the continent. But the purer representatives of the 2 Celtic stocks, the descendants of the invaders who had introduced the Celtic languages into Gaul, and of their continental kinsmen, belonged to a type different from both of the round barrow types, being not only tall and generally fair, but dolichocephalic or mesotycephalic. People characterized by dolichocephaly and low stature, who apparently were not descended from the long barrow race, but whose affinities are doubtful, were settled in the early Iron Age in East Yorkshire, and it would seem nowhere else in Britain. The The Picts of Romano-British history were a medley of tribes, among whom Celts were, as everywhere, predominant, but who probably included a greater proportion of the descendants of the Neolithic and other pre-Aryan peoples than any other British group. It is possible that in the remoter parts of Pictland, a non-Aryan dialect was still spoken when the Romans invaded Britain, but the pre-Aryan Picts as a whole had been Celticized, and the Celtic language had prevailed, although it had been largely modified by the speech with which it had come in contact. Everywhere in Britain the pre-Roman stocks have, in greater or less proportions, survived. Few Englishmen, Welshmen, or Scotsmen, if their pedigrees could be traced back far enough, would not be found to count among their ancestors men of the type who were buried in long barrows, sturdy warriors of the Bronze Age, and Celts who fought against Caesar or were subdued by Agricola. The study of ethnology is as fascinating to its votaries, partly by reason of its very difficulty, as the attempt to determine the distances of the less remote stars must have been to Bessel, Henderson, and Struve. But I can sympathize with those to whom, in both cases, the quest of knowledge for its own sake appears equally unprofitable. They may well ask the ethnologist why he does not proceed to deduce from what he knows conclusions that would interest all students of history and of human nature. There are few fields, says Professor Barry, where more work is to be done or where laborers are more needed than the Celtic civilizations of Western Europe. In tracing from its origins the course of Western history in the Middle Ages, we are pulled up on the threshold by the uncertainties and obscurities which brood over the Celtic world. And for the purpose of prosecuting that most difficult of all inquiries, the ethnical problem, the part played by race in the development of peoples and the effects of race blendings, it must be remembered that the Celtic world commands one of the chief portals of ingress into that mysterious pre-Aryan foreworld, from which it may well be that we modern Europeans have inherited far more than we dream. But when we have entered the pre-Aryan foreworld, how shall we map out its various provinces, and what clues shall we have gained to the solution of the ethnical problem? That is as complex as the problem, which theoretically may not be insoluble, of forecasting remote meteorological as accurately as astronomical phenomena, and its solution is more hopeless still. We want to know what contributions the various British races which we have identified made to the formation of the British character, which is so obviously different from that of any other nation, and which is, so to speak, the generalized manifestation of the characters of the English, Scottish, and Welsh peoples, and, descending the scale, of the characters of the inhabitants of every district, and finally of every man. Again, we want to trace the manifold sources from which the Celtic character, with the idiosyncrasies of which we are all more or less familiar, is derived. But the Celtic character is not everywhere the same. Study it in Wales, in Man, in the Scottish Highlands, in Ireland, in Cornwall, in France, and you will find that while it is Celtic everywhere, everywhere it is different. That everywhere it has become what it is because it is compounded, in different degrees, not only of Celtic, not only of pre-Celtic and pre-Aryan, but also of post-Celtic elements. And all these elements have been modified and molded by different geographical and climatic influences, and by adventitious circumstances too numerous to be particularized and too elusive to be estimated. Those who know Ireland well have observed that the character of Anglo-Irishmen, whose blood is neither more nor less Celtic than that of many Englishmen, has acquired a quasi-Irish tinge, which is discernible in their children even when they have been born and bred in England. And this sets us thinking, though we think in vain. We all know the passage in which Mommsen compares the Gauls to the modern Irish. The ethnologist knows enough to see that it is as misleading as it is brilliant, but he knows too little to attempt to rewrite it. Anthropologically speaking, the Gauls, I use the word in its most comprehensive sense, were very different from the modern and indeed from the ancient Irish. And if Mommsen's analogy were more than superficial, we should be forced to conclude that the character of the Gauls, as it is revealed in ancient writings, was that of the dominant Celts, perhaps mostly Gallo-Brythonic, alone, and that the character of the Irish is simply that of Celts, mostly Gaelic, who were once but have long ceased to be dominant. Who will attempt to differentiate the respective shares of the pre-Aryan Long Barrow race, of the few representatives of the pre-Aryan Grenelle race who settled in this land, of the tall, harsh-featured Round Barrow people, of the Goidels, and finally of the Brythons in building up the character which was to be further modified by the Roman, the Saxon, the Dane, the Norman, the Fleming, and aliens of every nationality, who each and all contributed something to a result which, influenced by the continent, by the far west, and now by the far east, is still in process of evolution. The names Pyro Epsilon Tau Alpha Nu Iota Kappa Alpha Iota, Nu Eta Sigma Omicron Iota, Brittany and Britannia. Pyro Epsilon Tau Tau Alpha Nu Omicron letter 1F77, which written with a single tau, is supposed to represent the Brythonic or the Gaulish equivalent of a Goidelic word. Cuartane, the assumed progenitor of the Irish Cruithne, is found in certain manuscripts of Strabo, instead of the more usual beta, rho epsilon tau tau, alpha nu omicron letter 1F77. Diodorus Siculus, who derived part of his information about the British Isles indirectly from Pythias, Strabo, Ptolemy, and Marcian, appear to have described them as pi rho epsilon tau alpha nu iota kappa alpha letter 1F76, nu letter 1FC6, sigma omicron iota, for perhaps they were not responsible for the tau tau which appears in manuscripts. And Stephanus of Byzantium speaks of pi rho epsilon tau, alpha nu letter 1F77 alpha sigma, and pi rho epsilon tau, alpha nu letter 1F77 delta epsilon sigma. According to Professor Rees and M. Darbois de Jubinville, the form beta rho epsilon tau tau alpha nu iota kappa alpha letter 1F76, nu letter 1FC6 sigma omicron iota, which occurs in most of the manuscripts, is to be accounted for by the fact that Brittany, the Goidelic name of the Brythonic invaders of Britain, which had no connection with pi rho epsilon tau alpha nu omicron letter 1F77, was eventually confounded with it. The confusion, says Professor Rees, is to be detected in the tau tau of pi rho epsilon tau tau alpha nu iota kappa letter 1F75, and he attributes it to scribes. The questions connected with all these names are very difficult. The first puzzle is this: if, as the professor says, pi rho epsilon tau alpha nu iota kappa alpha letter 1F76, nu letter 1FC6 sigma omicron iota, under the influence of the name of the Brythons, beta rho epsilon tau tau alpha nu omicron letter 1F77, became at last beta rho epsilon tau tau alpha nu iota kappa alpha letter 1F76, nu letter 1FC6 sigma omicron iota, that is to say, Brythonic Isles. Why did Diodorus Siculus, Ptolemy, and Marcian persist in calling them pi rho epsilon tau alpha nu iota kappa alpha letter 1F76 nu letter 1FC6 sigma omicron iota again? The professor's views about the Brittani, who, he tells us, called themselves Britons, have lately undergone a sweeping change. In 1902, he regarded the first of the Belgic peoples to cross over to this country as an offshoot of the Brittani or Britons, whom Pliny seems to have found so called in the valley of the Somme, and whom, by the way, Pliny, whatever he may have found them called neither Brittani nor Britons, but Brittany. And he considered that their name, from being exclusively that of the first settlers, came to be extended to the successive hordes, so that at the last it actually denoted all the settlers here of Belgic descent. But the Brittany who are mentioned by Pliny were a Belgic tribe of such small importance that Caesar either ignored or had never heard of them. And, granting that some of them invaded Britain, of which there is no evidence, it is to the last degree improbable that they rather than the Belgae, of whom they would only have formed an item, should have imposed their name upon the people of the whole island. In 1902, Professor Rees maintained that the Brythonic invaders of Britain were all Belgae. In 1904, he distinguished the Belgae from the other Brythons, maintained that they were the second group of Brythonic invaders, and gave the name Britons not only to them, but also to their predecessors. Whether or not, he still holds that these two groups of Britons derived their name from Pliny's Brittany, I cannot say. If so, it is somewhat puzzling that one tribe of the so-called Britons were the Belgae, who presumably called themselves after the Gallic group of tribes, which, as a whole, was designated by that name. The professor's theory would lead to the startling conclusion that while a single horde of the second group of Brythonic invaders were called Belgae after the entire nation of which they were an offshoot, the two Brythonic groups of invaders, Belgic and non-Belgic alike, were conjointly called after the most obscure tribe of the second group. He explains the name Britons as connected with the Welsh Brython, cloth, and concludes that the word Brython and its congeners meant a clothed or cloth-clad people, and that the race with which the Brythons contrasted themselves to their own satisfaction, when they began to give themselves that name, was probably some of the aboriginal tribes whose home they invaded on the continent. But if so, it seems well-nigh inexplicable that none of the continental Belgae, none of the other Gauls, were called either Britons or Britanni, and that only one petty Belgic tribe, which was unknown to or unnoticed by Caesar, was even called Brittany. As Windisch says, Professor Rees's etymology has to contend with serious difficulties, and it must, I think, be admitted that if the Brythons were called either Britanni or Britons, the mention by Pliny of the Belgic Brittany throws no light upon the origin of the name. It is perhaps conceivable that, as Dr. McBain has suggested, the tribe on the Somme were some returned emigrants from Britain. Britain, says Professor Rees, is traceable to Britannia, and Britannia to Brittany, the Latin name of the people. He observes that the Greek form of Brittany was beta rho epsilon tau tau alpha nu omicron letter 1f77, and he adds that the practical identity between the Latin and Greek forms makes it probable that it was from or through the Greeks of Marseille that the Romans first heard of these islands. This, he continues, is not all, for the Latin Brittany, and especially the Greek beta rho epsilon tau tau alpha nu omicron letter 1f77, have their exact counterpart in the medieval Irish plurals Bretagne, genitive Breton, which had at times to function as the name both of the Brythons and of the island. It is to be noticed that neither beta rho epsilon tau tau alpha nu omicron letter 1f77 or Brittany, nor the Irish Bretagne has anything corresponding to it in the dialects of the Brythons themselves. From whom, then, did the Greeks hear the word which served as the basis of their names for Britain and its people? It cannot have been from the Brythonic peoples of the southeast of the island, or any, perhaps, of the Gauls of the continent. It was probably from the natives of the southwest who brought their tin to market, and in whose country the only Celtic speech in use was as yet Goidelic. When, however, the Romans came to Britain, they learnt the name which the Brythons gave themselves in the southeast of the island, and this was not Brittany or Britanni, but Britons. On the other hand, Dr. McBain suggests that the Greek form Prytania, or rather Prytania, the form which is assumed to have been derived from Prite or its older equivalent, and indirectly from Cuartan, gave rise to the name Brittany, bad Latin pronunciation. Mr. Nicholson objects that in neither Greek nor Latin is P known to pass into B. Is it possible that the Latin pronunciation, if it was bad, may have been traceable to a bad Greek pronunciation, which gave rise to Polybius's beta rho epsilon tau tau alpha nu iota kappa alpha letter 1f77, nu letter 1fc6 sigma omicron iota, and which was itself due to a defect not in pronunciation but in hearing. The birthday of religion. Those who, like Professor Tyler, reject the theory that certain savage tribes have no religious belief would probably accept the evidence which Lord Avebury adduces in its favor. Only they attach to the word religion a meaning different from his. Indeed, he himself, in one passage, uses the word in Professor Tyler's sense, for he remarks that one of the lowest forms of religion is that presented by the Australians, which consists of a mere unreasoning belief in the existence of mysterious beings. And he admits that religion in this sense is general to the human race. Dr. Fraser, however, would apparently refuse to make even this concession. He is, or was, inclined to believe that faith in magic is probably older than a belief in spirits, for magic is nothing but a mistaken application of the very simplest processes of the mind, namely, the association of ideas by virtue of resemblance or contiguity, while religion assumes the operation of conscious or personal agents, superior to man, behind the visible screen of nature. Obviously, he continues, the conception of personal agents is more complex than a simple recognition of the similarity or contiguity of ideas. I can only say that to me this is not obvious. The fancy of a primitive savage that fire, running water everything that moves is alive, is doubtless a less rudimentary mental act than the fear of a horse that a traction engine is a formidable monster, but the difference is only one of degree. And Dr. Fraser's definition of magic is singularly narrow. Magic and religion were rooted in the same soil, and their branches intertwined. To M. Salomon Reinach also, it appears evident that the true primitive savage does not believe himself to be surrounded by spirits. He is in the state which Herbert Spencer calls passive atheism. The most backward primitive savages whom we know are in the Neolithic age. The superstition, delta epsilon iota sigma iota delta alpha iota mu omicron nu letter 1f77 alpha, dread of demons, which dominates their whole existence, is the outcome of a long evolution. But did not the process begin when the primitive savage, conscious of life, fancied that sun and stars, flood and fire were also alive? And how can M. Reinach make it evident that there ever was a savage so primitive that he had no such fancy? It is not true that the most backward savages whom we know, or at least have known, are in the Neolithic age. The Tasmanians, 100 years ago, were in their Paleolithic age, but they believed themselves to be surrounded by spirits. Lord Avebury indeed affirms that some races entirely disbelieve in the survival of the soul after the death of the body. Nevertheless, if they believe in spiritual beings, they have the germ of religion. For M. Reinach, religion was born at the moment when man, finding himself constrained to do what he feared might offend malignant spirits, began to devise means of conciliating them. But may it not be said with equal truth that the birthday of religion was when man began to form the conception, on which religion, in the ordinary sense, is based, that spiritual beings exist? M. Reinach has recently pronounced that fire worship preceded the use of fire, just as the worship of cereals preceded and prepared the way for their cultivation. One must infer that the true primitive savage, who, according to M. Reinach, was in a state of passive atheism, and therefore had not begun to worship fire, had not found out how to produce it. If M. Reinach is right, the passive atheist must have been primitive indeed. Professor Robertson Smith held that religion, in the only true sense of the word, began not with a vague fear of unknown powers, but with a loving reverence for known gods who are knit to their worshippers by strong bonds of kinship. But it was in the vague fear that the loving reverence had its germ. Dr. J. G. Fraser, in a recent article, argues that the Australian Aborigines have no religion. But by religion, he means a propitiation or conciliation of the higher powers. And he admits that some Australian tribes have a notion of spiritual beings who can help or injure them. In other words, their belief fulfills Professor Tyler's minimum definition of religion. And Professor A.C. Haddon justly remarks that it is doubtful whether more than a few anthropologists of repute would deny the term religion to the beliefs and practices of the Arunta of Central Australia. Dumbuck, Langbank, Dunbuie. I have said nothing in the first part of this book about the famous crannigs, or pile dwellings, so called, which were discovered a few years ago at Dumbuck and Langbank in the estuary of the Clyde, the hill fort of Dunbuie by Dumbarton Castle, and the remarkable objects which they contained, because it is admitted that they belong to a period several centuries later than the Roman conquest of Britain. But, for a reason which will presently be apparent, they must not be ignored. Everything worth reading that has been written upon the subject is included in two recent books, Archaeology and False Antiquities, in which Dr. Robert Munro contends that the disputed objects are spurious, and The Clyde Mystery, in which Mr. Andrew Lang endeavors to show that the difficulty of regarding them as forgeries is at least as great as the difficulty of maintaining their authenticity, and that, if they are genuine, they prove the survival of ritual and magical ideas that must have belonged to the Stone Age. It may be premised that Professor Boyd Dawkins, after a careful examination of certain engraved oyster shells, which were a part of the finds at Dunbuie, reported that he had satisfied himself that 2 of the shells were American blue points, and, as he somewhat superfluously added, consequently of very modern date. Mr. Lang, admitting this, suggests that, as Dunbuie was left unguarded for several months, the shells were introduced by some local wag. At the same time, he argues that if the disputed objects were not genuine, either the forger must have been a man of extraordinary erudition, who had studied the archaeology of England, America, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Australia, or, by a coincidence which is incredible, he produced objects which are found in all those countries. I would suggest, however, that he may himself have been a person of quite ordinary education, who was either employed by an archaeologist with a peculiar sense of humor, or learned what was necessary for his purpose from some one more erudite than himself. Mr. Lang reminds us further that if the disputed objects have been found in Britain only in the basin of the Clyde, certain painted pebbles, similar to those of Mas Dazzle, which have been found in Scottish Brochs, are also unique in Britain, and yet are disputed by nobody. And he might have said the same of the strange objects of Mycenaean type which were found in a barrow on Folkestone Wold. Dr. Munro, on the other hand, can see no resemblance whatever between the disputed objects and the genuine productions of Australia or certain other questionable antiquities that recently startled the explorers of a Portuguese dolmen. The reader, as Mr. Lang says, must decide for himself, and I doubt whether he will see eye to eye with Dr. Munro. The doctor also insists that if the Scottish objects are survivals, we ought to find, at least somewhere in Britain, decided and undisputed evidence of the existence of a phase of culture in the Stone Age in which the prototypes would be the prevailing forms in general use. But, he adds, of such archaic remains there is not a vestige. No, but the earth has not yet given up all the vestiges of the Stone Age. The first discovery of a Scottish interment of the early Iron Age has been made within the present century, and the doctor will admit that it is probably not unique. Besides, do not the Brochs and Folkestone Wold suggest an answer to his argument? Mr. Lang, concluding that at present the only position which the impartial savant can reasonably assume is a seat upon the proverbial fence, admits that the very strong point against authenticity is this: numbers of the disputed objects were found in sites of the early Iron Age. Now, he continues, such objects, save for a few examples, are only known and that in non-British Landsin Neolithic sites. The theory of survival may be thought not to cover the number of the disputed objects. May it not also be said that as an ignorant or sportive forger undoubtedly carved the oyster shells, so the disputed objects may have been smuggled into the sites by a forger who was well informed. Inhumation and Cremation. Dr. R. Munro says, on what authority I do not know, that the object of cremation was to liberate the spirit more quickly. Is it then to be concluded that in cases where inhumation and cremation were practiced simultaneously in the same barrow, it was intended that certain spirits should be liberated quickly and others slowly? Mr. W. C. Borlase remarks that the transformation which would have taken place when incineration was introduced would have been from a cult which was probably filthy and material to one which was pure and spiritual. We have seen that the probably filthy and the spiritual cult were practiced simultaneously by the same people. Are we to assume that when inhumation was reintroduced, in the early Iron Age filth and materialism were revived? Professor Boyd Dawkins insists that cremation was introduced into Britain by the bronze-using Celtic tribes, and Dr. Munro apparently agrees with him. Putting aside the fact that most of the tribes to which the professor refers were not Celtic, there is no evidence that cremation was first introduced by bronze-using tribes. If it was, the long barrows in which primary cremation interments have been found must have been erected in the British Bronze Age. It may or may not be true that, as Canon Greenwell suggests, some of the Yorkshire round barrows were erected in the Stone Age, but at all events they were later than the long barrows of the same county. Those long barrows, according to Dr. Munro and Professor Boyd Dawkins, must have been erected after a bronze-using people had introduced cremation into Britain. How then would the professor and the doctor explain the fact that in the round barrows of the Yorkshire wolds there was a reaction in favor of inhumation, seeing that Canon Greenwell found in them 301 interments of unburnt and only 78 of burnt bones? Dr. Munro remarks further that, so far as available evidence has been adduced, it would appear that the only sepulchral remains, proved to have been older than the custom of cremation, are the chambered cairns in the southwest of England. When, however, the analogous cairns of Argyllshire, Caithness, and the Orkney Islands were constructed, the religious wave had already enveloped northern Britain. Hence, though generally destitute of bronze relics, these structures were generally contemporary with the Bronze Age burials elsewhere in Britain. The explanation is that in out-of-the-way localities, the Stone Age civilization lingered longer than in those on the main routes of commercial intercourse. Certainly, but no sepulchral remains in Britain are proved to have been older than the custom of cremation. Inhumation preceded cremation in Cornwall, but there is no evidence that when inhumation was first practiced, their cremation was not practiced in other parts of Britain. Though cremation was very rare in the chambered long barrows of Gloucestershire and Wiltshire, it was not unknown. It was almost universal in the unchambered long barrows of Yorkshire, and it cannot be proved that they were later than the chambered long barrows of Wiltshire and Gloucestershire. The chambered cairns of Scotland were not only generally, but absolutely, destitute of bronze relics. Very likely some of them may have been erected after the Bronze Age had commenced in southern Britain, but even this can hardly be proved. What has been proved is that even in the Paleolithic age in the caves near Mentone cremation was already practiced side by side with inhumation. Since the rough draft of this note was written, Professor Boyd Dawkins has asserted that the long chambered barrow of Stony Littleton belonged to the Bronze Age, while he admits, apparently because it did not contain cremated interments, that the long chambered barrow of Rodmartin was Neolithic. Professor Ridgway's views, which are expounded in his well-known chapter, Cremation, Inhumation, and the Soul, have been noticed in the first part of this book. In regard to Western usage, he blunders in a way which makes me hesitate to accept his statements about archaeological details that I have not myself studied. He says that, in Dorsetshire, the extended position seems to be the prevalent one, a remark which I have already noted as an instance of the danger of relying upon second-hand evidence. He implies that the invaders who conquered Dorset, Wiltshire, and Cornwall in the Bronze Age were Belgae, and he states that in France inhumation was universal before the Age of Metal, which, as I have shown, is contrary to fact. Sepulchral pottery. Some antiquaries have maintained that drinking cups, food vessels, incense cups, and urns were not specially made for sepulchral purposes, but were merely ordinary domestic vessels. On the other hand, it has been urged that most of them were too fragile to stand rough usage, that many are so contracted at the bottom that they would have been ill-adapted to serve as table or culinary ware, that the food vessels and the drinking cups were too porous to hold fluid long, while the shape of most of them would have made them inconvenient for any ordinary purpose, and that all are wholly unlike the domestic pottery, which has actually been found in hut circles, forts, barrows, and the heathery burn cave. Mr. J. R. Mortimer replies that drinking cups and food vessels were quite strong enough for domestic use, that the form of the typical drinking cup is well chosen for the purpose its name implies, and most of the food vessels are the prototypes of our porringers, jars, and see it may be admitted that some few food vessels, for instance the one figured by Thurnam in Archaeologia, Roman 43, 381, are, apart from their decoration, not unlike domestic bowls. But what about incense cups? The truth perhaps lies between the opposing views, for drinking cups and food vessels have been exhumed from pit dwellings near Taplow and Pittrivers, speaking of an urn which was found on the bottom of the ditch of the camp in South Lodge Park in his estate, observes that it is more probable that the urn would be found in the ditch thrown away as refuse if it was in ordinary use, than if it were only fabricated for ceremonial purposes. He remarks further that the large quantities of pottery of the same quality, afterwards found in different parts of the camp, confirms this opinion that sepulchral pottery was used for domestic purposes, as it could not all have been used for funeral urns. Moreover, fragments of ornamental pottery of the drinking cup type were found by Pittrivers in a pit in Martindown Camp. Still, the fact remains that only a very small proportion of the pottery, which is commonly called sepulchral, has been found outside sepulchres, and even it may have been intended for sepulchral use. Stonehenge. Stonehenge has exercised the minds of many generations of antiquaries. An exhaustive bibliography, filling 169 pages and containing the titles of 947 books and articles, was published in the Wiltshire Archaeological and Natural History magazine for 1901. But nearly all the works therein enumerated are obsolete, and anyone who wishes to form an independent judgment will find all the necessary materials in the volumes which will be referred to in this article. Modern opinion has for some time been tending to the conclusion that Stonehenge was erected, or at least began to be erected, in the Bronze Age. Excavation has proved that it did not exist before the use of copper or bronze, however uncommon it may have been, was known in this country. And the arguments of Rickman, James Ferguson, and others who contend for a Roman or post-Roman date have been or can be demolished. To refute them in the text of this article would be useless, for no competent archaeologist now regards them as worth discussion. Dr. Arthur Evans maintains that Stonehenge was built in the earlier half of the 3rd century before Christ, although some parts of it may be of later date, that sun worship was at most a secondary object in its structure, and that it was one of a large series of primitive religious monuments that grew out of purely sepulchral architecture. Let us first consider the question of date. Dr. Evans has no difficulty in establishing what has already been demonstrated in Part 1 of this book, that Stonehenge was at least begun before the close of the Wiltshire Round Barrow period. At the same time, he holds that its foundation belongs to the conclusion of this period. He points out that, of 36 disc-shaped barrows, 35 contained cremation interments. The number of glass beads contained in these barrows is also, he continues, evidence of their comparatively late date. The general inference which we draw from the intimate structural connection between Stonehenge and these disc-shaped barrows is that the great stone circles themselves were erected towards the close of the Round Barrow period. The proportionately frequent occurrence of gold relics in barrows in the immediate neighborhood of Stonehenge, 4 out of 5 such discoveries having been made within half a mile of this monument, points in the same direction. And if it should be argued that the barrows may have been built after the erection of Stonehenge, his answer would be that the barrows themselves, with the exception of the 2 within its own area, are disposed without any reference to Stonehenge, and do not in any way cluster about it, as we might reasonably have expected them to do had the bulk of them been reared after the stone circle. Dr. Evans then observes that an amber collar, found in one of the lake barrows about 2 miles from Stonehenge, is of a form and arrangement identical with the amber necklaces found in the great cemetery at Hallstatt, and from the similar character of the boring of the beads, must in all probability have come from the same center of manufacture. And he endeavors to show that we may infer from recent discoveries that a large proportion of the Hallstatt remains reached down to the period between the approximate dates of 400–5300 BC. On the other hand, late Celtic antiquities, which began to appear in Britain at least as early as the 2nd century BC, are absent from the barrows of Wiltshire, and the latest date which can be assigned to these barrows is about 250 BC. Dr. Evans concludes that we may approximately refer the foundation of Stonehenge to the end of the 4th or beginning of the 3rd century. Some of these arguments do not appear to have much weight. Dr. Evans himself admits that there is a great structural distinction between Stonehenge and the disc-shaped barrows. In the latter, the surrounding ditch is inside the bank. In the Stonehenge vallum, it is outside. Those barrows, at all events in which chippings of the stones were found, were later than Stonehenge. And whatever conclusion may be drawn from the arrangement of the barrows, their number is so great as to suggest the inference that many of them were erected there, because Stonehenge was regarded as a holy place. In a recent article, however, Dr. Evans has reinforced his argument, pointing out that the circle called the Rollright Stones, which stands on a hill overlooking the valley of the Warwickshire Stour, also stands in immediate relation to a large group of sepulchral barrows, and giving additional and conclusive evidence as to the late date of these particular monuments. He would not, however, I believe, now assign to Stonehenge quite so early a date as the beginning of the 3rd century. For the commencement of our early Iron Age is commonly referred to about 400 BC of the 2 barrows in which Hoare found chippings of the Stonehenge stones. One was bell-shaped. The other belonged to the kind which he called flat, but which, as Thurnam points out, is simply a variety of the bowl barrow. But Thurnam has given reasons for believing that many barrows of this form may not have been earlier than disc-shaped mounds. In 1901, excavations were made at Stonehenge, but only in a fraction of the whole site, under the superintendence of Professor W. Gowland. The principal objects discovered were chippings from the sarsens and bluestones, more than 100 stone implements, many of which were of flint, and had evidently been used for dressing the softer stones of the monument, while others consisted of the hard quartzite variety of sarsen, bones of domestic animals, splinters of antlers of deer, a portion of a large antler with its lowest tine worn away, apparently from its having been used as a pick. And Roman coins, which, however, were only found in the superficial layers. The layers of the excavations, says Professor Gowland, in which the flint and stone tools were found was absolutely undisturbed ground, and the chippings were found as far down as the surface of the bed rock. Only one trace of copper or bronze was visible, namely a stain, described by the formula QCO3 on a sarsen block 7 feet below the surface. The work of trimming the stones appears to have been done with stone implements only. The copper stain, however, proves that copper or bronze must have been in use at the time when the builders of Stonehenge were at work. Professor Gowland affirms that the stain can only have been produced by prolonged contact with some very small object of copper or bronze or some material containing copper. It may perhaps have been an ornament, but cannot possibly have been an implement. He argues, further, that even if metal tools were of no use for this particular work, it is difficult to believe that, if the monument were of the Bronze Age, no bronze implement would have been lost in the course of its erection. I, on the other hand, would remind him that no bronze has been found in the hut circles of Dartmoor or in various cemeteries which undoubtedly belong to the Bronze Age, and I suggest that if the workmen who built Stonehenge had no use for bronze tools when they were building it, they were not more likely to lose them on the site than the masons who built St. Paul's Cathedral to drop their table knives within the area of the churchyard. However, Professor Gowland does not pin his faith upon this argument. He points out that many of the flint implements which he discovered at Stonehenge closely resemble those which were discovered by Canon Greenwell at Grimes Graves, and which were attributed by him to the close of the Neolithic Age, or, at the latest, to a period when bronze had not come into general use. But nobody who has learned the ABC of archaeology needs to be told that stone implements were used long after the introduction of bronze. And no expert sees anything improbable in the theory that such tools were used in constructing Stonehenge towards the end of the Bronze Age. Besides, as Professor Gowland admits, Dr. Maskelyne has pointed out that bronze tools would not work sarsens. Assuming, then, that Stonehenge was erected in the Bronze Age, how could the sarsens have been dressed except with implements of stone? But the discovery upon which Professor Gowland lays the most stress is that of the deer horn pick. Similar picks were found in large numbers at Grimes Graves. The one which Professor Gowland found, if it really was a pick, must have been used for excavating the pits in which the stones of Stonehenge were erected. And Professor Gowland argues that if bronze tools had been in use at the time, it would seem not unreasonable to assume that they would have been employed, as they would have been so much more effective for such work than the picks of deer's horn. But no bronze pick has ever been found in this country, and deer horn picks have been found in interments of the Bronze Age and even in a Romano-British deposit in the village of Woodyates on Cranbourne Chase. Professor Gowland provisionally assigns the date, about 1800 BC, for the erection of Stonehenge, and he adds that Sir Norman Lockyer's astronomical calculation gives an approximate date of 1680 BC with a margin of error plus or minus 200 years. More than one attempt has been made to determine the date of Stonehenge from the orientation of its axis, and these attempts have been founded upon the assumption that one, at all events, of the objects which the builders had in view was the worship of the sun. The chief evidence, as Sir Norman Lockyer and the late Mr. F.C. Penrose have observed, lies in the fact that an avenue, formed by two ancient earthen banks, extends for a considerable distance from the structure, in the general direction of the sunrise at the summer solstice. On the avenue, 100 feet from the so-called slaughter stone, stands a large monolith called the Friar's Heel or the Heel Stone. At one time it was generally assumed that on Midsummer Day, at the time when Stonehenge was built, an observer, standing on or behind the altar stone, could see the sun rising above the tip of the heel stone. At the present time, however, as Mr. Arthur Hinks points out, the sun rises further south than it has done for the last 10,000 years, and yet, from the point of view of an observer standing behind the altar stone, it still rises north of the stone. In fact, it is some 7 days before or after Midsummer Day when it rises directly over the stone. Moreover, as Professor Flinders Petrie says, the skew position of the altar stone would seem to show that it is not now in its original position. Accordingly, Sir Norman Lockyer felt obliged to leave the friar's heel out of his calculations, and to confine himself to attempting to determine the orientation of the avenue. The method which he and his colleague adopted was to peg out as accurately as possible the central line between the low and often mutilated banks of the avenue, and then to measure the bearings of two sections of this line near the beginning and the end. The resulting observations, he tells us, gave for the axis of the avenue nearest the commencement an azimuth of 49 degrees 38'48", and for that of the more distant 49 degrees 32'54". But neither of these measurements was adopted by Sir Norman. He found, or thought that he found, that the mean between the two values which he had obtained, namely 49 degrees 35'51", was confirmed by the information supplied by the Ordnance Survey that from the center of the temple the bearing of the principal benchmark on the ancient fortified hill, about 8 miles distant, a well-known British encampment named Sidbury, is 49 degrees 34'18", and that the same line continued through Stonehenge to the southwest strikes another ancient fortification, namely Grovely Castle, about 6 miles distant, and at practically the same azimuth, viz., 49 degrees 35'51". For the above reasons, he says, 49 degrees 34'18" has been adopted for the azimuth of the avenue. Having regard to the rate of change in the obliquity of the ecliptic, he concluded that the date of the foundation of Stonehenge was 1680 B.C., but he admits that this date may possibly be in error by plus or minus 200 years. It would appear then that, if Sir Norman Lockyer's calculations are well-founded, Stonehenge was erected at some time between 1880 and 1480 B.C. Certainly, the conclusion does not err on the side of excessive precision, but the foundation upon which the calculations rest has been shown by Mr. Hinks to be wrought. To begin with, the assumption that Sidbury Hill was connected with the erection of Stonehenge is absurd. Does Sir Norman Lockyer mean to suggest that the benchmark was prehistoric? In our climate, says Mr. Hinks, Sidbury is probably not visible from Stonehenge at sunrise once in 20 years. In point of fact, it is never so visible. Only the trees on the top of the hill are to be seen. Furthermore, as Mr. Hinks points out, Sir Norman Lockyer has assumed that, for Carnac the moment of sunset was when the sun's center had just reached the horizon. For Stonehenge sunrise was the moment when the first tip of the sun appeared above the hill. It was necessary to adopt these precise, yet different phases for the two cases, because any other assumptions would have led to results obviously absurd. Finally, Sir Norman Lockyer is obliged to assume that the builders of Stonehenge could tell the exact day on which the midsummer solstice occurred. The utter improbability of this assumption must be apparent to anyone who remembers that the astronomer who constructed the Julian calendar miscalculated the dates both of the summer and of the winter solstice. Mr. E.J. Webb, whose brilliant article in the Edinburgh Review of October, 1894, demolished Sir Norman Lockyer's theory as to the orientation of the Egyptian temples, has written me a letter in which the futility of attempting to determine the date of Stonehenge by astronomical reasoning is explained with a clearness which leaves nothing to be desired. As, he writes, the sun in our latitudes does not rise at right angles to the horizon, but with a considerable slant, it follows that the place where his upper rim begins to appear is appreciably further towards the north than the place where his center appears, and this again than the place where he is first seen fully risen, that is, where his lower edge touches the horizon. Now I think myself that, even if we could credit the builders with complete accuracy, attempts to get the date of the building astronomically would be vain, because 1. We do not know the exact place, if such there was, at which the observer's eye was supposed to be placed. Flinders Petrie does to some extent get over this difficulty by supposing that the observer took up a position from which the point of the heel stone appears exactly level with the horizon. I doubt, however, whether we have a right to be sure that the point is exactly where it was at first. Some of the stones have leaned over considerably, and why not this? But the difficulty is much greater for Lockyer, who takes no account of the heel stone. 2. We do not know whether the ancients would have understood by the moment of sunrise the moment when the sun's upper rim appears, A, or the moment when his center appears, B, or the moment when his lower rim appears, C. 3. Even if we did know this yet, as everyone who has watched the sun rise must admit, it is practically quite impossible to be certain when any one of these moments occurs. Lockyer tacitly admits this when he arbitrarily takes as the moment of first appearance the time when two, about 1/16, of the sun's disk are risen. It is clear that a being assumed, when Stonehenge was built, an observer looking along Flinders Petrie's line of sight would see the Friar's Heel considerably to the south of the place of sunrise, inasmuch as, though that place has ever since been moving southwards, we see it slightly to the south even now. Lockyer therefore puts the Friar's Heel out of his theory altogether, in the belief that a stone which did not exactly mark the place of the most northerly sunrise could be of no use. I think, on the other hand, that a stone placed a little too far south would probably suit what is likely to have been the purpose in view even better than one which exactly marked the solstitial sunrise. For if, instead of asserting that Stonehenge was roofed over, and a beam of light admitted at the moment of sunrise to its darkened sanctuary, all of which is pure guesswork, we suppose that the builders were contemplating merely such bonfires and rejoicings as, by Lockyer's own admission, certainly have taken place in various parts of the world, may we not ask how people in those ancient days knew when these festivities were to be held? For the later days of which we have knowledge, the answer is easy enough. Then people had the Julian calendar, according to which St. John's Day, or whatever day was selected, always recurred at the same place in the solar year, whether at or before or after the solstice. But we do not know whether in pre-Roman times the inhabitants of Wiltshire had any settled calendar at all. And if they had, it is probable that, as in almost all ancient calendars, the days of the month, and therefore most likely the festivals, were reckoned by the moon. The 15th, let us say, of a particular month meant the day when a particular moon was 15 days old, and if this day should coincide in one year with the solstice, it would not coincide with it the next year, and could not have coincided with it the year before. How then could people tell when the midsummer festival ought to be held? I answer that they might have very easily done so some time beforehand by the aid of a stone set up so as to mark, not the solstitial sunrise itself, but an earlier and therefore of course also a later one. If the Friar's Heel stood, as on Lockyer's theory it did, some little way to the south of the place of the midsummer sunrise, then the sun must have risen over it twice, first towards the end of his journey north, just before the solstice, and secondly on his return southward, just after the solstice. Now if the Stonehenge people looked out for the morning on which the sun first seemed to rise over the stone, and counted the days to a morning when he seemed to rise there again on his return journey, they could, by having this number, obtain the time of the solstice with as much accuracy as they could have required. After doing this once, they could in following years always know, by watching the sun's first approach to the Friar's Heel, for what day to appoint the midsummer rejoicings. That these rejoicings took place at sunrise, I do not assert. Bonfires, at least in these times, usually take place at night. I do not think we have any right to say with certainty that any solstitial festival ever took place at Stonehenge or near it. For even granting that, as seems not unlikely, Stonehenge was orientated more or less closely to the solstitial sunrise, and that the Friar's Heel was really used for the observation of the sun, it does not follow that Stonehenge was a solar temple any more than Milan Cathedral, which is orientated more or less closely to the equinoctial sunset and has had a meridian line traced upon its pavement. And even if we knew that it was a solar temple, we should have no right to infer what kind of worship went on there. Although Dr. Evans's arguments are not all equally strong, there can be little doubt that his view as to the date of the erection of Stonehenge is approximately correct. The stones were certainly not standing when round barrows were first erected on Salisbury Plain, for one is contained within the vallum, which, moreover, encroaches upon another. Mr. F.R. Coles has shown that, so far as direct evidence has been obtained by rightly conducted excavations, the outstanding feature of all the Scottish circles that have been investigated is the presence within them of interments of the Bronze Age. That Stonehenge was erected before the close of this period, or at all events before the dawn of the Iron Age in Wiltshire, is certain. And, as it was the most elaborate and highly finished of all the stone circles of Great Britain, we may fairly infer that it was one of the latest of them all. Roman II. The most interesting pages of Dr. Evans's article are those in which he attempts to trace the pedigree, so to speak, of Stonehenge, and to divine the purpose of its builders. He cites instances to show that, wherever the meaning of these great stone monuments has been clearly revealed to us, we find them connected either directly or indirectly with sepulchral usage. He contends that in the most characteristic examples, the circle is an enlarged version of the ring of stones placed round the grave mound. The dolmen represents the cyst within it. The avenue is merely the continuation of the underground gallery, which in our earliest barrows leads to the sepulchral chamber. But is there any evidence that interments ever did take place within the precincts of Stonehenge? General Petrivers remarked that the question could be definitely settled by excavation. But scientific excavation, as we have seen, has hitherto been confined within a small area. The evidence amounts to this. A vessel, which Dr. Evans calls an incense cup, was discovered by Inigo Jones, and incense cups have never been found except in association with interments. While the numerous bones of domestic animals which have been exhumed, along with charcoal and fragments of pottery, from the interior circle, point to the conclusion that Stonehenge was the scene of sepulchral rites, such as we know to have been performed in barrows. Furthermore, the older monument of Avebury contains two smaller stone circles, within each of which are the remains of a stone chamber, which, Dr. Evans argues, there can be little doubt once contained interments. But Dr. Evans is at no great pains to argue that Stonehenge was itself a cemetery. It is on its connection, close or distant, with sepulchral usage that he lays stress. While he points out that, in the case of the chambered barrows, the stones may be said still to fulfill an original structural function, he holds that, in the case of the circles, they bear a more purely ritual signification. In some cases, he adds, we find transitional examples in which the stone circle is actually seen in the act as it were of separating itself from the earth barrows. Thus, in the great monument of New Grange, the stone circle is separated by an interval of some 20 feet from the central mound. Then, going to the far east for an illustration, he tells us that, while the stone circles and dolmens which are still erected by the Cassis of Somme are in themselves non-sepulchral, they are reared as a propitiation either to the departed spirits of their own ancestors or to any other spirit. But Dr. Evans does not deny that Stonehenge was also a solar temple. He admits, indeed, that its orientation certainly seems to associate the sun in the religion of the spot. This theory is supported by observations made by Professor Gowland in Japan. There, he tells us, on the seashore at Futamigora, the orientation of the shrine of adoration is given by two gigantic rocks which rise from the sea as natural pillars. The sun, as it rises over the mountains of the distant shore, is observed between them, and the customary prayers and adorations made. The point from which the sun is revered is marked by a structure of the form of a trilithon, and c. But although some evidence has been collected in support of the theory that certain stone circles in the British Isles and elsewhere were orientated more or less closely to the midsummer sunrise, it does not necessarily follow that they were solar temples. And a scientifically conducted examination of the circles of Kincardineshire and Aberdeenshire has shown that their main diameters are in scarcely any instance oriented to any point of the compass as we understand the term. While Mr. W. C. Lukes, pointing out that on Dartmoor and in Cornwall circles are to be found in clusters, and that there are 3 circles quite close to one another at Stanton Drew, asks, if they were temples, why should the worshippers have been gathered into separate congregations? The only answer which I can suggest is that while each of these circles was probably erected either for sepulchral purposes or in honor of a dead ancestor, the rites which were from time to time solemnized within them may have been connected with the worship of the sun. There is no reason to believe that in any megalithic circle in the British Isles solar worship was more than incidental. About 40 years ago, the late distinguished archaeologist, Professor Nilsson, wrote an article, the main object of which was to prove that Stonehenge was a temple of Phoenician origin, consecrated to the worship of Baal. But the evidence upon which he relied was so unsubstantial that no useful purpose would be served by summarizing his arguments, which, indeed, are virtually obsolete. Professor Flinders Petrie argues that certain parts of Stonehenge are much later than others, And Dr. Evans, who agrees with him, remarks that this is strongly shown by the fact that each of the stone circles as well as the earth circle has a different center. Dr. Evans also points out that, in the case of the circles which are still erected in the east, the huge blocks are not all put up at one time, but in batches of an equal number of stones at intervals of time. Professor Gowland has shown that the sarsen stones in the outer circle must have been erected before the trilithons, and the trilithons before the blue stones. That the stones, he remarks, of the central trilithon were erected from the inside of the circle has been conclusively demonstrated by the excavations. Hence, the blue stones in front cannot have been erected before them. Moreover, the blue stone, number 68, the base of which was laid bare in excavation V, was found to be set in the rubble which had been used to fill up the foundation of number 56, and further, in a lower layer than its base, there were 2 blocks of sarsen with tooled surfaces. If the outer sarsens were set up from the inside, their erection must have preceded that of the trilithons and hence of the blue stones. On the other hand, should the outer sarsens have been reared from the outside, it would not be possible for the blue stones to have been placed in position before them, as they would then have seriously interfered with, if not altogether prevented the erecting operations. Mr. William Cunnington, however, observes that the fact that specimens of all the varieties of rocks which constitute the inner circle of Stonehenge have been found in the mixed substance at the base of, proves that they were all on the spot when the inner ellipse was erected. And Professor Gowland, who confirms this view, concludes that no long interval of time separated the erection of the sarsen and the bluestone monoliths, although the work must have occupied a considerable period. Roman 3. Unwarned by the Edinburgh Review and Mr. Hinks, Sir Norman Lockyer published in Nature a series of notes on Stonehenge, which might be safely ignored if his authority had not made converts, even among archaeologists and men of science who happen to be ignorant of certain essential facts. He now maintains that the sarsens, and above all the trilithons of the magnificent naos, represent a rededication and a reconstruction of a much older temple. And further, that the older temple dealt, primarily but not exclusively, with the May year, while the newer temple represented a change of cult and was dedicated primarily to the solstitial year. It is unnecessary to examine in detail the process by which he has endeavored to establish these conclusions, but I shall give a few specimens of his work. Acting, says Sir Norman, on a very old tradition, the people from Salisbury and other surrounding places go to observe the sunrise on the longest day of the year at Stonehenge. We therefore, he concludes, are perfectly justified in assuming that it was a solar temple. Not improbably it was from one point of view, but how old is the tradition? The earliest extant mention of Stonehenge is in the Historia Anglorum of Henry of Huntingdon, who lived in the 12th century, but who does not refer to the tradition. Stonehenge, according to Sir Norman Lockyer, was rebuilt in 1680 BC. It is therefore impossible to prove that the tradition originated even as early as 2,900 years after the alleged date of the alleged second dedication of Stonehenge. Tentatively, I would suggest that it may have arisen after 1771, when the astronomical theory was anticipated by a Dr. John Smith. Among the considerations to which Sir Norman would direct attention, in support of his theory, the fifth runs as follows. It is quite possible that the rebuilding of the temple in 1680 BC was part of a very large general plan, which could only have been undertaken by a large, powerful, and comparatively civilized tribe or people under strict government, commanding the services of skilled mathematicians, for Stonehenge, Old Sarum, and Grovely Castle occupy the points of an equilateral triangle of exactly 6 miles in the sides, and the 3 sides are continuations of the entrances at Stonehenge and Old Sarum, and of a ditch running through the center of Grovely Castle, and the line Stonehenge Old Sarum passes exactly through Salisbury Spire, which again is exactly 2 miles from Sarum. We ought to restore the old name, Salisbury. Skilled mathematicians on Salisbury Plain in 1680 BC, 1,000 years before the dawn of mathematics in Greece, busily engaged in forming, for some recondite religious purpose, gigantic equilateral triangles. Sir Norman italicized the word exactly. Evidently then he wished to impress upon us, in proof of the mathematicians' skill, not only that they made their triangle equilateral, but that each side measured 6 miles no more and no less. Is it not a remarkable coincidence that the unit of measurement in the British Bronze Age was the English statute mile? I confess that I cannot grasp the significance of the prolongation of the line Stonehenge Old Sarum to Salisbury Spire, or of the fact that this additional section was exactly 2 miles long, unless the builders of Stonehenge were Christians as well as mathematicians, and Salisbury Spire was standing in 1680 BC, nor indeed, it should seem, can Sir Norman himself. At all events, in Stonehenge and other British monuments, astronomically considered a book which is, in the main, a reproduction of his, notes the passage which I have quoted disappears. Equilateral triangle and skilled mathematicians are left to the kindly obscurity of nature. But if the line Stonehenge Old Sarum and the line Stonehenge Grovely Castle have lost all significance, why persist in staking a hopeless case upon the imaginary importance of the line Stonehenge Sidbury Hill? Sir Norman Lockyer has not restricted his researches to Stonehenge, sun worship, and the solstitial year. He has discovered instances in which stone circles have been used for the observation not of the sun, but of the stars, and in which, on account of the change in a star's place due to precession, the sight line has been changed in the Egyptian manner. Among these astral temples were the 3 circles of the hurlers, near Liskeard, and the circles at Stanton Drew. After an interesting calculation, he announces that we have the following declinations approximately. The hurlers, lat. 50 degrees 31 Stanton Drew, lat. 51 degrees 10 dec, n a degrees dec, n degrees degrees a degrees degrees. Here then, he observes, we have declinations to work on, but declinations of what star? Vega is ruled out as its declination is too high. He concludes that the star which the astronomer priests observed was Arcturus, and that the approximate dates of the use of the 3 circles at the hurlers are 1600 BC for the southern, 1500 for the central, and 1300 for the northern circle. And at Stanton Drew 1260 BC for the Great Circle and 1075 BC for the southwestern circle. Once more I am puzzled. Sir Norman remarks that all these circles are considerably older than Stonehenge. Stonehenge, he says, was in use as a solar temple in 1680 BC and a good deal earlier. None of the older circles began to be used as an astral temple until 1600 BC. Why? Surely not because Arcturus, Capella, and Vega all refused to fit in with the sight lines, which Sir Norman has discovered except at inconveniently late dates. Again, Vega is ruled out as its declination is too high. But the present declination of Vega happens to be exactly 38 degrees. In other words, as Mr. Webb writes to me, there exists between the circle and one of the brightest stars in the sky a perfect correspondence, which is nevertheless, beyond all possibility of doubt, wholly accidental. Why did Sir Norman omit to mention this significant fact? But second thoughts or kind friends have once more come to Sir Norman's rescue. In his book, Vega is ruled out as its declination was too high. The italics are mine. He had become aware, remarks the lynx-eyed Mr. Webb, of the damaging fact that the present declination of Vega actually is 38 degrees N, in other words that, on his own principles, we can prove that the hurlers were set up today. The Cassiterides, Ichthys, and the British trade in tin. The Cassiterides. The identity of the Tin Islands, which ancient writers called the Cassiterides, is still a matter of dispute. Professor Haverfield, indeed, has affirmed that the recent researches of Usener, for which Reed Unger, Rees, and others, have made it almost certain that the Cassiterides were off NW Spain. Professor Rees shall speak for himself. M. Rianich, he says, argues, convincingly as it seems to me, that the Cassiterides meant the Celtic Islands, or, as I may call them, the British Isles. And if anything relating to this question is certain, it is that the islands off northwestern Spain, which are supposed to have been the Tin Islands, have never produced any tin at all. One group of scholars insists that all the ancient writers who mention the Cassiterides associated them with Spain. But what if the ancient writers were misinformed or misunderstood their informants? Another group insists that for the metallurgists of ancient Europe, the sole source of tin was the British Isles, and with this pronouncement, they would apply the closure to the debate. But the British Isles were not the sole source, and the debaters persist in wrangling. If the only question were, from what parts of Europe did the Greeks and Romans derive tin, it could be answered in a sentence: from Galicia in Spain, Cornwall, and possibly the Scilly Islands. But this is not the only question. What we want to know is, were the ancient writers misled into believing that the Cassiterides were islands? If they were not misled, were they all thinking of the same islands, or did they attempt to indicate the position of the Cassiterides by simply guessing? If they were misled, was the district to which their informants alluded Galicia or Cornwall, or did they refer to both? Did the ancient writers fancy that islands used as depots for tin were the places in which the mines were situated? Did those who professed to inform them intentionally mislead them? The theories which have recently held or still hold the field are, first, that the Cassiterides were a group of islets off the northwestern coast of Spain. Secondly, that they were headlands of the same coast. Thirdly, that they were the Scilly Islands. Fourthly, that they were Cornwall, which is supposed by some writers to have been regarded either as an island or as a group of islands, separated by estuaries, which were erroneously believed to be channels. And lastly, that they were the British Isles. Roman 2. Diodorus Siculus, after stating that tin was produced in Britain and in many parts of Iberia, goes on to say that there are many tin mines in the islands called Cassiterides, which are situated in the ocean, off the coast of Iberia and above the country of the Lusitani. Strabo mentions the Cassiterides 4 times. In the first passage, he says that the extremity of the Pyrenees is opposite the western parts of Britain, and that the Cassiterides, which are situated in the same latitude as Britain, are in the open sea, opposite to and north of the Artabri. In the second, he mentions both the Cassiterides and the British Isles, clearly distinguishing the two groups. In the third, he says that, according to Posidonius, tin was produced in the country beyond the Lusitani, and also in the Cassiterides. That tin was conveyed from the British Isles to Massilia, and that, according to the same authority, tin, silver, and gold were produced in the country of the Artabri, the most remote tribe of Lusitania, who faced the northwest. In the fourth, he says that the Cassiterides are 10 in number and lie close together in the open sea, north of the harbor of the Artabri, that one of them is uninhabited, and that the inhabitants of the rest wear black robes reaching down to their feet and walk about with staves in their hands, like the Furies in tragedy. They are, he says, nomadic and live upon flesh meat, and they barter tin and hides with merchants for pottery, salt, and articles of bronze. Formerly, he adds, the Phoenicians monopolized the trade from Gads or Cadiz with the islanders, and they kept the route a close secret, which, however, the Romans, after numerous attempts, succeeded in discovering. Finally, Publius Crassus sailed across Delta Iota Alpha Beta Letter 1F71 Sigma to the islands, ascertained that the tin lay near the surface, and indicated the route for the benefit of traders, although the passage was longer than that from the continent to Britain. In another passage, Strabo says that the Artabri dwell in the neighborhood of the northwestern promontory of Iberia, which he identifies with the Nerean promontory. Pomponius Mela, himself a Spaniard, immediately after speaking of Baetica and Lusitania, and immediately before mentioning the island of Sina, which was off the coast of Brittany, states that the Cassiterides are situated in Celticis. Pliny says that the Cassiterides, so called from the abundance of tin which they produce, are situated over against Celtiberia, and that opposite the promontory of the Eretrebi are the 6 islands of the gods, which some call the Fortunate Isles. In another passage, he says that tin was first fetched from the island Cassiteris, or from the Tin Island, by Mitocritus, whom M. Darbois de Jubinville, wrongly, according to M. Salomon Rienich, identifies with Melkarth, who personified the Phoenician race. In a third passage, Pliny says that tin has been fabulously reported to have been obtained from islands in the Atlantic. Now, he continues, it is certainly known to be produced in Lusitania and Galicia. By islands in the Atlantic, Pliny certainly did not, as Professor Ridgway supposes, consciously mean the British Isles. For in his geographical system, the northern limit of the Atlantic was marked by the northwestern promontory of Spain. Ptolemy says that the Cassiterides are 10 in number and are situated in the Western Ocean. Finally, Dionysius Periegetes says that the Western Isles, which produce tin and are situated below the sacred promontory, or Cape St. Vincent, are inhabited by Iberians. From a comparison of these statements, it is clear, first, that the ancient geographers who mentioned the Cassiterides regarded them as distinct from the British Isles. Secondly, that they believed them to be situated somewhere off the coast of Spain, although, as we shall presently see, the words of Strabo are not inconsistent with the theory that he identified them with the Scilly Islands, or even unconsciously with the British Isles. Thirdly, that of those who attempted to define their position, one associated them with the southwestern, the others with the northwestern coast. Fourthly, that one writer mentioned an island, Cassiterides, from which tin was fetched. And lastly, that this same writer, having affirmed that the tin islands were opposite Celtiberia, nevertheless denied that any islands in the ocean which extended as far north as the northwestern promontory of Spain produced tin. Roman 3. Assume, for the sake of argument, that the Cassiterides were off the northwestern coast of Spain. What, then, are the islands with which they are to be identified? One Unger remarks that it may be inferred from Ptolemy's statement that they were south of the Nerean promontory and off the western coast of Galicia. Strabo, it is true, places them northward of the northern coast. But, says Unger, Strabo is wrong, for on the northern coast there are no islands distant more than 1 German mile from the shore, whereas Strabo himself says that the Cassiterides were further from the continent than Britain. Dionysius Periegetes was, by common consent, mistaken. Let us see then what islands we can find off northwestern Spain. The coast between Cape Ortegal and the mouth of the Douro is broken by several inlets or fjords, which are called rias. East of Cape Finisterre, in the Ria de Corcubion, are 3 very small islands, and off the southeastern entrance of this ria, by Cape Mainarzo, are 6 tiny islets. About 20 miles southeast of Cape Finisterre is the ria of Muros and Noia. On the west of Mount Luro, which dominates the entrance of this fjord on its northern side, are the 4 small islands of Brujos, and there are others within the fjord itself and south of it. Unger remarks that the small size of all these islands harmonizes with the word nu eta sigma letter 1 fd6 delta epsilon sigma, or islets, which Diodorus applies to the Cassiterides, and that the smallest of them may have been left out of account when the number was given as 10. Off Pontevedra Bay, which is north of Vigo Bay, are the islands of Ons and Orcella. Strabo says that the harbor of the Artabri, north of which he places the Cassiterides, was formed by a gulf on which were situated numerous cities. Mela describes a gulf in the country of the Artabri as having a narrow entrance and a wide circuit, and adds that 4 streams flowed into it. And Ptolemy, having first mentioned a harbor of the Artabri, immediately south of the Nerean promontory speaks, in the next section but one, of the great harbor, on the shore of which he places Brigantium. The gulf mentioned by Mela and Ptolemy's, Great Harbor, correspond with the ria of Batonzos and Ferrol, which is between Cape Finisterre and Cape Ortegal. But there are no islands north of this harbor. The identification of the harbor of the Artabri, which Ptolemy places immediately south of the Nerean promontory, depends of course upon the identification of the promontory itself. The latter is generally identified with Cape Finisterre, and if this view is correct, the harbor must have been the Ria de Corcubion. Unger, however, identifies the Nerean promontory with the bluff of land, between Cape Finisterre and Corunna, from which project the headlands of Punta del Rincudo, Punta Dinariga, and Cape des Adrian, and if he is right, Ptolemy's harbor was the Ria of Corm and Lagos. But, as Unger points out, there are no islands off this harbor or north of it. It is clear, then, that if the Cassiterides really lay in Spanish waters and on the north of a harbor of the Artabri, that harbor must be looked for further south. Now Unger observes that Posidonius, as quoted by Strabo, makes the territory of the Artabri extend southward as far as the river Douro. For he says that their territory produced gold, and, says Unger, in the country of the Artabri in the narrower sense, there are no auriferous streams. Accordingly, Unger identifies the harbor for which he has been searching with the Puerto de Bayona, the southernmost inlet north of the Douro. And from this harbor, he maintains that Crassus sailed to the Cassiterides, which he identifies with the islands of Brujos. He points out that the distance from the northern entrance of the harbor, opposite the island of Bayona, to the islands of Brujos is 8 German miles. This distance exceeds that of the shortest passage between Britain and the continent, and accordingly Unger insists that it harmonizes with the statement of Strabo. But the point which he most strenuously labors is that, in this case only is explicable the circumstance, strikingly calculated to cause such a mistake as Strabo made, that Crassus sailed northward from a harbor on the west coast, and yet sailed in the open sea. Mr. Cecil Torr, on the other hand, insists that, unless it can be shown that there were tin mines on the islands, the story cannot be used to show that Crassus visited those islands. Strabo, he adds, states precisely that the Cassiterides lay to the north of letter 1F00, rho tau, letter 1F71 beta, rho omega, nu lambda, iota mu, letter 1F75 nu, which is obviously the gulf that now holds Ferrol and Corunna. Here, as we have seen, there are, in Spanish waters, no islands, and Mr. Torr argues that Strabo is so very accurate in his description of this part of Spain that his account of the Cassiterides cannot be explained away as an inaccurate description of the islands at Vigo. It must be a bit of downright fiction repeated in good faith. To this latter argument it might be replied, first, that just as Strabo was mistaken in supposing that the direction of the Pyrenees was from north to south, so he may have been mistaken in supposing that the Cassiterides were on the north of Spain. And secondly, that the other writers whose testimony has been quoted place them off the west coast. No other reply, indeed, could be made by those who hold, like Unger, that the Cassiterides were in Spanish waters. But for reasons which shall presently be given, I agree with Mr. Torr that letter 1F00, rho tau, letter 1F71 beta, rho omega, nu lambda, iota mu, letter 1F75 nu must have been the gulf that now holds Ferrol and Corunna, and also that Strabo's account of the Cassiterides cannot be explained away as an inaccurate description of the islands at Vigo. Only I believe that he is wrong in regarding that account as fiction. Strabo's Cassiterides were not in Spanish waters at all. They were, as he says, in the open sea and far to the north of Corunna. Mr. Torr's other objection rests upon the fact that tin was never produced in any island off the coast of Spain, except, possibly, in Ons, which, for reasons obvious to anyone who consults the map of Spain, Unger does not include among the Cassiterides. The only possible answer to this objection has been already suggested in this article. It is that the islands may have served as depots to which the tin was conveyed from the mainland opposite, and that they may have been confounded with the districts in which the tin was actually produced. This suggestion, however, leaves unexplained the definite statement of Strabo, that Crassus sailed across to the islands and found that the islanders worked the tin easily because it lay near the surface. There remain three other objections, which, unless Strabo's authority is to be absolutely discarded, appear insuperable. First, Strabo, I repeat, distinctly states that the islands were in the open sea, pi epsilon lambda alpha gamma iota alpha iota, and of the islands which Unger identifies with the Cassiterides, not one is more than 4 statute miles from the mainland, while the nearest is not more than 2. Secondly, as they are all within sight of land, their situation could never have been kept secret. Lastly, since it was unnecessary for those who desired to reach them to sail from the harbor of Vigo, and easy to sail across from the neighboring ria of Muros and Noia, it is difficult to understand why Strabo should have said that the distance which separated them from the mainland was greater than the distance from Gaul to Britain. It is true that the islanders, according to Strabo, dressed in black, and that, according to the same authority, the inhabitants of Lusitania did likewise. But anyone who regards this as an argument for identifying the Cassiterides with the islands near Vigo must make up his mind to reject nearly all the details which are given by Strabo, and to pin his faith to the undoubted fact that the Cassiterides are placed by most of the ancient authorities off the coast of Spain. M. Salomon Rianich, however, with whom I agree, argues that the fact that numerous writers place the Cassiterides in geographical connection with Spain only proves what we knew before, that Phoenician Spain had commercial relations with those islands. 2M. Hans Hildebrand thinks that the Cassiterides were headlands of the Galician coast. He argues that if they are to be located in England, the name Cassiterides must be applied to headlands in Cornwall. Accordingly, he says, G demand la merm concession por Matheria Spagnol, savoir quasi nam des sin des caps. But Cornwall is part of an island which is itself one of a group of islands. Spain is not an island at all. M. Hildebrand's theory can by no ingenuity be defended, except on the assumption that the ancient writers were misled by the fact that in the language of the Phoenicians, from whom the earliest notions about the Cassiterides may be supposed to have been derived, there was no word which specially denoted islands. And if it is accepted, not only must all the statements of those writers which relate to the situation of the islands, their number, their inhabitants, the mode in which the tin was extracted, and the voyage of Crassus be rejected as absolutely fictitious, but it is utterly impossible to conceive how they should have originated. 3. The old-fashioned view, which identified the Cassiterides with the Scilly Islands, has even of late years had adherents of high reputation, such as Dr. von Gutschmid, Emil Hubner, and Mommsen. Although the bulk of the tin which supplied the wants of ancient Europe came from Cornwall and Spain, it is nevertheless not improbable that some came from the Scilly Islands. If so, the real Cassiterides were the Scilly Islands and the adjacent island of Great Britain. But of the ancient writers, there were only two of whom it can be maintained that, when they referred to the Cassiterides, they were thinking either of the Scilly Islands or of Cornwall, Festus Avienus and Strabo. Festus Avienus was a writer of the 4th century, whose Ora Maritima was based either upon a Greek version of the Carthaginian account of the voyage of Hamilco, or, as seems more probable, upon a Greek poem, which had itself been compiled from two distinct Greek narratives of different dates, the latter being assignable to the period between 240 and 150 BC, after describing the rocky peninsula, Eastromnes. He says that in the gulf formed by it lie the islands called Eastromnides, which are widely scattered and rich in tin. He does not mention the Cassiterides at all. The Eastromnides, however, are generally, and if Festus was right in saying that they produced tin, necessarily identified with the Cassiterides. The peninsula is rightly identified with Brittany, or, more strictly speaking, with the promontory formed by Finisterre, and therefore the gulf is either the Bay of Biscay or the gulf in which lie the Channel Islands. After describing the Eastromnides, Festus goes on to say that, from here it is 2 days' sail to the sacred island. That is to say, Ireland hinc duobus in sacram sic insulam dixer priscae solibus cursus radi est. And then, remarking that the island of the Albions, or Britain, is near, he says that the Tardisa used to resort for trade to the Eastromnides, and that the Carthaginians also used to sail these seas. The question of the identity of the Gulf is discussed by Friedrich Marx in an article on the Ora Maritima, of which a summary has been given by Mr. W. H. Stevenson. Marx, says Mr. Stevenson, explains the subvertus of Avienus as referring to the maps of antiquity, and as having the sense of northwards of, so that the Tin Islands are conceived of as north of the promontory of Finisterre. The Tin Islands must therefore be the mainland of Britain and the Isle of Wight, which Marx considers to be included among the lax Aixence insulae of Avienus, and cannot be explained as the Scilly Islands, which have nothing beyond their insular nature to favor the identification. But why, therefore? What has the Isle of Wight beyond its insular nature to favor the identification? If Marx is right in his interpretation of subvertus, the Gulf Sinus lay north of the promontory of Finisterre, and since it can hardly be maintained that this gulf was the English Channel, it must have been the gulf in which lie the Channel Islands. If it was the English Channel, Marx can hardly venture to argue that the mainland of Britain is in the Channel. If any conclusion can be drawn from the words of Festus, it must be either that the lax Aixence insulae were the Channel Islands and the Sinus the gulf in which they are situated, or that the Sinus was the Bay of Biscay and the insulae Ushant and the adjacent islets. But I agree with Mr. Stevenson that the Tin Islands cannot be explained as the Scilly Islands unless the indications which Avienus gives of their situation are utterly misleading. Strabo, as we have seen, says that the Cassiterides were in the open sea northward from the harbor of the Artabri, and Mr. H. F. Tozer argues that, according to Strabo's idea of the relative position of these countries, this would place them a great distance to the west of the Scilly Islands. This objection, however, assumes that Strabo was aware that the Scilly Islands were comparatively close to the land's end. Strabo imagined that the direction of the Pyrenees was from north to south, that the coast of Gaul extended in a straight line from the northern extremity of the Pyrenees to the mouth of the Rhine, and that the southern coast of Britain extended from a point nearly opposite and close to the northern extremity of the Pyrenees, parallel with the coast of Gaul. He expressly states that the Cassiterides were in the same latitude as Britain, and therefore, if he had intended to identify the Cassiterides with the Scilly Islands, it would have been quite natural for him to say that they lay north of the harbor of the Artabri. Mullenhoff indeed dismisses the claims of the Scilly Islands with contempt. but all that he has to say against them is that they never produced tin and that they are small. The former objection is, as we have seen, unfounded. The latter is irrelevant, for small islands may contain mines, and the islands off the coast of Spain are smaller still. But I am not concerned to argue that the sailors from whom the ancient writers, directly or indirectly, derived their information intended to convey that the Cassiterides were the Scilly Islands and the Scilly Islands alone. For, although the Scilly Islands did produce some tin, by far the greater part of the British supply of that metal doubtless came from Cornwall. Professor von Gutschmidt indeed explains that the tin was supposed to be produced where it was exchanged, a very common case. And although the place where the Cornish tin was exchanged by the merchants who used the overland route was Ichthys, or St. Michael's Mount, the Phoenicians may possibly have found it convenient to occupy one of the Scilly Islands. But it seems to me safer to conclude that the Scilly Islands may have been originally included with Britain under the designation Cassiterides. The late distinguished geographer, H. Kiepert, maintained that although the name Cassiterides had been originally used by the Greeks to denote the tin-producing districts of Britain, it was erroneously applied by Strabo to the Scilly Islands. Only to this group, he insists, can Strabo's account of the discovery of the 10 small Cassiterides islands on the north of Hispania by Publius Crassus refer, as there are no other islands in this part of the ocean. 4. George Smith, for whom the Cassiterides represented simply the Cornish peninsula, observed, anticipating a similar argument of Mr. Cecil Torr, that the Hebrew, Phoenician, and cognate languages had no terms which distinctly specified islands, peninsulas, and sea. One word being used to signify islands, seacoasts, and even remote countries. In these languages, the whole coast of Cornwall and Devonshire might be termed island or islands. It may be objected that the very same argument might be used to show that the name, Cassiterides, really denoted the headlands on the coast of Galicia. But it is easier to conceive how the misconception should have arisen in the case of Cornwall, part of a remote island in the Northern Ocean and close to the Scilly Islands, than in the case of Galicia. And moreover, the Galician theory leaves the story of Crassus's voyage unexplained. But the problem of the Cassiterides cannot be satisfactorily solved by the simple statement that they were Cornwall. 5. Mullenhoff, M. Salomon Reinach, and various other writers identify the Cassiterides with the British Isles. According to M. Reinach, the whole question resolves itself into this: what islands in Western Europe produce tin? The British Isles alone fulfill this condition, therefore we must recognize in them the archipelago of the Cassiterides. If, he adds, Strabo does not identify them with the British Isles, though he mentions both the one group and the other. This is because in the different chapters he follows different authorities, some of whom allude to the Cassiterides from hearsay evidence collected in Spain, while the others describe the British Isles from experience derived on the spot. Then, remarking that the alleged derivation of kappa alpha sigma sigma, letter 1f77 tau epsilon rho omicron sigma, the Greek word meaning tin, from a Sumerian word, and from an Assyrian word have been proved to be fanciful, he argues that kappa alpha sigma sigma, letter 1f77 tau epsilon rho omicron sigma, did not, as most ancient and modern writers have supposed, give its name to the Cassiterides, but on the contrary derived its name from theirs. Similarly, he points out, at least 4 names of metals have been derived from the names of places which produced them, namely, copper from Cyprus, silver in Gothic syllabur from the town of Salib in Pontus, bronze from Brundisium, and Calais, the Turkish word for tin, from Cala in the peninsula of Malacca. M. Reinach goes on to argue that as the Greeks derived their knowledge of the Cassiterides from the Phoenicians, the termination iota delta epsilon sigma must have been added by them. There remains therefore Cassiteros, of which the first part is found in numerous Celtic words, for example, Cassi, Cassivellaunus, Veliocasses, and C.M. Reinach gives reasons, which appear to me unsatisfactory, for the conjecture that Cassiterides means the same as Insulae Extimi, the remotest isles, and he holds that the name was given to the British Isles by the Celts of Western Gaul. Whatever M. Reinach's argument may be worth, he and Mullenhoff are unquestionably right in one sense. The British Isles, taken as a whole, were the only islands from which the ancients derived tin. But this truism did not require demonstration. The question is, whether the identification of the Cassiterides with the British Isles can be reconciled with what was written about them by the ancient geographers. Roman 4. The story which Strabo tells about Publius Crassus presents some difficulty. As we have seen, he says that after the Romans had discovered the route to the Cassiterides, in spite of the efforts which the Phoenicians made to conceal it, Crassus sailed across to the islands, ascertained that the tin lay near the surface, and indicated the new route for the benefit of traders. The first question is, who was Crassus? Unger maintains that he was the consul of 95 B.C., who conquered the Lusitanians. If so, he must have sailed from the mainland to the islands near Vigo, which Unger identifies with the Cassiterides. But, as I have already pointed out, these islands are quite close to the coast. Their distance from the mainland is not greater, but many times less than the distance of Britain from the continent. Their whereabouts could never have been kept secret, and they have never produced tin. Therefore, if Publius Crassus was the consul of 95 BC, Strabo's story is utterly untrustworthy. Mommsen holds that Crassus was Caesar's lieutenant of that name, and that he sailed from Gaul to the Scilly Islands before Caesar's first invasion of Britain. How then are we to account for the ignorance of Caesar, who tells us that tin was produced in the Midlands, in Mediterranees regionibus, of Britain? Professor Ridgway, who believes that the Cassiterides were the islands near Vigo, also identifies Crassus with Caesar's lieutenant, who, as he reminds us, invaded Aquitania, the southwestern division of Gaul in 56 BC. He is all the more likely, writes Professor Ridgway, to have passed into northern Spain, inasmuch as the people of that region had given great assistance to the Aquitani. B.G. Roman 3:23. Without doubt, he was fully aware of the mineral wealth of that country, as is shown by Caesar's remark, Roman 3:21, on their skill in defending cities, in consequence of their having numerous copper mines and other works in that region. As is plain from Strabo's words, the Romans already knew how to reach the Tin Islands by sea, coasting round from the Mediterranean and up from Gads on the old Phoenician track. Crassus then, by opening up a far shorter route, that of a short sea voyage from the Cassiterides to the coast of Gaul, possibly to the Garonne, at once developed this trade. The ore lay near the surface. The distance by sea was greater than that across the English Channel, but the readiness with which the tin was obtained, combined with the shorter land transit, more than compensated this. Strabo is evidently contrasting the rival tin-producing regions when he introduces the allusion to Britain. From this achievement of Crassus and its results, we can now understand in its proper light the famous expression of Pythias, that the northern parts of Iberia are more accessible towards Celtic than for those who sail by the ocean. He found, as Publius Crassus found 3 centuries later, that the mineral regions and islands of northwestern Spain were far more accessible for the Massaliotes by a land journey across Gaul and a short sea voyage than by the long and perilous route round by Gibraltar. But Professor Ridgway mistranslates the famous expression of Pythias, tau letter 1F70, pi rho omicron sigma alpha rho kappa tau iota kappa letter 1F70, mu letter 1F73, rho eta tau letter 1F6, sigma letter 1F30, beta eta rho letter 1F77, alpha sigma epsilon letter 1F50, pi alpha rho omicron delta letter 1F70 tau epsilon rho alpha. Epsilon letter 1F36, nu alpha iota pi rho letter 1F78, sigma tau letter 1F74, nu kappa epsilon lambda tau iota kappa letter 1F74, nu letter 1F22, kappa alpha tau letter 1F70, tau letter 1F78, nu letter 1F60, kappa epsilon alpha nu letter 1F78, nu pi lambda letter 1F73, omicron upsilon sigma iota. He fails to see that the word pi lambda letter 1F73, omicron upsilon sigma iota, refers to pi rho letter 1F78, sigma tau, letter 1F74, nu kappa epsilon lambda tau iota kappa letter 1F75 nu, as well as to kappa alpha tau, letter 1F70, tau letter 1F78, nu letter 1F60, kappa epsilon alpha nu letter 1F79 nu. The passage simply means that it is easier to sail along the northern coast of Iberia, Spain, from west to east in the direction of Celtic Gaul, than to sail along the southern coast from east to west in the direction of the Atlantic. This, as Mullenhoff observes, is perfectly true, owing to the set of the current and the prevalence of westerly winds. Moreover, Professor Ridgway does not seem to be aware that there are no tin islands off the coast of Spain. He does not explain how Crassus could have found time in 56 BC to make the short sea voyage of 500 miles or more from the mouth of the Garonne to the neighborhood of Vigo, when he was campaigning in Aquitania until the approach of winter. Nor, finally, does he explain how the Massaliotes would have gained by conveying tin 500 miles from the neighborhood of Vigo to the mouth of the Garonne, and then considerably more than 300 miles across Gaul to Massilia, instead of overland across Spain. Mr. Tozer disposes of the difficulty by simply discrediting Strabo's account. There is no reason, he says, to doubt that Crassus made such an expedition. But whatever the place was to which he went, his account is quite untrustworthy, because he represents the Cassiterides as producing tin, whereas that metal is not found in any of the groups of islands which lie off the coasts of Gaul or Britain or Spain. The explicit character of his statements, however, seems to have deceived his contemporaries, and Strabo among them. But what theory can Mr. Tozer frame to account for the gratuitous mendacity which he imputes to Crassus, who, by the way, was not Strabo's contemporary? Strabo's story is, in any case, obviously inaccurate. But I agree with Mr. Tozer that it contains a kernel of truth, and I can only suppose that Crassus, when he was in Brittany in 57-56 BC, was directed by Caesar to visit and report upon the tin-producing districts of the British Isles. And if I am asked how I account for the mistake which Caesar made when he said that tin was produced in the interior of Britain, I offer the following suggestion. Crassus may have contented himself with landing on the coast, perhaps at or near St. Michael's Mount, where the tin was delivered to the merchants. If so, he was doubtless informed that the tin was actually won in the interior, as, in literal truth, it of course was, and Caesar may have hastily concluded from his report that the tin mines were far from the coast. As to the details with which Strabo embellished his story, it would be idle to conjecture from what source they were obtained. We may be sure that he did not invent them, but he may have confused items of information furnished by different authorities. The conclusion of the matter is this. The statements of Strabo are most satisfactorily explained on the hypothesis that those from whom he, directly or indirectly, derived his information referred to the Scilly Isles and probably also the Cornish Peninsula, or, which is less probable, to islands off the coast of Brittany, at which trading vessels may have touched on the voyage. All the other ancient writers, except perhaps Polybius, undoubtedly associated the Cassiterides with Spain. In so doing they were mistaken, for no islands in Spanish waters, except Ons, which is out of the question, have ever produced tin. The real Cassiterides, the Tin Islands, which were known to the mariners from whom the ancient writers ultimately derived their notions, were, speaking generally, the British Isles, and particularly, the tin-producing districts of Cornwall, and perhaps also the Scilly Islands. It is possible that Polybius may have held this view, for he does not mention the Cassiterides, and names the British Isles as the source of tin. How the ancients came to entertain such vague notions about the Cassiterides is not difficult to conceive. Evidently, when they first heard of them, all that they could learn was that they were somewhere in the Western Ocean. Knowing that Gads was the center of the tin trade, they would naturally assume that they were in Spanish waters. And even when they learned that tin came from Britain and from Galicia, they would cling to the idea that it came also from islands, the geographical position of which the crafty Phoenicians had striven to keep secret. Mr. Tozer may possibly be right in suggesting that, when the nations about the Mediterranean obtained more accurate information concerning the northwestern coasts of Europe, it was natural that they should affix the name to one or other of the groups of islands with which they found the trade to be associated. Thus, he continues, by some writers it may have been attached to the Estromnides, by others to the islands of the Galician coast, and even the Scillies may in some cases have been intended. But is it not likely that the writers in question, when they attempted to locate the Cassiterides, were not identifying them with any group of islands the existence of which was certainly known to them, and the whereabouts of which they knew? M. Salomon Rienich puts the matter well, though he fails to perceive that Strabo was not referring to islands in Spanish waters. There were two traditions, he says, relating to the Tin Islands, one Phoenician, of which the starting point was southern Spain, the other Greek, which originated at Marseille. With that respect for the written word which characterized them, the ancients accepted the two traditions side by side. Even after the expedition of Crassus, Pliny dared not reject the geographical legend which connected the islands with Spain, and a century later Ptolemy persisted in the same error. Mr. W. H. Stevenson explains that Mullenhoff, of whose conclusions respecting the Cassiterides he gives a lucid summary, holds that they were marked by guesswork on the early Greek maps, off the northwest coast of Spain, and that they there remained on the maps, much like the mythical island of Brazil in 15th century maps. Although they had been known since the time of Pythias, under the names of Britannia, Albion, Earn, and Sea, without their identity being suspected. In a precisely similar manner, the Electridae, which had been put into the maps by guesswork, were retained long after it was known that amber came from the shores of the Baltic, and not from islands in the North Sea. Thus, the important point to bear in mind is that the name Cassiterides, which must, as Kiepert says, have been originally applied to the British Isles, was afterwards misapplied to imaginary islands, and applied by Strabo, not perhaps without some foundation in fact, to the Scilly group. Roman II. Ichthys and the British trade in tin. Let us now consider the British trade in tin. I. Diodorus Siculus states, on the authority of Timaeus, who derived his information on this matter from Pythias, that tin was conveyed by the people of Belerium, the Land's End, in wagons at low tide from the British mainland to an island called Ichthys, purchased there by merchants from the natives, carried to Gaul, and transported on pack horses to the mouth of the Rhone, the overland journey lasting 30 days. In another chapter he says, following Posidonius, that tin was carried from Britain to Gaul, and then conveyed on horseback to Massilia and to Narbo. Pliny states, quoting Timaeus as his authority, that there was an island called Myctes, 6 days' sail from Britain, which produced tin, and to which the Britons sailed in caracals. Strabo tells us that Corbillo in the estuary of the Loire was formerly an emporium. And, as we learn from Polybius, who couples it with Narbo and Massilia, that in the time of Scipio Aemilianus it was one of the principal towns of Gaul. It is probable that it was at one period the Gallic port to which British tin, destined for the Mediterranean markets, was conveyed. Roman II. Now the first thing to do is to identify Ichthys or Myctes, for it is admitted that they were the same. According to Elton and Professor Rees, Ichthys was the Isle of Thanet. The important point, says Elton, remains that the tin was stored at some place, which was supposed to have lain at 6 days' voyage from the mineral district, and it seems reasonable to identify it with the Isle of Thanet, at which the marts were established from which the merchants made the shortest passage to Gaul. But there is no evidence that the marts were established in the Isle of Thanet, or that the merchants made the shortest passage to Gaul, nor is there one word in Pliny, whose statement shall be considered presently, to justify Elton in stating as a fact that the tin was stored at some place which was supposed to have lain at 6 days' voyage from the mineral district. The view that Ichthys was the Isle of Thanet is absolutely untenable. If, says Professor Ridgway, it was Thanet, it follows that the tin was brought all the way from Devon, which was impossible, as the great forest of Anderida stretched right from Hampshire into Kent. Formerly, the professor held that the only difficulty in identifying Ichthys with the Isle of Wight is the statement of Diodorus, that the tin was conveyed across to the island at low water. For geologists maintain that Wight could not have been joined to the mainland in historic times. Geologists, however, as we shall presently see, have changed their minds, and accordingly Professor Ridgway has changed his. I shall therefore only take account of those parts of his argument which are not obsolete. Mr. Elton, he observes, seems to forget that if the Britons brought the tin a 6 days' voyage from Cornwall to Thanet, there would be no need to bring it overland by wagons across the estuary at low water. Diodorus and Timaeus are substantially agreed that there was an island where the tin came to market, and that its name was Ichthys or Myctes. The tin could not be carried overland on account of the forests, and they certainly would not convey it all round the south and southeast coasts to the straits, and then round the coast of Gaul to Corbillo, if it was at all possible to get across at a nearer point. The passage from the Isle of Wight to the Channel Islands, and thence to Armorica and Corbillo, would best attain this object. Professor Ridgway then invokes numismatic evidence. He states that Gallic coins of a peculiar type have been found in the southern and western parts of England, in the Channel Islands, and in the territories of the Turons, Pictones, Reduns, Namnites, all the tribes of the Armorican Peninsula, and the Valky tecticides. Follow the peoples enumerated above on the map, he says, and we shall find them all lying in the basins of the Garonne and Loire. This evidence, then, points unmistakably to a route direct from Armorica to the southern coast of Britain, or, in other words, supports strongly the doctrine that the Isle of Wight was the island called Ichthys. Professor Ridgway's arguments, as directed against the theory of Elton and Professor Rees, are conclusive. Ichthys was certainly not Thanet, but the argument which he adduces from numismatic evidence in favor of its identification with the Isle of Wight rests upon the assumption that the coins in question could not have found their way to the Channel Islands except in the course of the tin trade. The Dumbuie, in whose country the tin was produced, had no coinage of their own and apparently made little use of money. The coins to which Professor Ridgway alludes were far later than the time of Pythias, and the professor himself affirms that in the time of Posidonius, whom he wrongly regards as Diodorus's authority for the description of Ichthys, the route from Ichthys to Corbillo had been abandoned. Nor is it easy to understand why the traders who conveyed tin from Cornwall to Marseille should have needlessly added between 300 and 400 miles to the length, and a corresponding amount to the expense of the journey. Professor Ridgway has himself made use of this very argument to prove that Ichthys was not the Isle of Thanet. Can he not see that it tells with equal force against his own theory that Ichthys was the Isle of Wight? Mr. Alfred Tyler insists that St. Michael's Mount, which was formerly identified with Ichthys, is a steep rock and does not form a harbor at all. What if it is a steep rock? Does not Thucydides tell us that the Phoenicians fortified headlands on the seacoast of Sicily and settled in the small islands adjacent for the sake of trading with the Sicels? Nobody who knows St. Michael's Mount will contend that there would have been the slightest difficulty in conveying tin onto the small plain on its landward side, or in loading with tin vessels moored beneath it. Diodorus Siculus does not mention any harbor in connection with Ichthys, but, as a writer who knew every inch of the Cornish coast long ago pointed out, St. Michael's Mount afforded perfect shelter for shipping. It still, says Sir Charles Lyell, affords a good port daily frequented by vessels where cargoes of tin are sometimes taken on board, after having been transported, as in the olden time, at low tide across the isthmus. Colliers of 500 tons burden can now enter the harbor, which is on the landward or sheltered side of the mount. But the Isle of Wight has recently found a new champion, the eminent geologist, Mr. Clement Reid. He affirms that at the time when tin was shipped at Ichthys, St. Michael's Mount must have been an isolated rock rising out of a swampy wood. By an interesting process of reasoning, based upon evidence which he collected while revising the geological map of the northern part of the Isle of Wight, and afterwards while mapping the whole of the adjacent parts of the mainland, he arrives at the conclusion that about 100 BC, a limestone causeway, over which wagons could pass at low tide, extended from the western side of the River Yar to the coast of Hampshire, opposite Pennington Marshes. He explains that the tin was transported by this causeway to the Isle of Wight instead of being shipped in one of the Hampshire harbors, because the latter are all more or less exposed to the prevalent southwest wind and are sheltered by no high land, and, moreover, the harbors outside the Solent were probably always rendered dangerous by bars of sand and shingle. Finally, he contends that the identification of Ichthys with the Isle of Wight shows that the ancient writers can be literally depended on, and that their descriptions are thoroughly in keeping with each other. Pliny was right in saying that Ichthys is distant inwards from Britain 6 days' voyage. For 6 days, coasting from the mouth of the Exe would amply suffice to bring boats to the Isle of Wight. And since a coasting trade of this sort would go direct to the Isle of Wight side of the Solent, Pliny's account, which is based on Timaeus, naturally makes no mention of the causeway alluded to by Diodorus, writing at a later date. Mr. Reid presumably means not that Diodorus wrote later than Pliny, but that Posidonius, whom he assumes to have been Diodorus's authority, wrote later than Timaeus. Caesar is right in saying that tin was found in the interior, for he refers to the British part of the trade route, that is to say, the assumed overland journey from Cornwall to the Hampshire coast. Diodorus is right because the limestone causeway answers to his description. I submit that whoever is right, Mr. Clement Reid is wrong, because the only equipment which he brings to the discussion is the special knowledge of the geologist. Doubtless, he has proved the former existence of a causeway between Hampshire and the Isle of Wight, but it does not follow that the Isle of Wight was Ichthys unless it can be proved that St. Michael's Mount must have been an isolated rock rising out of a swampy wood. Can this be proved? I have searched all the relevant geological and geographical literature and have failed to find any evidence in support of Mr. Reed's assertion. The testimony of geologists, except Mr. Reed, is all the other way. Sir Charles Lyell, Mr. Pengelly, and Mr. Usher of the Geological Survey all hold that since the time when tin was shipped at Ichthys, St. Michael's Mount has undergone no sensible change. But Mr. Reed has recently been revising the old Geological Survey of Cornwall, and he tells me that he reached his conclusion by calculating the rate at which the sea washed away alluvium, which once connected St. Michael's Mount with the mainland. Moreover, although he does not actually rely upon the hoary fable, demolished by Max Muller, of the hoar rock in the wood, he laid stress in conversation with me upon the prevalence in Cornwall of a tradition which supported his conclusion, a tradition which, Max Muller's readers know, is simply worthless. Now I would ask geologists whether it is not dangerous to strive after chronological precision in geological inquiries, by reasoning which assumes that nature worked during a long period of remote time at a uniform rate of speed. The calculations by which Sir Archibald Jakey labored years ago to estimate the time which the Thames occupied in excavating its valley, the calculations which geologists have made as to the time required for the deposition of the layers of stalagmite in caves, have been proved to be futile. This much at all events is certain. If Mr. Reed's calculation is accurate, it stultifies the testimony of the ancient authors to whom he appeals. For I would ask Mr. Reed how he proposes to reconcile his own statement, that the ancient writers can be literally depended on, with the assumption, which he admits that he is compelled to make in order to show the perfect consistency of the accounts, that Myctes and Ichthys were the same island as Vectes. Is he not aware that in Pliny's natural history Ichthys and Vectes are distinguished? If he had studied Mullenhoff's great work, he would not have attempted to reconcile Pliny's account of the 6 days' voyage to Ichthys with Diodorus's account, which mentions only the causeway to Ichthys, by assuming that the writer whom Diodorus followed lived 2 centuries later than Timaeus. For Diodorus's account was not, as Mr. Reed fancies, based upon Posidonius. He also, like Pliny, derived his information immediately from Timaeus, ultimately from Pythias. Not less hopeless is Mr. Reed's attempt to explain Pliny's account of the voyage to Ichthys. How could the Isle of Wight be described as distant inwards from Britain's 6 days' voyage? Because, says Mr. Reed, the Isle of Wight and more easterly parts of the south of England were politically part of Gaul perhaps even at that early date. The tin-producing, Britain, was apparently outside the dominion of the Belgae, and must have been Devon and Cornwall. This argument rests upon a doubtful, perhaps, an obscure, apparently, a desperate, must have been, and the baseless assumption that the Belgae had established dominion in Britain in the time of Pythias. It leaves the word inwards unexplained, and it is pulverized by the mere fact that in the very chapter from which Mr. Reed is quoting, and everywhere else Pliny uses the word Britain not in the sense of Devon and Cornwall, but simply in the sense of Britain. To any man who is not obliged to distort the plain meaning of words, it is clear that, from Pliny's point of view, Ichthys was 6 days' sail from Britain, and that by inwards he meant, speaking from the standpoint of an Italian, northward. Thus London might be intelligibly described as 52 miles inwards from Brighton, but to say that Brighton is a day's sail inwards from Portsmouth would be gibberish. As Mullenhoff has pointed out, Pliny confounded the distance of Ichthys from Britain with that of Thule. Enough of Mr. Reed's attempt to reconcile the irreconcilable. Like Professor Ridgway, he does not explain why men of business preferred to pay the cost of the long voyage from the Isle of Wight to the mouth of the Loire, when they need only have paid for the shorter voyage from Cornwall, or why they chose to saddle themselves with the cost of the overland transport from Cornwall to Hampshire. Nor does he explain why this imaginary and expensive overland transport was substituted for the imaginary coasting voyage. Nor again does he explain how wagons, loaded with tin, for Diodorus does not speak of pack horses except in connection with the journey across Gaul, were able to travel 200 miles along unmetalled trackways. The rate at which they crawled, the numerous breaks down, the curses of the drivers, and the wear and tear of the cattle I leave to Mr. Reed's imagination. The eminent archaeologist, Mr. C.H. Reed, who accepts Mr. Reed's conclusions, assures us that a voyage from St. Michael's Mount to the mouth of the Loire is not to be thought of, for it would have involved a long and dangerous sea passage. Is he serious? This long sea passage was far shorter than the passage from the Isle of Wight. Why it was more dangerous than a passage which involved navigation in the neighborhood of the Channel Islands as well as of Ushant no seaman will be able to understand. The passage which seems so terrible to Mr. Reed was made by Pythias. The passage from Italy to Sardinia was longer. Several times longer was the passage from Britain to Iceland, which was made long before the invention of the compass. As long or longer the passage from Scandinavia to Britain, which was made according to Mr. Reed himself in the Bronze Age. That the Veneti should have been quite willing to sail from the Isle of Wight to the Loire, but so afraid of sailing in their stout ships from Cornwall that they deliberately added more than 100 miles to the length of their voyage, is a mystery which Mr. Reed must be left to explain. But Mr. Reed, in the conversation which passed between us, urged reasons in favor of his theory which are omitted in his paper, and to which I shall endeavor to do justice. Archaeological evidence, he remarked, shows that the people of Cornwall were far more uncivilized than those of Hampshire. Even supposing that St. Michael's Mount was an island, it had no real harbor, and it would have been very dangerous for mariners to attempt to get there, especially in a fog or a southwesterly gale. I reply that it would also have been dangerous in such weather to attempt to fetch the coast of the Isle of Wight, as the ship would have incurred the risk of running atilt against the limestone causeway, that in a fog the skipper would have anchored, and that, notwithstanding the lack of a proper harbor, the ship would have lain snugly in sheltered water under the lee of St. Michael's Mount. The comparative barbarism of the people of Cornwall is irrelevant. As they wanted to sell their tin, there was no danger that they would molest their customers. Besides, Mr. Reed seems to forget that the people who produced the tin delivered it to the traders at Ichthys. The traders transacted business directly with them, and, assuming that Ichthys was the Isle of Wight, they were as barbarous when they had crossed the limestone causeway as they had been when they left the tin mines. Mr. Reed's argument compels him once more to throw overboard the ancient authority, who, as he insists, can be literally depended on, for Diodorus distinctly states that the tin-mining inhabitants of Belerium were friendly to strangers, and from their intercourse with foreign merchants had become comparatively civilized. This passage proves that, according to Diodorus, Ichthys was in the territory of Belerium, and by itself demolishes Mr. Reed's theory. For how could the inhabitants have become civilized by their commercial dealings if the merchants never came near Belerium, and the only inhabitants who came in contact with them were wagoners or boatmen? It is clear then that the case for the Isle of Wight rests upon the geological evidence, such as it is, that at the time when Ichthys was a trading station, St. Michael's Mount was an isolated rock rising out of a swampy wood. Common sense and the historical evidence are all on the other side. If St. Michael's Mount had not been available, there would have been nothing to prevent the traders from shipping the tin at Falmouth or in Plymouth Sound. An acceptance of Mr. Reed's theory involves, besides other insuperable difficulties, the assumption that the tin merchants were ignorant of the first principles of business. Roman 3. We now come to the question, when did the overland trade in tin between Corbillo and Massilia begin, and how long did it last? That it existed before the time of Pythias, that is to say, at least as early as the 4th century before Christ is certain. For, as we have seen, Pliny and Diodorus Siculus derived their information about Ichthys ultimately from him. Mullenhoff, indeed, contends for a still earlier date. Only on this hypothesis, he argues, can we explain the remarkable fact that the great Celtic immigration at the beginning of the 4th century BC not only did no harm to Massilia, but actually increased its prosperity, the profits of the trade being appreciated by the Celts themselves. Still, there is no evidence that it existed, except in the form of intertribal barter, before the foundation of Massilia, or even that it had begun long before Pythias visited Britain. Professor Ridgway insists that it is obvious that when the Belgic tribes made permanent settlements on the southeast coast of Britain, The course of trade would pass regularly from Kent into northern France, and that the old route by Armorica, Corbillo, and the Loire would fall into disuse. If anything is obvious, it is that the course of trade would continue to follow the most convenient route, and that merchants would not saddle themselves with the expense of conveying tin, destined for Mediterranean markets, all the way from Cornwall to Kent. Besides, how was it to be conveyed thither? Certainly not by land. For Professor Ridgway tells us himself that the barrier interposed by the great forest of Anderida would have rendered this impossible. Certainly not by sea. For, unless the merchants had taken leave of their senses, why should they have paid for the voyage from Cornwall to Kent, then for the voyage from Kent to Boulogne, and then for the long overland journey to Marseille, when by taking the route which led from St. Michael's Mount to the mouth of the Loire, both the voyage and the land journey would have been considerably shortened? If Caesar does not expressly mention Corbillo, neither does he expressly mention any other commercial port, and he does imply that the Veneti had the lion's share of the carrying trade with Britain. Possibly Corbillo had lost its importance by the time of Caesar, but the estuary of the Loire still formed one of the two most important harbors in the west of Gaul, and Strabo mentions it as one of the 4 principal Gallic ports from which ships bound for Britain set sail. The argument based upon the fact that the overland journey lasted 30 days implies that the merchants would have deliberately preferred a longer to a shorter route. And as the distance from the mouth of the Loire to Massilia was about 480 miles in a straight line, it does not seem incredible that the journey should have lasted 30 days. But what puzzles me most in Professor Ridgway's argument is that, while it is partly based upon the testimony of Diodorus, it sets that testimony at defiance. The professor holds that the authority whom Diodorus followed was Posidonius. If so, Posidonius stated that in his time, British tin was shipped for the continent at Ichthys. Now Professor Ridgway identifies Ichthys with the Isle of Wight. I have shown that Ichthys was St. Michael's Mount. But according to Professor Ridgway, British tin was shipped, in the time of Posidonius, neither at the Isle of Wight nor at St. Michael's Mount, but in Kent. The train of thought which led to this conclusion is one which my poor brain is powerless to follow. Professor Haverfield affirms that the Roman annexation of Gallia Narbonensis secured that trade route by which Diodorus Siculus tells us that British tin reached the Mediterranean, that is the route from Narbo by the pass of Carcassonne and Toulouse to Bordeaux. But I cannot find any evidence that this was the route to which Diodorus referred. Professor Rees has constructed a theory about the course of the tin trade during the maritime supremacy of the Veneti, which is even more remarkable than that of Professor Ridgway. He tells us that, at one time they probably landed British tin at the mouth of and they fetched some of it at any rate from the southeast of Britain. In other words, the tin was conveyed at heavy cost by the Britons 300 miles from Cornwall to the southeast of Britain, in order that the Veneti might add at least 200 miles to the voyage which they would have undertaken if they had fetched it direct from Cornwall. And this was done although, as Professor Rees himself assures us, there was communication between the Dumnonae of Cornwall and the nearest part of Gaul during the Venetic period. The professor adds that, whatever direct trade in tin there may have been between the tin districts of Britain and the Loire, it must have been utterly unknown to Caesar. I reply that if, as Professor Rees holds, there was trade in tin by way of southeastern Britain between the tin districts of Britain and the Loire, this trade also must, on Professor Rees's theory, have been unknown to Caesar, for he mentions neither the one nor the other. But that the voyage which Crassus made to the tin-producing districts of Cornwall, and about which Caesar is equally silent, shows that Caesar was not ignorant, but merely reticent. But Professor Ridgway would assign a different reason for Caesar's silence, remarking that, when Strabo, writing as a contemporary, is describing the exports from Britain, he omits the mention of tin, whilst from the extract from Posidonius, quoted alike by him and Diodorus, it is plain that, when the Stoic explorer visited northwestern Europe, the British tin trade was still of importance. The professor suggests that in the time of Caesar, Britain ceased to export tin. But did not Strabo write long after Caesar died? Professor Haverfield, on the other hand, has given reasons for the view that the early Cornish tin trade, which Posidonius and Caesar knew, died out about the beginning of our era. And he suggests that it may have done so because the Romans had just discovered the real site of the Cassiterides in Dunbuie, Spain. Very little, he remarks, has been found west of Exeter which can be connected with the first 2 centuries of the Roman Empire. Plainly, the Romans of the conquest period did not care to advance beyond Exeter. Yet, if the tin trade had then been flourishing, they would hardly have stopped. We must put the halt at Exeter beside the silence of the writers after Caesar, and suppose that for some reason the tin trade had ceased in Cornwall. Perhaps as iron took the place of bronze in many lands, tin was no longer in such demand. Perhaps the Spanish ore was cheaper than the Cornish. Perhaps the accessible Cornish tin streams seemed exhausted. Whatever the reason, the Cornish tin trade vanished before AD 50. It reappears 2 centuries later. Now the evidence that Professor Haverfield offers of its having reappeared is simply the discovery of one inscribed ingot of Cornish tin, which belonged to the 4th century. And if no inscribed ingots of an earlier date have been found, their absence hardly proves that the Romans had not worked the mines before. This Professor Haverfield admits, but he insists, it does prove that we have no right to say that mining was going on. Possibly, but if so, the absence of inscribed ingots of tin in Spain equally proves that we have no right to say that mining was going on there. Yet, if it was suspended in Cornwall, it must have been contemporaneously active in Spain. It is true that no Roman antiquities of earlier date than the 3rd century have been found in Cornwall, except some Samian ware and coins of Trajan and Vespasian. And it may be true that, as the professor says, these discoveries prove no Roman influence or occupation. But on the other hand, Cornwall has very few Roman antiquities even of the 3rd and 4th centuries, and no Roman or Romanized towns or villas. Is it not then possible that, as Professor Gowland suggests, the mines were worked throughout the whole period of the Roman occupation of Britain, but not under Roman control? He points out that the stamps had been impressed upon the solitary ingot when the metal was cold, and hence not necessarily at the mine, but very probably by a Roman trader or officer at the coast. Professor Haverfield indeed states that the ingot was found not more than 1.5 miles from an old working, which has yielded Roman coins. But Professor Gowland supports his own view by the argument that, at the Roman lead mines in Britain, the inscriptions were always cast on the ingots of lead when they were made, and at the copper mines were stamped on the cakes of copper while they were red hot. The real site of the Cassiterides was not, as Professor Haverfield thinks, in Dunbuie, Spain, but in the British Isles. The silence of the writers after Caesar, in regard to the British trade in tin, on which he lays stress, really resolves itself into the silence of Strabo. For although the professor is quite right in saying that later authors merely include it in quotations from earlier literature, those who are familiar with their writings will admit that there was no reason why any of them, except Strabo, should have expressly added to those quotations the information that the British tin trade continued in their own time. We should certainly have expected that Strabo would have included tin in his list of British exports if it had been exported in his time, and I will not attempt to explain away his silence. But can it outweigh the extreme improbability that for 2 centuries the civilized world should have been entirely cut off from one of the 2 sources from which its supply of tin had previously been derived? And when Professor Haverfield suggests that, as iron took the place of bronze in many lands, tin was no longer in such demand, does he not momentarily forget that not only in the lands round the Mediterranean, but also in those of northern and western Europe, iron had taken the place of bronze for many purposes several centuries before the Christian era, and that, on the other hand, those implements and ornaments which were still made wholly, or in part of bronze, were probably in greater demand than before. Roman 4, we have now to deal with the Phoenicians. Sir George Cornwall Lewis and various other writers have endeavored to prove that the Phoenicians, including the Carthaginians, never traded directly with Britain for tin. And in 1896, Dr. Arthur Evans remarked that the days are gone past when it could be seriously maintained that the Phoenician merchant landed on the coast of Cornwall. Now Dr. Evans's distinguished father, who holds that the Cassiterides are rightly identified with Britain, observes that the traces of Phoenician influence in this country are, at present, imperceptible. But, he continues, It may well be that their system of commerce or barter was such as intentionally left the barbarian tribes with whom they traded in much the same stage of civilization as that in which they found them, always assuming that they dealt directly with Britain and not through the intervention of Gaulish merchants. Some merchants certainly landed, if not on the coast of Cornwall, at all events on that of Ichthys. Is there any reason in the nature of things why Phoenician merchants should not have done so? To the old-fashioned view, there are only two objections worth considering, namely, first, that the tin trade was carried on overland through Gaul, and secondly, that the tin which was shipped to Gads may have come not from Britain, but from the mines of northwestern Spain. But as we have seen, there is no evidence that the overland trade had begun before 600 BC, the approximate date of the foundation of Massilia, nor is there any evidence that the Phoenicians took part in it. From Gades to Cornwall, the voyage, as George Smith observes, was shorter than the voyages from Tyre to Malta, Carthage, or Sicily, which they were performing continuously. If Desjardins is right in affirming that the name Corbillo unquestionably looks Phoenician, and that a Phoenician inscription has been found near Guyrand, it may be inferred that the carrying trade between Britain and Corbillo was at one time either wholly or partly in Phoenician or Carthaginian hands. That tin was obtained in ancient times from the mines of northwestern Spain must be admitted. Not only is the fact attested by the statements of Strabo and Pliny, but it has been proved by the researches of Mr. W.C. Borlase. But there is some evidence that tin also came from Cornwall to Gads. Festus Avienus tells us, ultimately, it may be assumed, on the authority of the Carthaginian traveler Himilco, that both the Carthaginians and the people of Gades used to sail to the British seas. Sir George Cornwall Lewis, indeed, argues that, if the date of the voyages of Hanno and Himilco is correctly fixed, it follows that at a period subsequent to the expedition of Xerxes, the Carthaginians had not carried their navigation far along the coasts of the Atlantic, and that they sent out two voyages of discovery, one to the south, the other to the north at the public expense. All that we know about the date of Himilco's voyage is that it was not later than the 5th, probably in the 6th century BC, and, according to Pliny, its object was to explore the outer parts of Europe. Anyhow, the evidence remains that after Himilco's time, if not before, the Carthaginians traded by sea with Britain. Dr. Arthur Evans, I know, warns us that a truer view of primitive trade as passing on by intertribal barter has superseded the idea of a direct commerce between remote localities. But the testimony of Diodorus, that is to say of Pythias, proves that traders purchased tin off the Cornish coast from the natives who had prepared it for market, carried it across the Channel, and unloaded it on the coast of Gaul, whence it was conveyed overland to the mouth of the Rhone. If this was not direct commerce, what was? That there was intertribal barter in ancient times, no well-informed person would deny. But that there was also direct commerce between remote localities is as well attested as any fact of ancient history can be. Mr. C.T. Newton indeed argues that, if the Phoenicians frequented any portion of the British coast, it is probable that they would have given names to the more important harbors and promontories, as they did in Africa and Spain. But is it not also probable that they found it sufficient to hold, or even to occupy temporarily, as occasion required, one or more of the Scilly Islands, or perhaps St. Michael's Mount, and that they may have given names to these places, although the names have not survived? Their settlements in Africa and Spain were not temporary but permanent. I freely admit that the testimony of Festus Avienus is not conclusive, but I see no reason for rejecting the statement of Strabo that the Phoenicians traded directly for tin with the Cassiterides, that is to say, the British Isles, and that they originally monopolized the trade. M. Salomon Rienich, who supports the view that the Phoenicians traded directly with Cornwall, insists, referring to a well-known passage in Thucydides, that the overland route must have been earlier than the maritime. Corinth, says Thucydides, being seated on an isthmus, was naturally from the first a center of commerce, for the Hellenes within and without the Peloponnese, in the old days when they communicated chiefly by land, had to pass through her territory in order to reach one another. M. Rienich argues that nothing could have suggested to the Phoenicians the idea of going with their ships in search of tin if they had not already known the existence not only of the metal, but also of the distant country which produced it. The Phoenicians of Spain no more discovered the Cassiterides and tin than the Portuguese discovered India and spices. This may be freely admitted. But the Phoenicians may well have acquired the knowledge upon which they acted long before the direct overland trade, which Diodorus describes began. Tin was probably conveyed in very early times from Cornwall to Gaul for the use of tribes who inhabited that country before the immigration of the Celtic-speaking invaders. And, since Gaul was in communication with Britain from the beginning of the Bronze Age, the knowledge that tin was to be obtained in Britain might have reached Phoenician ears even before Gads was founded. But the most striking contribution which M. Reinach has made to the literature of this subject is the suggestion that the traders who first sailed from the Mediterranean into the English Channel were not Phoenicians, but Phrygians. Speaking of the well-known passage, which I have already quoted, in which Pliny says that Mitocritus was the first who imported tin from the Tin Island, he argues that the generally accepted identification of Mitocritus with the Phoenician Melkarth is erroneous. He points out that in Pliny's list of discoverers all except the most famous names are accompanied by a complementary designation, for example, Toxius, Calais Filius. Therefore, even if, as has been supposed, what Pliny wrote was not Mitocritus but Melicertus Melkarth, that unfamiliar name would have been followed by some explanatory addition. M. Reinach then quotes two passages from Hyginus and Cassiodorus respectively. In the former, we read that King Midas, the Phrygian son of Cybele, was the first to discover lead and tin. Midas rex Cybele's filius frix plumbum album et nigrum primus invenit. In the latter, that Midas, the ruler of Phrygia, discovered tin, plumbum Midas regnator Phrygiae reperunt. It is clear then, says M. Reinach, that as the Jesuit scholar Hardouin perceived more than 2 centuries ago, for Mitocritus in the MSS. Of Pliny we ought to read Midas frix. He adds that from a fragment of the 7th book of Diodorus, preserved in the Chronicle of Eusebius, we learn that the maritime supremacy of the Phrygians began about 903 BC, and that of the Phoenicians in 824. Dene-Holes. Of the various theories which have been published as to the object of Dene-Holes, 3 only are worth considering, namely, that they were granaries, that they were refuges, and that they were sunk in order to obtain chalk. Subterranean granaries have of course been used in many countries, but it is said that no grain has ever been found in any Dene-Hole, whereas grain has been found in shallow pits and on numerous other prehistoric sites in Britain. On the other hand, a thorough exploration of the famous group of Dene-Holes in Hangman's Wood, Essex, revealed fragments of 2 millstones. The Reverend E. H. Goddard remarks that very similar places in Brittany were used by the peasant armies during the war in La Vendée as refuges and lairs, and argues that Dene-Holes served a similar purpose. Perhaps, though it would have gone hard with the fugitives if their lairs had been discovered. But seeing that strongholds were available, it is difficult to admit that they were dug with that object. The theory that they were shafts sunk for the extraction of chalk rests mainly upon the evidence of Pliny, who states that chalk was obtained in Britain for manure, by means of pits sunk like wells with narrow mouths to the depth commonly of 100 feet, where they branch out like the veins of mines, petitor ex alto, in Centinos actis plerumque pudes, or angustes, in tus ut in metallis spatient vena. Messrs. T. V. Holmes and W. Cole, who superintended the exploration of the Dene-Holes in Hangman's Wood, argue that the above account could not have been given to Pliny by any man who had ever descended into one of our Dene-Holes, which are entered by narrow shafts, but whose lofty symmetrical chambers cannot be described as branching out like the veins of mines. I think, on the contrary, that, allowing for the natural inaccuracy of a writer who gave his own version of information supplied by one who had perhaps himself not descended into a Dene-Hole, Pliny's description was remarkably correct. The chambers which open out at the bottom of the shafts in Hangman's Wood are arranged in the shape of a starfish. The only material error with which Pliny can be charged is that he compared them to the veins of mines, and that he was alluding to them, I have no doubt. Messrs. Holmes and Cole are, however, on firm ground when they point out that his informant may have wrongly assumed that the shafts were sunk in order to obtain chalk, because the chalk that was extracted from them was utilized. And, they continue, a foreigner accidentally discovering secret pits and our surface trenches showed our Dene-Holes to have been secret excavations would almost necessarily be deceived as to their use by natives. But is it not possible that Pliny's informant may have been a Briton? And assuming that he was deceived as to the purpose of the Dene-Holes, why was he allowed to learn the existence and arrangement of the chambers, and, approximately, the depth of the shaft? Nevertheless, Messrs. Holmes and Cole are undoubtedly right in the main. It has been argued that Dene-Holes are situated in places which must always have been uncultivated, whereas the tracts in which chalk lay near the surface may have been already occupied. That chalk has been obtained in Wiltshire in modern times by mining, although it was to be had near the surface, and that the labor of sinking the shafts may have been compensated by saving the cost of transporting chalk from distant parts, where it was the surface rock. But as Messrs. Holmes and Cole observe, there is plenty of bare chalk within a mile of Hangman's Wood. And, as they pertinently ask, if the Dene-Holes were sunk for chalk, why was their position so carefully kept secret? Again, Mr. Spurrell, who admits that where chalk lay very deep shafts may have been sunk merely in order to obtain it, remarks that it is evident that where the land is white with chalk the pits of great depth, so often found there could not have been dug for manure, and the natives of Kent in such situations scout the idea as absurd. Messrs. T.E. and R.H. Forster contend that the elaborate design of the chambers in Hangman's Wood is, in reality, a strong confirmation of the truth of the chalk quarry theory. For the starfish-shaped pit enables the miner to win more chalk at one sinking, and if no examples of it were known, it would be necessary to postulate its existence in order to supply the missing link between the primitive bell pit and the pillared and galleried mine of the kind seen at Chisleyhurst. But is the bell pit primitive, and is there a link, missing or otherwise? Anyhow, it is incredible that the people of Essex, if they had undertaken the prodigious labor of sinking 70 shafts simply in order to obtain better chalk than what they could have found hard by at the surface, would have contented themselves, after boring through 60 feet of sand and gravel, with the very uppermost chalk. As Mr. Holmes remarks, it must be obvious that the course which would commend itself to all seekers after superior chalk would be to begin operations where chalk is at the surface, make a shaft 10 to 20 feet deep, and procure chalk lying at that depth. And, while he freely admits that a farmer might naturally prefer to get chalk at a depth of 60 to 80 feet on his own land rather than from someone else's pit a mile or two away, he emphasizes the absurdity of supposing that any people concentrated their pits where they got the least return for their labor, and where there was no counterbalancing advantage, as they must have done at Hangman's Wood and Bexley on the chalk pit hypothesis. Charred wood, bones of animals, and large quantities of coarse pottery have been found in a Dene-Hole near Dunstable, which is sufficient evidence that some Dene-Holes were occasionally inhabited. I conclude that Dene-Holes were intended to serve as granaries, that they may have been used occasionally as places of concealment, and that the chalk which was taken out of them was used, if it was wanted, for manure. It is significant that their name means Dane-Holes, that is, hiding places from the Danes. The bell pits, which have been already mentioned, and which are sometimes confounded with Dene-Holes, were undoubtedly made for the sake of the chalk. And, unlike Dene-Holes, they were made broad in order that a large amount of material might be taken out of them at each haul. Some of the Kentish Dene-Holes, if Mr. Goddard is rightly informed, contained bronze implements, and those of Essex are almost certainly post-Neolithic. Some bell pits are ancient, but I doubt whether it could be proved that any were pre-Roman. Pitt Rivers, indeed, believed that it was from the Romans that the Britons learned to use chalk as top dressing. The coast between Calais and the Somme in the time of Caesar. The question of the period during which the Gulf of St. Omer existed has given rise to much discussion. According to Reclus, Desjardins, and many other writers, even in the time of Caesar, this so-called Gulf, which was really a shallow salt water mere, covered the lowlands northeast of the hills of Artois between Sangatte and Dunkirk, and extended inland to within a short distance of St. Omer. No evidence, however, has been adduced to show that it existed at that time, and it has been proved by M. J. Gosselet that it did not exist before the latter part of the 3rd century of our era, for Gallo-Roman remains, including 2,354 coins, some of which belong to the time of Postumus, have been found in the area. As M. Gosselet says, the Sinus Itius is a mere invention of writers of the 17th century. The ancient topography of Wissant, of the estuary of the Lion, and of the headlands of Blanknes, Grisnes, and Alprech, is discussed in the article on the Portus Itius. The inland extension of the bay formed by the estuary of the Canche has steadily diminished since the time of Caesar. And whereas, during the last century at all events, the headland on its southern side has gained considerably on the sea, the Point de l'Ornel on the north and the neighboring sand dunes have suffered continual erosion. The country which lies between the hills of Artois and the sea, from the mouth of the Canche to the mouth of the Somme, is, as Reclus remarks, of recent formation. And, as late as the 9th century, the environs of the town of Roux, which is now about 6 miles from the sea, were covered by a vast shallow lake, 20,000 hectares, or about 78 square miles, in extent.